Chapter 151. The Arc Knights. The king and his men were stunned at the revelation of Jaden. My king, the enemy is stronger than we gave them credit for. And now, with all those strong men gone, we are at a severe disadvantage. So we urge you to follow this plan. Fake my kidnapping? Have your friend summon zombies to make it look real. The king was amazed. Yes, and the ones I suggested to join us will also fake their death. We can move strong men to that location to save the prince. Master Dyne claims that he has the means to do what he set out to do. He can bring the bodies of those we can use to fake this. Jaden explained. My king, the plan is rather amazing. However, you do not have to worry about its consequences. By feigning weakness and confusion, the Serpentari will underestimate us. And although those who remain here are in danger, the Serpentari will exert great effort in seeking the mysterious force that kidnapped you and killed their men. Crone added. Master Dyne has found so much about the Affairet that the Archbishop sold his life to. The large rocks that fell all over our planet contain these dark demons. And these demons are killing each other, Ishrith added. Bishop Crone then revealed the Spirit Stone. These creatures in these stones are aware of this. If they realize that another Affairet is going after this kingdom, they will act more cautiously and even seek assistance from those who remain. They haven't borne their fangs against us yet. So we can make it look like Jaden managed to ally with another Affairet group and is seeking vengeance. This will buy us enough time to kill the Archbishop and the Affairet which Dyne met. Jaden finally explained the detail of the plan. This? The king hesitated as he looked at his advisors. My king, there have been reports of assassinations and missing soldiers all over the castle. The merchant Nabal is lost. His bodyguard, the swift blade, Koros, is also missing. One of the advisors reported. That must be Master Dyne. He said he is confident in being able to kill martial formation experts. Yes, we've seen his wisdom and used it against Bishop Crone, who used the Spirit Stone to become a martial formation cultivator of the 5th level. Chad exclaimed, My king, follow their plan. One of the knights who held tremendous power spoke. He was the strongest knight in the kingdom. I would advise the same thing, my king, the cardinal seconded. That Spirit Stone is something we cannot comprehend, and yet this creature is very obedient. With Bishop Crone recovering his memories, this proves it. I have long noticed Crone's changes and realized that he might not have been the man I trusted. But now he is back. The cardinal smiled. I believe the tale of them defeating this creature that controlled Crone. I lost my trusted advisor, and now he has returned. The bishop was in tears as he heard these praises. I am not worthy. So, I am to pretend that I will die? Malabus, I trust you can take care of my family? A swift blade asked the knight. With my life, the strongest knight declared. This is a rather interesting plan. I can't believe I have to burn my room. A mage sighed. Master Dyne has a dimensional item. We have seen it, and it seems capable of acquiring many items. I'm sure everything in your study can be carried. Then all right, I also am rather curious of this boy. The mage laughed. There are other details that we have to work out to complete the plan that Master Dyne gave us. Jaden continued. Meanwhile, on the western side of the castle, Dyne finally reached the abode where his second target resided. It was the training grounds for the Arc Knights. I couldn't play this class. Final Fantasy Tactics didn't allow me to access this job. It looks like I can finally train as one. Dyne smiled as he looked at the building. The Arc Knight he met on the way here could also be seen rallying his men. Master, I can go ahead and fight these men at the cost of my life. Arya spoke. No, you can't. My life is yours, Master. These Arc Knights are strong. You need a diversion to get inside. I can do that. Don't. It's not that you're important to me or anything. It's just inconvenient for you to die. So don't die. Although your life isn't important, you just can't die like that. Dyne spoke softly. Jito and Strafe watched the awkward Dyne mumble his words. As you wish, Master. I will live for you. Arya bowed. Dyne turned red and avoided Arya's gaze. Rewrite. I need you to act as a decoy and give your life if we're escaping or getting caught. Dyne tried to explain. Jito couldn't help but inquire from Teague. Lord Teague, Why is Dyne being unreasonably cold towards this Arya? Isn't she someone important in her past, as you said? I recall that the people of their world call it Sundra. Sundra? Wait, no, that's not right. That refers to girls. Then Dyne should be Oranian? I think that's the term used for guys like him who are cold on the exterior but very soft on the inside. What the fragment are you two talking about? Dyne cursed. You better hurry. By now, the Jaden must have completed his task. Strafe reminded. Dyne then used Grim to latch on once more. All throughout the time they began to move. Dyne had begun to instruct the woman how to move and act like a real ninja and even taught her how to avoid enemies. He even gave her the chance to kill one, which she did successfully. Secretly, the woman called Arya had been amazed at Dyne's movements. Dyne reached the top of the building without alerting the many watchers. As the building was near the edge of the wall, Dyne had to be careful in evading the soldiers guarding at the top of the castle wall. Though the darkness allowed them to hide, Dyne didn't want to take any chances as the alert and alarm had already been rung. Dyne led Arya to slowly move and jump to the roofs with silence and speed. Soon, they reached the balcony leading to the main building where the Arknights are trained. A single soldier stood at the top with his arms wielding his crossbow. Shall we kill that observer? Arya asked. No, that guy feels like a good guy. Let's just knock him out. Dyne gave the orders. Dyne crept closer and harnessed a ball of dark energy, which he threw towards the balcony. The black ball passed unnoticed and landed behind him. The muffled sound alerted the soldier, and he turned around. At that moment, Dyne jumped up and showed Arya the solid snake chokehold, which knocked the soldier out cold. The pair carried the unconscious soldier to the nearby table to hide him from plain view. Let's go. Dyne motioned for the pair to move into the room. Arknights. If there are classes like that here, then it means that Sovereign Basilius Basilion must have planned it. The classes of warriors follow the same format in Final Fantasy Tactics. With all the coincidences that this universe has, it must follow that format. If I'm right, all Arknights are evil. Since they have vampiric powers, then there is a possibility that it would tie up with that game. Dyne thought to himself as the pair crept into the study. Dyne recalled his discussion with Jaden when he asked about the Arknights. Jaden detailed how Arknights were created and how to undergo a special bestowal ceremony led by a high-ranking mage who discovered a very profound means of channeling dark energy. Arya, what do you know about the wizard here? I know that he had dealings with the merchant Nabal, as it was through Nabal that the Arknights were outfitted with their special armor. Who was he before? The wizard Nostradam was a rather weak figure. He was only a mage before discovering how to wield the darkness. Arya explained. Then that proves it. He must have received something that allowed him to wield the dark powers. Dyne smiled. But let's see who wields the darkness better? Dyne laughed. Let's go. As the two moved in, Dyne's expression changed. Oh, I was careless. Dyne smiled. He used a rather simple spell that alerts him of movement. Useless as it couldn't tell ally from foe, but useful if he ordered everyone to avoid this place. Dyne took a step back to avoid the sensors. Master! The floor is enchanted with a spell. He now knows that an assassin is here. Then shall we just charge in? Arya, you must learn the ways of assassinating. Even if he knows we are here, we can still assassinate him. Listen to my words. I have a plan. Dyne smiled. Chapter 152. Source of the Vampires. Arya moved in the darkness, silently sneaking towards the hall. Soon she reached a large hall and found a wizard engrossed in his studies. Arya took a peek to see the wizard constantly muttering strange words and would occasionally curse out. Without hesitation, Arya moved and attacked with her dagger. The dagger struck an invisible force field, but Arya was now rushing forward and threw several more daggers at the surprised wizard. Several strikes hammered on the force field, and it finally cracked. With several other daggers striking it, it finally broke, and the last daggers pierced through the force field and struck the wizard on the neck. The wizard stumbled back as blood continued to spill down to the floor. The wizard was struggling to talk. "Why?" Arya moved closer and sheathed a short blade. "For my father," Arya declared as she stabbed down. But as the sword struck the wizard, the illusion ended. A red light flashed all over the ground, and Arya was in the center of a magic circle. Several magical chains appeared and bound Arya. The daggers that Arya threw had struck the empty wall behind the illusion of the wizard working on his table. What? Arya was shocked. Your father? I don't know you, nor did I harm your father. An annoyed and detached voice appeared. But since you might have been responsible for killing Nabal, then I guess you must be the descendants of the weapons I asked him to procure. Are you the daughter of the blacksmith Renderblaze? You! Arya was stunned as she heard those words. Oh, so you must be the living survivor. I heard Nabal failed to kill one. Arya Blaze, if I recall. The wizard now had a bored expression. That sword that your father created, do you know what form of the jewel he attached to produce the fire for his flamberge? That was a Firestorm Star Ruby, the strongest fire jewel. It could help mages like me learn fire arts and develop fire bolts easier. And to think it was used to make a pitiful sword, the wizard complained. You killed my father for a jewel? Arya was shouting in anger. The sword was a plus. The real reasons why the Serpentari wanted him dead were numerous. For one, your father is a blacksmith of great skill, and he wanted to leave the Serpentari. Without my desire for that sword, he would have been killed anyway. The wizard laughed. What? It's a good thing that King Cyril didn't yet notice your family. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for us to kill him. Anyway, this night is quite annoying. First, Jaden survives, and now I have learned that Nabal is dead. Oh well, I guess having a slave as beautiful as you will do. I might get more artifacts if I offer up the assassin of Nabal. The wizard laughed. It was then he felt a strange sensation on his chest. What was? His upper torso slid down and fell to the floor. My body. The wizard was shocked as he began to crawl. His lower body had also stumbled down. The slice was so clean and sharp that he didn't even feel it until he realized his body had fallen. See, Arya? I told you that the real culprits of your father's death don't end with Nabal. It doesn't even end with this sicko. Dyne laughed. How? How did you walk in undetected? Martial formations sure is tough even like this. You still have a chance to survive. Huh? The answer is simple. The moment I stepped into your room, I felt the magic ripples. The floor is like a large quiet lake. Even the slightest movements can create ripples. Too bad it couldn't detect or show you who it was. After taking a dip in your room, I moved back and sent Arya. Dyne smiled as he stood over the wizard. I knew you'd prepare a trap, so I told Arya to attack and try to kill you, knowing she would fail. Still, quite an impressive show. You have quite a number of items that enhance your ability as a wizard. Well, technically, you're still a mage. If it weren't for all these items, you wouldn't have achieved what you could do. Is it the Serpentari? Or is it the Efferet who gave you such gifts? Dyne mused as he ordered Grim to slowly retrieve the wizard's necklace. The wizard saw Grim in its Jamard form and realized what had happened. Soul weapon. The wizard was stunned. Even Arya was shocked at the sight of Grim standing. My lord, you used this creature? Arya asked as she noticed that Grim was floating. Yes, this Seru can float. So when you went in to fight this man, I waited until he was distracted. I hoped on top of the Jamard and floated to ambush the wizard. Because of his enchantment, he had assigned no soldier to move inside this floor. This way, he can tell if someone else would walk in. He must have given a stern warning in hopes of catching the assassin. As he said, he planned to give you to get another artifact. This guy's only real power is sucking up to the big brass. Dyne laughed as he observed the necklace. The necklace was a strange object that had the shape of a small coffin. Is this it? This looks like an artifact from Heroes 3. Interesting. Most people here wouldn't be able to sense it, but a soul cultivator can easily do that. So what's in this coffin? It feels like the Chicken King and Golden Compass. Did a god bestow its power in this? No, to malicious. A devil, perhaps? Is this how you bestow vampiric powers on others? Dyne asked. The wizard's eyes grew larger as he heard it. You still have several interesting things in you. I can see it. You're quite loaded. Dyne reached down and began to take items in the dying wizard's robe. A spell scroll? But this looks different. Ishrith gave me a spell scroll to cast, but I knew it would lose its power when I cast it. This one feels like a monster-crafted artifact. I get it. It's a spell scroll that is also a legacy artifact. Some powerful being that knows soul cultivation instilled his mind in this. Dyne analyzed. Is this how a mage like you can cast magic that only wizards can? But that doesn't make sense. You still need mana. Oh, here it is. Dyne found another strange orb-like object. Powerful mind energy gathered. But just by activating the trap to capture Arya, you already lost one half of this. Still, this is a great way to recover MP. Dyne held on to the orb. HRM? Is it absorbing mana? Wow. So this automatically refills itself. So that's how you do it. Who gave you all this stuff? Dyne asked. The dying wizard just looked at Dyne defiantly. Still have some fight in you, huh? Let's see. Jito. Draw out the dark energy in him. Whoever gave him his power also left thick dark energy around him. If he had a Seru, we wouldn't be able to do that. But since he doesn't have that, it's possible, right? Forcibly absorbing the death energy that makes up his body will give him excruciating pain. It's like we'd be peeling off his skin. Jito frowned. I know. Dyne gave a cruel smile. Behind this smile was immense anger. Strafe sighed and shook his head. Why did this wizard talk about selling Arya, one of Dyne's greatest hang-ups in the real world, as a slave to perform sexual deeds? Dyne grabbed the wizard by the neck to stop him from squealing. Do it, Dyne ordered Jito. Jito began to gather the dark energy and absorb it. The process was similar to a Are Seru trying to absorb a slain Seru. MHHHHHHH. The choked scream of the wizard resounded as he felt the death energy draining from him. Dyne walked towards Arya and stomped his feet at the magic circle. The circle immediately collapsed by hitting the precise point where the magic circle was created and sent out the magic with brimstone. The wizard began a pile of dust as the dark energy was siphoned from him. Lord Dyne, what happened? This wizard is practically dead. What a weird magic. Dyne smiled without explaining in detail. Let's go. We still have a lot to kill. Arya, it seems that we might end up doing something similar to this. My life is in your hands, Lord Dyne. Still, I need to find which of these artifacts in his room is responsible for passing on the vampiric powers. Just what source did this scamming wizard use? Dyne began to search around the room. After looking around and taking in any items of interest, Dyne decided to close his eyes and search for them using soul cultivation. Dyne sensed the area and found a strange, powerful death source on the top of the very center of the room. Dyne laughed. What genius! To make it look like he was the source of this darkness, he placed it right in the center of the chandelier. Since he would perform the Arc-Night turning ritual right in the middle of the room, the knights wouldn't notice. Dyne glanced up and looked at the chandelier. There he found a familiar object. I knew it. Legacy of Cain's The Heart of Darkness. Chapter 153, Usurfer the Berserker. Dyne expertly threw Grim, who destroyed the chain holding the Heart of Darkness. Dyne could feel powerful dark energy appearing out of the heart. What a strange power. So this is how the darkness cultivates. Dyne praised. Oh, can you feel it? Yes. That is another path of cultivation. Instead of purifying the body to have a body of light, this is seeking eternity through a body of death. Devils, vampires, and various undead use this as a means to cultivate. Then going with your words, I think I have an idea of how they cultivate. Dyne smiled. Amaze me, Strafe challenged. The cultivation that I am going through is a type of cultivation that is trying to unite all aspects of my body. You are trying to turn my body into light, and so, I go through this process of absorbing life energy, purging the impurities out of my body, mind, and soul. This is completed through the severing. You want me to sever all death energy from my body. Am I right? Correct. That is the focus of the severing process and your cultivation. This is obviously the path you set for me to become an immortal. But looking at this heart and recalling the Efferet, I think I get it. The way they cultivate is a totally different process. They are trying to turn their entire body into death energy instead of life. And the reason they don't decay is that they consume, devour, and absorb other death bodies to strengthen their own resist the decay. You are surprisingly accurate, Strafe praised. So this is why the devils go through the process of fighting each other. It is to create one powerful cultivator. then the balance of life and death in eternity is very important. One is a devourer, and the other is an abstainer. So this is why there needs to be a balance. The more death and despair that gives birth to darkness, the stronger one side will be. Correct. Devils are easier to produce, but this requires the death of many. However, cultivators of the light are harder, but there could be more of them. The truth is, there is at least a 3-to-1 ratio. For every 3 powerful light cultivators, there is 1 powerful dark cultivator. But the 3 light cultivators can only fight equally against that 1 dark. Of course, there are exceptions, especially for some powerful light cultivators. Me and Calamitous are light cultivators, but we can equally fight against the dark cultivators that could defeat those of our level. But now this balance is being tipped. Someone wants to make the universe create more depth so that it can be devoured. Your enemies want to devour it all and challenge Basilius Basilion. Dyne realized the plan, and he sent you here to handle this mess. Strafe laughed. Yeah, it's all right. He gave me quite a number of good games to play. Dyne laughed. Dyne then began to observe the items he received. While these items are awesome, this orb ought to be the best. Dyne withdrew it, but he was stunned. The mana inside the orb was full. What happened? Dyne was surprised. When you sent it in, it absorbed the mana out of the soldiers you killed. Jito explained as he saw the process. Whoa, that's amazing. How many soldiers? The mana from 1 soldier filled it out. Just 1? Amazing. This means I can finally use the power of the Imaginarium Bond easier. Dyne laughed. The Imaginarium Bond? You can't access much of it. At most, you can only create images and hallucinations. Yes, and that is very powerful for someone like me. I've studied the art of cold reading and warm reading. With this, I can easily confuse and beguile my enemies. Dyne laughed. You mean like a magician? Strafe was confused. He had seen Dyne's memories and knew of the many illusionists, mentalists, and magicians that used laughable means to fool others. But how could it be used for battle? Just watch. I was preserving my man. Dyne looked at the heart and then at Arya. Maybe I can think of a way of balancing death and life. This heart could be something like Jito. I just need to create another life source to balance the two. You're insane. That's not possible. I'm just casually thinking of things. Dyne shook his head. Arya, let's go. We have more to assassinate. Dyne ordered. Yes, my lord. Arya stood up, and the two went away to search for their next targets. Dyne was very happy that night as he went around the rooftops to kill people. He was reliving the game Tenchu, Assassin, and his perfections and desires of the game were rather formidable. So he was going for a no-item challenge and simply used his grappling hook. Arya was also amazed at the wit of his new master as he continued to show her the art of killing. Soon, they reached the house of another of Dyne's targets. Arya, you have to learn how to kill. I can't dirty my hands all the time for the most trivial people. So you will have to do it for me. Even if it costs me my life, I will be your blade. No, you can't waste your life like that. It's not that I care for you or anything, Baka, but a broken blade cannot be used anymore. Yeah. It's like that. Did he just say, Baka? Strafe was amazed at Dyne's awkwardness. Listen, Arya, an assassin has to kill their enemy and not get seen and use the least strength. You just barged into the room and fought. So I showed you how to make some easy kills. But what if the enemy is stronger than you? Like that wizard? Someone like the wizard Abrellum? Please teach my lord. Well, as an assassin, knowledge is the most important. We need to know as much as we can from the enemy. Let's see, here. Oh, Berserker? Does he have that ability to go wild? Dyne asked Arya. Yes, he uses a strange ability to draw out his power. But he fights alone because he becomes so wild that he is unable to control his anger. Anger. Who? So tell me, what do you think is the best way to kill this berserker? I don't know. Berserkers have very strong bodies that even most knights with strong armors can't compare to. Arya frowned. Well, let's play things by ear. For characters like this, we could poison them, paralyze them, or do other things to them. Let's go. Dyne then continued to move according to the location of where this berserker stayed. They arrived at the location where several monk-like characters, which Arya called brawlers. There were also various axe-wielding warriors. Barbarians and brawlers, huh? Sounds like brigandine. Lord Dyne, how can we get past the gates? That's why you need to think. If a spy is here in this place, will that berserker join in on the search? There are other people around, and he can't just recklessly activate his berserk mode. That's true. That means the berserker will stay back and observe the battle. So our goal right now is to draw out all these men. What do you think we can do? We can throw one of the dead bodies of the people you just killed. That's a good idea, but it can be better. We show dead bodies and claim that we found Nabal. That way, the berserker, who is an ally of the group, will ask them to chase him. Berserker needs weapons, right? Nabal ought to be his provider. Dyne explained. Arya nodded, and the pair proceeded to do just that. Ah, help me! Arya shouted as she rushed and stumbled into the courtyard where all the warriors gathered. Koros, he kidnapped Nabal. Help! Arya shouted. This time she was wearing the previous archer appearance she had when Dyne saw her the first time. The many warriors were suddenly alerted. They moved into the alley, where they found Arya running out. There were 3 dead soldiers, and one of which was a barbarian. The guards were alerted. Arya had blood on her chest, and she kept pressing her stomach. Out of the way! Out of the way! Priest coming through. Dyne appeared wearing a priest's attire, but this time, instead of the unranked outfit, he was now wearing a high-ranking priest, which Chantel gave him right before they parted ways. What happened? Dyne asked. Because of his robe and his outfit, it was hard to tell his age. Koros, he betrayed his master. He kidnapped Nabal and took the Flambridge on his own. He also had a powerful gauntlet that Nabal had just procured. He's gone crazy, Arya shouted. A gauntlet? A voice was heard in the room above. Usurfer the Berserker appeared, and everyone was astonished. Men, find Koros and kill him. Whoever succeeds will get a sack of gold as heavy as Koros, Usurfer declared. The greed in the eyes of the various groups could be seen as they moved out. Dyne had already carried Arya under the excuse of saving her. In those quick moments, the soldiers immediately dispersed, and Dyne and Arya had also disappeared and emerged on the many rooftops in their dark attires. Now we know where Usurfer's room is. Dyne smiled. But my lord, even without those men, even my blade can't cut Usurfer. I fear that my lord's ability that he displayed against Wizard Abrellum the Black will prove useless to this man. When there's a will, there's a way. That's why we need more information. Dyne smiled. The two disappeared and moved towards the room of the Berserker. Chapter 154. Broken Sword. Dyne used his soul to detect where the Berserker was. It looks like he went into a secluded room. Makes sense. Berserkers need to practice without anyone in the room. Otherwise, they'd kill those nearby. This Berserker is training? Arya was confused. Makes sense. He can't help in hunting the wandering assassin. And if he is the target and stays in an open area, he might kill people once the fighting starts. Man, these Berserkers really need special treatment in the army. Dyne shook his head. Arya, what do you know about this Berserker? Dyne asked. There really isn't much to tell. As you know, Berserkers is a rare occupation. Not many fighters can tame the wildness. Most become like a depraved beast. Usurfer suddenly appeared in Martzert and began to fight various knights, barbarians, and other martial formation experts wanting to be hired as a fighter. So you don't have any details about his family? No, we believe he was raised in a town far away. He braved the wilderness to reach Martzert. Arya explained. Dyne nodded. The group was finally able to find an opportunity to sneak in as the few guards weren't looking. With Dyne's quick lock-picking skills, the pair immediately entered the room of the Berserker. The room was rather simple, but there was a staircase leading down, which was the place where this Berserker trained. I'll teach you how to lock-pick next time. That's a valuable skill for assassins, after all. Now, what do we have here? Dyne glanced around. He then began to smile. All right, Arya, what things in this room can you use to help us kill the Berserker? Dyne asked. Help us kill the Berserker? Arya was confused. She looked around the room and couldn't find anything helpful. Yes. I don't see anything helpful. Ah, as expected for someone who hasn't played Broken Sword. You need to make the most of every room. Dyne laughed. Broken Sword? Arya asked. Jito was also asking the same question.
Strafe sight.
It's one of his most formidable skills. This insane spy loved the Broken Sword game series that when he began to do covert missions, his fascination and obsession with that game helped him do amazing things in his past life. I'll show you his memories some other time. But basically, the game is rather simple. You use things around you by solving puzzles using whatever items are present. I can't believe he's playing this game now. It might be because of the sudden opportunities to play and relive the memories of those games. He has been playing several since he arrived here. I know. It awakened his Broken Sword obsession. Anyway, let's watch. This kid is rather skilled in the art of deduction. Inside the room of the Berserker were his basic necessities. There was a bed, his set of clothes, and canvas and paint that he used to paint. There were several armors and arm guards in the room, which had various damaged parts. Arya observed the armor to see if there was anything useful among the armor and weapons, but all the items were inferior items, and some even had damage. Dyne noticed the blood smudges on the armor and weapons he used, but they were always on the outside. Dyne checked the inside of the armor and arm guards and noticed that there were no wounds. Arya sighed and shook her head. These armors are inferior. Dyne smiled and took the many armors into his monster hive. Shall we? Dyne offered as he led Arya towards the side. Arya turned his attention to a large portrait of an older man standing near another youth who looked like the Berserker Usurfer. The youth looked quite frail instead of the robust and almost demonic form that Usurfer currently has. There were several other portraits hung up on the wall. There was also a picture of an older woman smiling, another portrait of a young girl, and another picture with an older appearance of the man with the young Berserker. So, Arya, have you found anything useful? Dyne smiled. I'm sorry, Master Dyne, but there is nothing here that can help us kill the Berserker. Arya answered. Really? What can you tell about these portraits? Dyne pointed to the paintings. It looks like it's his family. Correct. Who painted them? Dyne asked. I don't know. Is this important? Very. Dyne smiled. Arya noticed the blank canvas and the few paints nearby. It looks like the Berserker painted them. Arya realized. Does this make sense? Are Berserkers usually skilled painters? Look at the detail of the painting. Dyne pointed. And no, Berserkers aren't painters. They usually are wild and terrifying fighters. They begin as brawlers or barbarians, and when they have reached martial formation, they harness the force energy to activate the wildness aura. Arya explained. Oh, so that's how they do it here. Dyne took a mental note of Arya's explanation. Now, what can you learn about Usurfer based on these paintings? Dyne asked. Arya was at a loss for words. An assassin needs to use every information they can grab on. Could be helpful. Let me tell you this. Based on his painting skill, how long do you think he invested in it? Dyne asked. A long time. He could have been a professional. This doesn't make sense. Arya realized what Dyne was trying to tell her. Exactly. This man must have been a painter, and he's a skilled one at that. We already have seen how the enemy was able to create Arc Knights. What if this Berserker isn't some warrior far away but someone just like the Arc Knight or that wizard? They were weak people who were granted special means to grow stronger in a very short amount of time. Dyne asked. Then, he used to be a painter. Yes, that's why his skills are quite exquisite. And look, this one is recently painted. How can a Berserker find the patience or peace to paint this? This means that his Berserker power is that of the wizard Abrelum. He might have cool items like these. Dyne recalled the orb that the wizard held and the Heart of Darkness. So if we know what this item is, and we can remove it from him, we win? Exactly. Dyne smiled. But what item? It could be anything, but there are more things we can discern in this room. Take a look at the portraits he made. Dyne pointed. Arya took a closer look. Dyne, on the other hand, was shocked as he touched one. This has that same thing that Calamitous Slime had in the book. It's like I can absorb the soul and memories of this man. It'd be a waste to kill him. I better think of a way to save this guy. Dyne smiled. Lord Dyne, aren't these people his relatives? Yes, father, mother, and possibly a younger sister. The fact that he drew them here means that these people are probably dead. Dyne assessed. Dead. Yes, these people may have been the bait he took from the enemy. I think that the person who gifted him the item that turns him into a berserker also fooled him into thinking that King Cyril or his dynasty was the reason why his family died. Now, I have special means for me, but you as an assassin have to use that information as best as you can. Dyne smiled. But how? How can mere words save this berserker? You should know. Didn't you fall for the same trap? Although you found out about Nabal, you didn't know that King Cyril wasn't involved in your family's death. You too have been deceived. Perhaps you can use that as an opportunity to see just what item it is that gives him that power. The more you buy yourself some time, the more time you get from figuring out what item he carries that grants him this power. Unlike his other enemies, which he might have easily trampled, you have a more powerful weapon. I have a more powerful weapon? Arya thought and tried to discern the mysterious words of Dyne. Yes, knowledge. His enemies didn't know that the power he had come from an object. Look for that object and get it out of his hands. You win. Dyne smiled. I see. Arya was amazed. I'll see if I can help you further, but for now, try to think of a way to distract him and buy him time. Use everything that you now know about him and see if you can talk with him for a bit. I'll study the painting if I can get more info about him. Dyne smiled as he held on to the painting. He could see the lingering soul in the paintings that this person made. Dyne closed his eyes and held on to it. Using the method that Calamitous taught him, Dyne absorbed the soul and suddenly began to have knowledge about painting. Various visions and memories of the berserker were also made known to Dyne. I must save him. This guy is really a soul cultivator. Dyne vowed. With a guy like this, I can finally learn painting just like in Star Ocean 2. Chapter 155. Arya's plan. Arya found the chamber that led towards the place where the berserker hid. There was a large lever to the side, which the pair pulled down and opened a small door leading to the bottom. Arya began her descent to the secret room of the berserker. The door led downwards, and soon Arya reached a large dark chamber with several torches. Right in the middle was the large frame of the berserker, who was emitting a powerful energy wave. Arya used her assassin skill Identify, which helped her gauge the power of the person. Martial formation level 1. But this power is so thick. Arya frowned. Who is it? The berserker roared as he felt someone. Arya decided to reveal herself. Unfortunately, the armor and strength of this berserker were so strong that her skills wouldn't be able to wound the berserker. Usurfer the berserker, Arya called out. The assassin. And here I thought I'd have problems looking for you. So you actually came to kill me? How foolish. Why did you kill your family? Arya directly asked the berserker with a cold expression. What? The berserker was confused. You killed your family. I know you did. I just killed Abrelum and Nabal and found strange darkness in them that allows them to harness dark energy from the souls of their loved ones. Monsters like you don't deserve to live, Arya shouted. The berserker's expression changed. Abrelum and Nabal? They killed their families? Of course. Don't pretend to be stupid. I know you know of the darkness of the Arknights formed from Abrelum's magic power. I can sense the same darkness from you. I will kill you and make sure to grant peace to your family. What nonsense are you spouting about? I gained this power because anger consumed me. King Cyril's men killed my father. All because I didn't sell him one lousy painting. Ha 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 ha. Arya began to laugh. You are an idiot. King Cyril killed your father? Are you sure it's not whoever turned you into this beast? I was once like you. I thought King Cyril killed my family. I am Arya Blaze of the Blaze family. I was training to be a rogue in the service of King Cyril's men. But then my family got killed, and I used all of my income to transition my skills to become an assassin through the Assassin's League. But soon I found out that it wasn't King Cyril who killed my parents through Nabal, it was the Serpentari. Think about it, Usurfer. Your family dies, and the Serpentari just happened to have the right object that can channel your rage and anger and turn you into a berserker in an instant. What? The berserker was stunned at her words and could help but reach out to grab something in his chest. Arya noticed it and kept a mental note. Is that where he is hiding the object? I have to confuse him more. Arya decided. Turn me into a berserker? I fought hard and trained hard outside the wildlands to become like this, the berserker argued. You can't deceive me. I've seen your painting. You are a painter of calm and serene disposition. Your father's paintings show how you greatly loved him and how he doted on you and your sister. Is this a berserker? No, this isn't the hobby of someone who could crush a knight's head in combat. I've seen the power of Abrellum and how his precious Arc-Knights become vampires. But I've also seen the power of the kingdom. King Cyril has no means to turn you into a berserker, but the Serpentari has, and they used that to make you one of their strongest lieutenants. Tell me now if you still think that King Cyril killed your family? The berserker was shocked at the words that Arya spoke. He fell into a deep trance as he realized that there was something strange about everything and every event that led to him becoming a berserker. How was it that his rushing out of that place made him meet up with the leader of the Serpentari? But while the berserker was in a trance, Arya acted. She rushed as fast as she could and used her abilities to strike his chest of Usurfer. Clang! A loud sound of striking metal stone echoed out in the chamber. Arya's sword broke as she struck the chest of Usurfer, but she did not give up and revealed other weapons that Dyne had given her. All of Arya's quick attacks were striking at the upper chest region where the berserker reached out. Yet all of these attacks couldn't destroy or remove the object in the berserker's chest. Berserkers were known for the strong and resilient bodies that could even take the attack of a knight without wearing any armor and survive it. But Usurfer was a berserker who was influenced by soul cultivation. His body was not hard due to martial training, but he had into a coat of armor by condensing the darkness fueled with anger into a metaphysical form. Arya's final strike managed to penetrate deeper, and Usurfer roared in pain. Suddenly, the power of the berserker exploded. The rage that drives Usurfer exploded out, and with amazing speed, Usurfer reached out and grabbed Arya. The movement was so fast that her hair got pulled even when Arya tried to escape. Arya quickly slashed with her sword to cut her hair as she escaped. Usurfer ran and pounced at Arya and smashed her to the ground. Bang! Arya's face was smashed on the floor, and Usurfer raised his fist and readied to smash down on Arya. Achilles! A deep and warm voice called out. The berserker was shocked as he heard that voice, and he gazed at the entrance to see a tall and smiling figure. F.A. Father? Achilles was Usurfer's real name, and so, when the figure of his father called this name, it made Usurfer stop. I am but a spirit, son. Even as a ghost, I couldn't live and face your mother and sister if we did nothing to stop you. That lady is correct. King Cyril didn't kill your family. The Serpentari did. The thing that you wear in your heart has corrupted you. Thankfully, that assassin managed to crack in and weaken the seal. And now, the anger can no longer stop you from hearing my voice. The old man smiled as he walked closer. Father? Usurfer wept as he saw his father and moved towards him. His entire body suddenly felt great weakness as he approached. Stand up, son. The reason why the Serpentari killed me and tried to kill you is that we are soul cultivators. People who have the very power to challenge them. I'll kill them. I swear I'll kill them. Not now. I am using this body as a medium to speak to you. Follow his commands after this. For now, I will use the last bits of my soul to change that darkness in you. They gave you the power of the Dark Berserker, but I will use that foundation to give you another power. Trance. Use it well. The old man smiled as a strange deep orange heat appeared on his hands. The old men reached out, and even though the power in the hands of the old man had immense heat, Usurfer didn't retreat but allowed the hands to touch his chest, for this was his father. A bright light flashed, and Usurfer began to convulse violently. Dyne forced Usurfer's body down and kept holding on to his chest as Dyne channeled the energy to purge the darkness. He had learned of the voice and the real name of Usurfer when he began to absorb the soul left on the painting. He witnesses small bits of Usurfer's memories, and Dyne used them all to gain the trust of Usurfer. Dyne kept using the mana orb sent into Jito's soul space to absorb mana from the souls to replenish his spell. As Dyne kept doing that, Strafe watched in shock and finally understood what Dyne meant when he said he could use the Imaginarium Bond easier. That's unfair. You didn't even fight him. Why do I need to fight him? I have a powerful subordinate who managed to chip the strange dark jewel in his chest. I can now send my brimstone energy to purge the darkness inside with the opening. Or rather, the dark lightning. Strange. Wrath is lightning? How did you figure that out? Strafe was stunned as Dyne mentioned a certain detail that only the stronger cultivators knew. The ferret. He was clearly fire but had the power of darkness. I deduced that the elements could exist with an inverse application. Fire is often linked to passion and desire, but the ferret grants wishes and uses dark fire. So I guess that his ability is simple. It is based on the corruption of passion. It's more of an obsession, I guess. If fire is passionate love, then dark fire is a more selfish form of love. And after meeting with the ferret in the soul space, I'm certain it's jealousy or envy. Amazing. You got that perfectly correct. So then you are planning to use your brimstone energy to turn dark lightning into lightning. Yes, that way, I can create a berserker, similar to Evil Ryu in the Street Fighter series. Dyne smiled. Master, I have failed you. Arya tried to stand near Dyne. Drink this. Dyne retrieved several healing potions he took from his pillaging. Arya immediately drank. You didn't fail me. I now have a powerful warrior. If you didn't crack this jewel, I wouldn't be able to do this. Besides, that plan you had to confuse him using your simple words was amazing. It seems that you have easily grasped the purpose of our broken sword analysis. Indeed, through broken sword, I was able to send the enemy into a trance. That is what an assassin should be. Don't just think about swords and daggers and slitting throats. Think about logic, deception, strategy, swords, daggers, and slitting throats. I will keep that in mind, Master. Your hair looks so cute. Dyne mustered the courage to say it. Arya blushed when she heard this. Your kind words honor me. Arya bowed. Because of how she cut her hair, Arya was now looking more and more like that woman in Dyne's past. She drew closer towards Dyne and looked at the pained expression of Usurfer. Master really is amazing, Arya smiled. Dyne was blushing as he could see the gorgeous face of Arya draw closer. Well, you're amazing too, Dyne murmured shyly. Jito and Strafe were shaking their figurative heads at Dyne's awkwardness. Chapter 156. Achilles the Guardian. The process of purging was almost impossible for most people, but Dyne knew what he had to do. He first purged the lightning with brimstone, and Jito used his dark powers to absorb and sift away the darkness of the lightning. As the darkness was being purged, Dyne took out Grim, who was releasing its holy fire. From the flames created, Dyne began to gather the energy of lightning. Strafe watched with interest. If Dyne had already guessed the emotion or drive behind the element, Strafe wanted to see how Dyne realized this. Dark lightning was based on wrath and rage. But what is true lightning? Wrath and rage can be linked to justice, but wrath is the excess of anger. Then its light form will be judgment. Aren't lightning in those cultivation stories used to enact judgment? Cultivators who violated vows end up being struck by divine lightning. This means that this is lightning's real form. Justice and righteousness. No wonder Gala has lightning. Dyne recalled the game of Leia. Vaughn was known for his warmth. In the game, he wanted Meta's help because he wanted to save the world. His love for his village, his love for his mother, and his love and warmth caused it. His alignment displayed his personality. Noah was free as the wind, innocent and wild. Gala was stoic and by the book. He really is of lightning. Dyne used the Imaginarium Bond, and with the mana orb that could refill his expended mana, Dyne imagined and brought to life his sense of justice. Soon, the lightning energy that fueled the jewel was slowly being changed. This man will yearn for justice, and that will fuel his power. No longer will he be wild and unchecked, but his anger will be focused. Justice will guide it, and his desire for justice will help him create that power. Unlike Akuma, who gave in to the dark power, this man will have the power to focus his desire to harness his soul. Dyne smiled. The process took only a few minutes. Strafe was secretly amazed at Dyne's expert use. Amazing. He could easily be a crafter of legacy artifacts. If he gets his hands on various elemental sources, he could even create the materia system of Final Fantasy VII. Strafe praised. The power of brimstone began to also course around the body of Usurfer and helped him break through. The purging of darkness and turning to light gave him a more purified body. Martial Formation Level 3. Arya was amazed. With this artifact, he can easily challenge a Level 4 Martial Formation cultivator. And with Trance, he could probably match a Level 5. Dyne assessed. Arya was amazed at what she heard. A Martial Level 5 cultivator was among the strongest of the strong. Even the Cardinal and the strongest knight of the kingdom were at that level. Now, Arya, it seems that this man will be our ally from now on. Dyne finally stood up as he completed the purging process. But, Master, what if he finds out the truth? Arya asked. What truth? About all our lies? Dyne smiled. What lie exactly? Serpenari is surely behind this based on the dark artifact he has. That is certain. And King Cyril isn't the type to be so petty to kill a man for paintings. The Serpentari has been gathering angry and disgruntled members of society and promised something to them. I am just showing this person the truth. The lies I made were intended to convince them. By the time this man figures out that that person isn't his father, we would probably already know the truth of his death, and he may remain in my services. And lastly, do you think I lied about Jito? Dyne smiled as the dark Ariseru in his arm released a powerful purple light. What is that? Oh, nothing much. Just a death god in my arm. A very weakened death god, but a death god nonetheless. Master is amazing. This god chose to serve you. Frankly, he's quite disappointing. Dyne shook his head. Jito was very underwhelming. He could only do so much, but compared to Dyne, anything Jito could do, Dyne could do better on his inverse element. The harsh insult caused Jito to shed tears once more, and water was created as it slowly dripped from the Ariseru. One drop trickled down to Dyne's hand, and Dyne noticed it. Trying to show off by creating water? Please, those droplets are nothing compared to this. Grim released fire energy. Dyne seemed to have plucked something off and a bolt of lighting condensed in his arms. Show off when you can make something useful like this. Don't show those mere droplets to me. What are those for? Watering plants. Dyne mocked. Jito wept all the more. Lord Teague, why did you make me the Ariseru of this monster? Jito finally complained. I didn't. He defied the fate I set and got you. You were supposed to be that Sangi's Ariseru and follow the memory he showed you in the game. But your past life was pretty horrible. I think you deserve this. Dyne retrieved several healing items and fed them to Usurfer. Arya watched curiously as to what Dyne would do. Usurfer awoke. Are you all right? Dyne asked as he woke up. My body feels bizarre. Are you? I am the medium that your father talked about. He saw the dark destiny you were headed to and pleaded with the Reaper. Dyne pointed back, and the grim and deathly figure of Jito appeared. The Reaper. For some odd reason, this Reaper is quite fond of me and listens to my command. So through his powers and your father's stubbornness, he was able to see you one last time. But your father has passed on. This is Arya. The Serpenari also killed her family. Their goal is to conquer Martzert. Are you going to help them? Or will you avenge your father? Dyne asked. I want to avenge my father, Usurfer shouted. Good, Usilis. Your father gave you a gift. The dark jewel that was bestowed in your chest is something that uses your emotions and brings them out. It's honestly a rather powerful soul object. Dyne analyzed. This jewel uses your emotions and feeds on your soul to constantly create spirit. It's like a solidified power elixir, shield elixir, and speed elixir. Dyne praised. But the drawback is that it covers the anger in your heart. Sooner or later, that would have turned you into a mindless monster. It has begun, hasn't it? Dyne asked Usurfer. Yes, I fall into strange trances. And that's why I hid here most of the time. Usilis, let's call you by that name now. The jewel used wrath and anger to fuel you to power you up. But with my power, I purged it and reversed it. It was rather easy to do since this object has no sentience, and Jito helped me purge it. That item should allow you to harness the power you had but without the wild effects. It will be driven by your desire to enact justice. This kingdom needs to be saved. The Serpentari is deceiving many others and is being toyed with like you. You were fooled into becoming their soldier. And if your father had not had the power to reach out to me, you would have become an evil murderer. Achilles gritted his teeth. He felt great helplessness. A great plan to counter the attacks of the Serpentari is happening right now. My team is planning to kidnap the king and bring him somewhere safe to protect Martzert from falling into civil war. Will you aid our cause? Dyne asked. I will, Achilles answered. Good. Then you will help us. No longer will you be called Usurper the Berserker, but Achilles the Guardian. We will expose the evil of the Serpentari, and the best person to prove it is this Arc Knight. I know of the Arc Knight Gruel. Where is he? Arc Knight Gruel is the head of the Blood Sword platoon. They are in charge of capturing and imprisoning dark mages, bandits, and other criminals in Martzert and the surrounding regions. He has a platoon of 5 powerful Arc Knights as well. Achilles answered. Arya, how do we kill them? Dyne asked Arya. Kill them? Achilles was stunned. We killed Nabal and his swift blade guard, Koros. And then we also managed to defeat you. Dyne laughed. But master, we only killed them through various means. We can't kill 6 Arc Knights with those tactics. Arya answered. Then what tactic could kill them all? If they are all Arc Knights, then I doubt we can sneak in. They should be vampires and would have more keen means of finding us. Dyne answered. Can you fight the Arc Knights? Arya asked Achilles. This is an assassination, and I don't think he can face and kill all if the Arc Knights all revealed their true powers. Dyne answered before Achilles could. Achilles glanced at Dyne and nodded in agreement. Killing them all would be impossible. There are no ways for us to attack them without getting noticed. Achilles answered. Master, can you poison them? Arya asked Dyne. Great job, Arya. Your scheming is increasing. The answer is yes. With everything I've acquired from the temple, Abrellum, and the other herbs, I can poison them. Dyne smiled. Chapter 157. Gruel's Platoon. Dyne, Arya, and with the help of Achilles were able to even more successful assassinations. On their way to the Arc Knights, Dyne killed a few more people. Time was of the essence, but Dyne had a few counterplans to buy them more time to complete the mission through Achilles. But to do so, they would need first to kill the Arc Knights. With all of Achilles' belongings absorbed inside the monster hive, the trio moved quickly. The pair were beginning to see more and more of Dyne's eccentric behavior as he began to dictate who to kill. Some of the people they killed seemed sensible, but others weren't. So, this fat chef has to die? Yeah. Dyne nodded again and gave Achilles the same instruction. But that soldier, who I know is rather wild, and bullies his fellow soldiers, and even took bribes, should live. Again, yes. Hurry! Dyne waved his hands. Dyne could see the destiny of the soldiers and knew which one had a darker and more wicked future. The chef had rather thick death energy around him, while the soldier who took bribes had a strange destiny that seemed inclined to the light. Dyne didn't have time to explain as the group went along. Dyne was happy that he now had a warrior who could equal the strongest known soldiers of the kingdom, but Dyne wasn't relenting or slowing down in his mission despite this advantage. Soon, the group reached the area where the platoon was. Dyne was excited as to what items he could acquire inside the Arc Knight's base. If this were where they hid all such items, it would definitely be more useful to him and his group. This will make his trip back to Leia more beneficial. The plan that they had made was rather simple. Achilles shouted in a mad and angry voice and demanded entry into the platoon's base. Usurper, the Arc Knight Captain Gruel, appeared. I demand entry. This boy has caused me problems. Achilles roared angrily. There was great hate, and a powerful martial power exploded from him that caused Gruel to frown. That boy! It has to do with your secrets. Don't think Abrellum and you are the only ones who know. Achilles revealed the ace that Dyne told him to say. Gruel's expression changed as he heard this. How do you think I can? Usurper asked without explaining the details. The Arc Knight was confused. Why haven't you sought Abrellum? You think I didn't? Haven't you heard that an assassin has entered? Abrellum's missing, Usurper revealed. Gruel's expression became uglier all of a sudden. What? I already informed them. Hurry. You help me. If an assassin is in the midst, we have to find him immediately. The Arc Knight Gruel made way for Usurfer to pass. Fine. Since you already know, I believe there is no harm to letting you in. Gruel's voice trailed off. Usilis immediately moved inside without hesitating. Gruel was silent as he saw Usilis walk, but a trace of suspicion remained. Gruel glanced at another Arc Knight and simply nodded. The Arc Knight returned a nod as if he understood the intentions of Gruel. Gruel followed Usilis into the house. What exactly is the problem? This boy was my experiment. I made him take dark medicine. I know, Gruel. I know about Abrellum, your real power. Everything. Bishop Crone has informed me, and he even offered me 2 options, the Spirit Stone or this. Usilis took out a strange dark pill. What is that? The moment Usilis took it out, Gruel could sense powerful dark energy emitting from it. Something from the other side. Do you know what is happening and what the Archbishop is doing? Usilis asked. Do you? Gruel challenged back. This is an Efferet source pill. Usilis laughed. Gruel's challenging look faltered, and a look of shock appeared. Quick, into the chamber. We cannot stay here. Gruel shouted as he ordered Usilis to move down a secret chamber that suddenly opened up. Usilis carried Dyne in, and they reached into a strange chamber with a dark altar in the middle. Around it was strange runic letters, and the bodies of the dead littered around. Usilis did his best to control his wrath as he knew that countless souls were killed and placed here. Tell me everything, Gruel asked immediately. Bishop Crone is requesting for more allies to get ready. A terrifying battle awaits. This is why he sent me this priest to tell me everything. The Efferet Source Stone is something that can increase the power of a being. He gave it to me and told me to give you several of them. I admit I was greedy. Usilis laughed. What did you do? Gruel got angry. This was something that was supposed to be his, but the stupid Usurfer wanted it. I know what you are, a vampire. Bishop Crone told me to take this but warned me that only a being dwelling in darkness could take it. I wanted it for myself to grow stronger, so I took one and gave it to the priest. And this happened. Usilis pulled the priest's robe over Dyne, and strange black lines were spiraling over his body. Such dark energy. One of the Arc Knights nearby looked in greed. I'll tell you up front, I don't want to become a vampire. That Spirit Stone looks weak. I don't want to share power with a monster, but I also didn't want to become one. So I gave it to this boy to see if it's possible to absorb the power without becoming like you. Killing and drinking blood? Bleh. Usilis made a disgusted expression. Coming from an insane man like you who kills others without cause, your disgust confuses me. Oh, I kill people because they irritate me, but I won't ever kill people for food. You make it sound like you don't kill people to drink their blood. Are you telling me that you go out once a month to seek women who are having their menstruation period to avoid killing others? Usilis laughed. The Arc Knights had an angry expression. But enough. Abrellum is missing. We have to hurry. What is wrong with this boy? How do I absorb the power of the Efferet Source Pill? Gruel shook his head. We don't know. We have never heard of this before, but I assume that only vampires can take it and channel the power. Since Abrellum is out, we can turn you into a vampire. But it might sting a little. Gruel left. No, I don't want to be a menstrual cycle creature. Tell me another way. Teach me how to channel the energy. I am blessed as a soul cultivator. I can use that to channel my power. Sudden, thick energy emerged from Usilis that was causing him to rise in power slowly. The Arc Knights suddenly began to draw their swords. More of the Arc Knights that were hiding also appeared. Gruel made the Arc Knight outside, ready for all their platoon members if they needed to kill Usurfer. Relax. We are allies. I am even here on your behalf. I just showed you my confidence in controlling the dark energy. Just tell me what to do. Usilis laughed as he saw all the Arc Knights. So this is your full platoon. Quite weak. Now tell me how to control the power of this pill. Usilis laughed. We don't know. How many did Bishop Crone give you? We have to test it ourselves first to tell you what to do. He gave me 2. Usilis answered as he gazed away from Gruel. The Arc Knights frowned. They could tell that Usilis was lying. 2? Liar. There should be enough for all Arknights and one for you. Don't lie. All right. He gave me several and even asked me to give one to Nabal. But since he's missing, I went ahead and used one on this boy. You imbecile, give us the pills before you cause more damage. We'll tell you whether or not you need to be a vampire, which is most likely, Gruel shouted. Achilles grumbled and took out several pills in his pocket. There are 5 missing, Gruel shouted again. That's all I have. Usurfer, Gruel demanded. Fine, Achilles took out 5 more pills. But you have to show me how to do it. We don't know how. This is the first time we've seen it. Fine, I'll just observe you guys as you take it. Don't disappoint me, Achilles grumbled as he readied his pill to be eaten. Then Achilles realized it. Oh, why is the dark energy weaker? Should I have not taken it out of that jade case? Achilles wondered. What? You idiot, men, quick, take it, Gruel shouted. And the group immediately rushed to grab the pill as if their life depended on it. They took the pill and began to absorb the energy. It was then the energies went into their bloodstream. Suddenly, the vampires shouted in pain as they all fell and were trying to claw their bodies as the energy invaded their bodies. Achilles and Dyne immediately went to work. Arya had also appeared as she ran down the unguarded room and began to hack and kill the vampires. Remember, we have to make it look like a battle appeared here. Dyne focused on his task on hand and channeled brimstone energy as he readied to destroy the object. Jito, there should be more energy for you. If this keeps up, you could reach level 2 in no time. Dyne smiled as he began to channel the energy. Chapter 158. The Revenant. Dyne absorbed the thick dark energy in the place. The thick death energy vanished, and not a bit remained. Dyne and Jito had already absorbed thick energy in the previous missions, and now he was able to gather more. Dyne wasn't exaggerating his claims. The amount of energy in this room was surprisingly potent. There's something sinister in this darkness. Jito could sense it. This darkness is unlike anything I've ever felt. Even Rogue's Mist is weaker in terms of the pain and anguish in the dark energy around here. While Dyne was constantly gathering the energy, he could feel great anger near him. Strafe. Dyne managed to locate the source of the anger. This is soul torture. They are doing it to mortals. How dare they? Strafe couldn't contain it and shouted. Dyne, the people who were in here weren't just killed. They were continuously tortured and must have been punished to an extreme degree. This is soul torture. It is a way of creating wraiths, vengeful spirits, and other soul beings. Torture, huh? How bad? Very bad. It makes the torture you do to those terrorists in your past life look cute. The aim of this torture is to create such hatred that would give birth to soul cultivators. Ghosts, wraiths, revenants, and other creatures are beings who became soul cultivators through the great hatred in their hearts. That bad, huh? But why are they doing this? They are vampires. They are not only creatures that feed on blood. They can devour a soul. Almost all creatures of the darkness have this. This is how those of the dark alignment cultivate the soul and why it is faster for them to grow strong. While light cultivators improve the strength and power of their soul by endlessly growing it, the dark cultivators devour their way to the top. This is why there are few powerhouses among cultivators, but a single powerhouse could be stronger. These vampires were using that ability to give them a form of power similar to Legaia's spirit art. But instead of mastery of the soul, they thicken it. So the souls have already been devoured? That's strange. Those vampires didn't feel like they have absorbed that many souls yet. It's inside that altar. I can feel it. The souls are placed inside that altar. Jito alerted. Dyne closed his eyes to sense it clearly. It was then that he could feel the raging power at the top of the altar. There it is. Thank you, Jito. You're more useful now. Dyne laughed as he jumped up to attack the altar. Grim sliced through the altar and wrecked it. Powerful dark energy erupted out of it. Jito, absorb as many as you can. Dyne shouted as several black creatures began to move out. Wraiths. Achilles and Arya recognized the creatures. Dyne began to chant the strange chant he memorized from the mages, and the darkness began to quiver. The wraiths didn't escape but were suddenly drawn in by Dyne's chant, and they circled Dyne. Jito immediately acted and began to harness the energy and absorb the darkness. Master Dyne, it's too much. The wraiths will soon escape. I know, but I'm focusing on something else. There is something stronger than these wraiths. You can let some of those wraiths go, but this one, this is ours. Dyne kept looking at the broken-down altar where many souls were escaping. Dyne could sense one particular soul that was stronger than the rest. That's a revenant. It is a powerful ghost. Wraiths are common results of these tortures. Wraiths are wild and confused souls that are driven mad by their pain and horror. But a revenant is different. They are vengeful spirits that have a goal in mind. More dangerous wraiths are the revenant. Revenants have maintained their sentience and consciousness, but their souls are turned dark because of the cruel pain. Strafe explained, "This ghost is strong. How powerful is this being when compared to cultivators? Wraiths are already an abomination. The wrath and hatred that drove their sanity out turned them into souls that have reached soul-wielding stage. It would be similar to a martial novice in strength. But revenants, they are placed in the mid-levels of martial formation experts. So this creature should be as strong as Asilis the Guardian? Interesting." Dyne didn't show any fear but had great anticipation for the being that will appear. Why is Master Dyne so excited? Jito couldn't understand. It has to be that game. Strafe shook his head. Soon, a small white arm emerged from the pillar. The wraiths suddenly flew towards it and began to pull it up, and the figure of a white, beautiful woman wearing a rather pretty dress emerged. "You killed the vampires? Thank you for unsealing me. Boo, I am quite hungry." The revenant spoke softly as she gave a dangerous smirk. Asilis and Arya couldn't see the creature, and only Dyne could. The wraiths began to gather around her as if they were her slaves. "Wait, Amara?" Dyne recognized the girl. This was the girl that Asilis had in his painting. "Amara? You know me?" The girl frowned. She lost her memory? The torture does things to the soul. She has become powerful and become a dark soul that wants to kill and devour. So her memories would sometimes disappear. "Amara? Master Dyne, is she here?" Asilis asked. The moment Asilis spoke, Amara trembled. That voice! Amara felt great joy and sorrow when she heard it, though she did not understand why. Dyne smiled. "Perfect." Dyne raised his arm and activated the Imaginarium Bond. Memories of Amara, Asilis, their mother, and father appeared in their surrounding. Amara was so startled. Her body slowly became more and more visible. Amazing. Such power. She's almost like a Seru. That is a revenant. But now, instead of the darkness of hate, light has been bred and allowed them to have love. This created the phenomenon of being a ghost with physical form. Strafe explained, "I can't believe Gala was right. Love is the strongest power in cultivation." Dyne was amazed. "Amara?" Asilis broke down in tears and ran to embrace his sister. Brother." The memories of Amara surfaced and allowed her to remember her brother. "I thought you were dead. I thought you were all killed." Asilis wept. Amara was startled at Asilis's words. She continued embracing her brother as a great smile bloomed on her face. At that moment, the hatred and anger she carried were being drained as she held her brother in her arms. She could not feel the embrace, but there was this warmth as Asilis tightly held on to her and wept. "You're alive! You're alive! We're together!" Asilis kept crying. "What a coincidence!" Jito marveled. "Not really. Those souls that they killed would make more use in making them this. It's only natural that they would bring the souls of the fallen here to turn them into a food source for the vampires. And Asilis has already shown potential as a soul cultivator, so it's natural that his sister would also have such skill." The altar seemed to be a seal that controlled the souls, but Amara managed to tame all the wraiths there. "She's that powerful." Dyne smiled. "What do we do then?" "She's like a Seru. What do you think I will do? Will she accept?" "Of course. Watch." Dyne laughed. "Asilis, she is dead. She's a revenant now." Dyne finally spoke. What?" Asilis was shocked. "Think. She appeared out of nowhere. This room has thick death energy. You should have already guessed what happened." "No. It can't be. Brother, I am a ghost. Amara simply smiled. No, no, she's here. Amara, you were here. I just hugged you. You can't be dead. As I said, she's a revenant. Through deep hatred and anger, they are powerful ghosts who became far stronger than those wraiths. Look around you. Those wraiths aren't rampaging as they should. Those wraiths even appear to be serving her. She is their master. Amara silently nodded as she looked fondly at her brother. What did they do to my sister? Asilis roared. The power of trance surfaced, and Asilis's might appeared. Amara glanced at her brother and smiled. No tears could fall, but she wanted to cry. Master Dyne, please, whatever it takes, save her, Asilis pleaded. Brother, it's all right. Seeing you alive is enough. I didn't understand until now, but I had great hatred and wanted to gather the power to kill those who harmed me. But it seems that you are fine. I am so happy. Please, let me go. I want to rest. If I continue to live, I will devour and eat humans. So let me die. Master Dyne, please, with that scythe, kill me. No, Dyne interrupted. Listen, little girl. Those who killed you nearly turned your brother into a monster like you. The evil group, the Serpentari, has been killing people and turning them into powerful monsters to conquer Martzert. You and all those wraiths were supposed to be tools for the vampires. They were slowly feeding on your souls, right? Are you going to let that anger and directed hatred disappear? Were you happy to see how strong your brother is now? With the way he is, he could still die. That's how strong the enemy is. Are you just going to depart and leave him like that? He will suffer even more. Dyne challenged. Well, what? It's true. I am Arya Blaze. I am in the same situation as you and your brother. My family has been killed, and I am powerless to fight them. Join us. I am a revenant. I hunger and yearn for blood and flesh. Oh, I have tons of those. Then suddenly, dead bodies appeared out of nowhere. I have some stronger bodies which you can't bite. But these small fries should satiate your hunger once in a while. Dyne smiled. Who are you? Amara asked. I am a Valkyrian, an emissary of the light, and I am here to call you to be my Einherjar. Dyne smiled. I knew it. It was that game. Valkyrie Profile. Strafe laughed. Chapter 159. Exposing the Arc Knight's Secret. Dyne was so happy. He now has his first Einherjar. This romance was practically impossible. But now he has it. Good things happen if we keep believing. So Dyne decided to use this as his new personal motto and abandon the outdated live, laugh, kill terrorists. The Revenant was confused at her words. I am a Valkyrian. I can carry the souls of beings like you, and I am offering you the chance to be my fighter. You can even control wraiths. This is an amazing thing. So join me and help me. Let us fight. Soon. I can even grant you life. Dyne smiled. Master Dyne? Is it true? Asilis asked. Yes, her soul is preserved. While I cannot bring a dead soul back, a powerful soul that does not want to pass on the can, especially with Jito. Hey Jito, you finally have some awesome use. You can store my Einherjar. Jito felt like weeping. He was a Areseru, and all he was good for was transporting and containing dead souls. Amara was confused, but the joy of seeing her brother alive was already diminishing the darkness in her, and she felt like she would pass on as a soul anytime soon. Yet, regardless of her soul cultivation, she was just a girl, and the appearance of her brother and her restored memories somehow began to affect her thoughts and drive. Dyne had noticed it and smiled. The vision before her changed. The dead bodies of Asilis and Amara's father and mother could be seen, and how Asilis was there weeping. Unfortunately, the body of Amara was never found. The sudden change in sight shocked Amara and Asilis. Even Arya felt deep anger rising as the scene was very similar to the deaths of her family. Now, little girl, I'm showing you something your father showed me. Dyne smiled. When he was absorbing the memories in the painting that Asilis had drawn of Amara, he saw this vision. Amara's portrait was very beautiful. Dyne knew that Asilis painted this to the best of his ability to preserve his memories of each member. Amara's painting contained one of the most precise and most vivid memories of the scene that Asilis saw when he found his family dead. Only Amara was missing, and this was even more painful for Asiles. This is what nearly drove your brother insane. Your parents were brutally killed. Your father's soul sought me out and asked me to help. He wanted me to find you. You see, the Serpenari wanted to turn your brother into their soldier. They must have noticed that your brother had the potential to become a berserker. So they chose this rather cruel method. They killed your parents like this for Asiles to discover and kidnapped you. It was assumed that you would be dead, but they never left the body. This was all part of the plan to harness the anger in your brother. Dyne explained. And you are not the only victim. This other woman, Arya, has the same experience. Those that killed your family are the same that killed mine. The wounds, the attacks, and how they were tortured all look the same. If you serve Master Dyne, he can find our killer and punish him, Arya voiced out. But as Valkyrian, I will demand compensation. I will give you the chance to live, but your drive must never waver. You will serve me. Dyne gave Amara an intense look. The scene behind Dyne continued again and again. Amara's expression had turned dark when Dyne changed the vision, and now her anger was at its max. I will serve Valkyrian Dyne, Amara vowed. Good, then allow me to absorb you. Jito, I'm counting on you. Dyne smiled as he walked over to Amara and placed his hands, which had Jito, over her hair. Order your wraiths also to submit. Gather them, Dyne ordered. Yes, Valkyrian. Amara raised her hand, and all the wraiths in the room began to gather. Jito, absorb everything. The darkness here has a strange absorbing power. It's similar to Calamitus's powers. I'm guessing it's the wraith's ability to absorb using their darkness. This could be a good reference for you to learn how to absorb powers and strengthen me. I want you to become a Areseru that can devour and absorb the energy for my own, just like Calamitous Slime can. Dyne ordered. Jito did so without complaining. The power of the Areseru began to devour the darkness that was gathering around them because Dyne did the chant of the wizards to gather the dark energy. The room was suddenly devoid of the eerie darkness. The wraiths and Amara all disappeared. Amara? Asiles was confused. Relax, she's here. Dyne smiled and used his powers to bring out Amara. Amara suddenly appeared, but her expression was ghastly pale. Valkyrian, Amara shouted in fear. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Get it? Dyne smiled and turned to Arya, happy with his pun. Valkyrian, a demon. The demon is inside, and a reaper creature of terrifying darkness. Oh, yeah. I captured an ferret, and as you can see, I was torturing it like how you were tortured. The demon? You caught it? Yeah. What about the reaper? That aspect of darkness. He's this guy. Dyne pointed to Jito. And what aspect of darkness? This guy cries like a little girl. Dyne laughed. Oof. Strafe couldn't help but cringe at Dyne's unfiltered comment. Jito was crying again, and water began to emerge from the Areseru. Anyway, we have to hurry. Amara will stay inside this place. Master Valkyrian, can I not join you out here? Amara didn't want to enter Jito's soul space. You have to go back. You're very powerful. With all your wraiths, you could have killed some of these vampires if you fought them. Because of that, your soul power will get noticed by people. That's why you have to hide. How about this? You're afraid of the demon, right? Yes. Then torture it. The best way to get over your fear is to face it. Jito, you take over. Have her slice that ferret's chest or something. Dyne recommended. All right, Jito answered. Amara, who finally heard Jito's voice, was startled. That was the Reaper, Jito. He'll be like your senior or something. Just call him Senior Disciple. He's my senior? Yeah, he's learning stuff from me, and he wants me to resurrect his beloved. Her soul's in that body of his. Creepy, right? I get carrying an urn or something. But since Jito is a soul being, carrying the dead soul of his girlfriend is like me dragging the dead body of my father around? Way creepy. Jito wanted to argue but couldn't find the logic to match Dyne's statements. Amara finally decided to move inside. With the darkness, the ferret was allowed to recover a bit of his strength, only to be tortured by a little girl. Dyne began to ransack the entire building and took all important items inside. Many weapons, armors, books, illegal herbs, poisons, and the like were found. Dyne took everything while he continued to change the plan of how they would make the massacre of the Arknights work to their advantage. Arya was outfitted with a new armor as they found a unique dark garb useful for assassins. After making the preparations, the group finally initiated the plan. Several knights and monks and other soldier classes of the kingdom were marching around the area outside. The reports of the assassin alerted them as more and more deaths were discovered. What of the Arknights? We need their help. Call Captain Gruller. Sir, the captain is busy. We saw Usurfer the Berserker barge his way here. Usurfer seemed to have carried a dying boy inside. The knight reported. What? Why? We don't know, but it's been several minutes since they went in. Captain Gruller gave orders that we are not to approach, since they seem to have done something that caused Usurfer to get mad. That madman is more of a problem than a blessing. At least the Arknights should be able to resist his insanity. Boom! The main doors of the Arknights building exploded. Wraiths suddenly appeared and gave their loud screeches. Dead, dead, they're all dead. Help! Usurfer ran out in great terror. A figure emerged from the shadows. Wraiths were gathering around the cloaked figure. You think your little vampires can defeat me? The sound of several people echoed out together. It sounded as if a boy and a girl were talking together, but masking their words were the wailing cries of the wraiths. Tell your master, the Serpentari, that our master, a ferret Mephisto, will win this war. The cloaked figure laughed as a bright light exploded out and blinded everyone. The cloaked figure disappeared when everyone managed to recover from the blindness. I have to tell my master. Knights, go. Inside, the Arknights, they have all been killed. That strange being that controlled the wraiths killed them. Hurry, there are intruders in our land. Achilles shouted as he began to sprint away. The knights looked at each other at first and suddenly moved to go inside the room. But some of the people there had a very surprised expression. Someone or something was there to attack the Serpentari. As the chaos exploded all the more as they discovered that all the Arknights were dead, the panic in the castle became even more chaotic. Aside from the deaths of the Arknights, the bodies of these knights that were attacked by wraiths had a body that startled everyone. Along with the Arknight death reports, news spread that the Arknights serving under Captain Gruel and Gruel himself were, in fact, vampires. Chapter 160. Successful Kidnap 1. The commotion at Arknight Gruel's location spread throughout the entire castle. The alarm bells resounded, and everyone was being asked to head to their prepared locations. But the commotion grew worse as many explosions, cries, and reported attacks happened. Dyne had given Bishop Crone instructions to tell the king and his closest allies to fake attacks everywhere to scatter the guards and make it easier for Dyne to move in. A bright blast erupted in the sky as the cardinal unleashed his powerful spells. The burnt and indiscernible bodies of those who received the cardinal's attacks were left, and the cardinal flew in rage and gathered all bishops to help in killing all assassins. Other incidents occurred all over the castle, which made the knights and guards scatter. Because of this, Dyne and his group were able to move unhindered. The addition of the Revenant only made their slaughter easier. One by one, the enemies listed in the scroll that Bishop Crone marked were slain. Some kills became known, while others were kept secret so as not to draw too much attention. Finally, Dyne went for a certain powerful mage of the kingdom. But this time, instead of sneaking in, Dyne went towards the open windows on the top floor and walked right in. The mage was channeling something onto the ground and noticed Dyne. You must be Dyne Valiant, the one that Jaden spoke of. Archmage Zehir, nice to meet you. Dyne smiled. This mage was one of the closest supporters of the king. You've caused quite a havoc in this castle. First was Nabal, then Koros, his bodyguard, the prison chief Derek, the nobleman Skid. Quite impressive, I must say, Zehir praised. He also killed Abrellum, the black wizard, Arknight Gruel, and Usurfer the Berserker is now our ally. We also found a Revenant, and now she serves our master. Arya appeared behind Zehir. Zehir was so startled that he nearly channeled magic into attacking her. But he saw Usurfer the Berserker and a beautiful floating girl. Hello! The little girl smiled and waved. Zehir felt an indescribable fear. He didn't know where it was from. The assassin Arya managed to appear behind him without making a sound. Usurfer the Berserker, a proven ally of the Serpentari, was here, and then, an ominous little girl floated in the air. If the assassin was right, and this was a revenant, it was only more terrifying. Along the way, he also killed nearly 30 guards, archers, and soldiers. He also killed a fat chef, an old man, a death row prisoner, and several demi-humans. Arya reported. She had a rather curious expression at the end. The mage was stunned at Arya's statements. Wait, Abrelum and Gruel are dead. The mage then regained his focus and absorbed the other words that Dyne made. Oh, you haven't heard yet? Well, it makes sense. This place is quite far and you were busy. We killed the entire Arc Knight platoon. Amazing. Zahir was amazed. And these are your allies? Allies? Asilis frowned. The revenant also had a dark expression, and several wraiths were peering out of her body. Zahir was frightened at the sour expressions of the two. My apologies. I didn't mean to offend you. Zahir realized that the two might have had been drawn by Dyne by malicious means such as blackmail. We dare not claim to be his allies. We are but servants to the mighty Lord Dyne, Asilis called out. I am but a slave to Valkyrian Dyne, the revenant also added. Zahir was stunned. Just how did these two serve Dyne? He had seen Bishop Crone and Jaden's passion for serving Dyne. But now, he realized that there was more to the monster, Dyne Valiant. Dyne brought out several dead bodies and started a strange chant. Dark energy appeared, and it covered the room. Zahir was horrified. Is he really an ally? He couldn't help but think of this thought from the malevolent powers that Dyne was releasing. The darkness was strangely attracted to the dead bodies, and it was only then that Zahir recognized the bodies. They are Arc Knights. Finally, Dyne raised Grim, stabbed one of the dead bodies, and burned it. All right, this burnt person has to look like you. Do you have any objects that we can place over this person to make it look like these people killed you? It should be resistant to heat, though. Dyne smiled. I have this metal armband to channel the cold energy, but it's expensive. Zahir glanced at it as if unwilling to part from it. I'll give you a soul weapon like this. Dyne threw Grim, which transformed into a Jamard form. You seem to be an ice user. I guess a gizm will do. Dyne frowned. The look on Zahir grew mad as he saw Grim. So soul weapon. Follow me and I'll give you an ice seru. So leave that unimpressive tool, please. Besides, your allies should be mindful enough to get it knowing that this is fake. Dyne shook his head. I will. I have 3 armbands. Can I get 3 soul weapons if I leave them on this body? Zahir asked with mad obsession. No, Dyne answered flatly, slightly irritated at Zahir's question. I thought Bishop Crone said that the plan was for me to disappear. The wizard reacted. I just learned of something about the world of the Afarits and the darkness that wants to take over this castle. And so, I decided to sow some doubt within the Serpentari. These people tried to kill you. What would the Serpentari think if their men started killing others without their orders? And not just 1 or 2 of their men. What if 4 or 5 suddenly try to kill others? Others will die while trying to kill one of your team, while others will fail to kill the stronger members. If their men suddenly make those strange actions, the Serpentari thinks that there are spies among them. Correct. This should limit their actions in the kingdom further. They will doubt their own. It'll be an interesting show. And trust me, the enemy will believe that there is a traitor among them when I'm done. Dyne laughed confidently. It seems that Jaden's praises about you were very conservative. To think you'd be far more cunning and strong than what he made it out to be. Zahir smiled. Are your belongings ready? Dyne asked. Yes, over there. Zahir pointed to a table nearby. Dyne immediately took everything, including the table. Amazing. That dimensional storage item is indeed a thing of great envy. Zahir sighed. I'll try to make some for you guys when I have the time. Don't know when I can do it, though. I will be grateful for such a gift. Zahir bowed. All right, let's get ready. Asilis, you know what to do, right? I will wreak havoc and injure more of Zahir's subordinates. Asilis nodded. Asilis, the painter? Zahir finally recognized the man called Ussurfer. The Serpentari killed my family and gave me this new identity. If not for Lord Dyne, I would have forever been lost. My sister is also indebted to him. Sister? It can't be. Zahir glanced at the floating revenant, who smiled. All right, we'll talk about that later.
Zahir.
Hold on to me. Arya. You think you can manage to go down without being detected? I will try, Master Dyne. Good, let's head to the next groups. We still have a few people to pick up before heading to the king. The rest should be completing their preparations. Dyne laughed. The group immediately moved. Dyne and Zahir moved from the window. Achilles readied his block as Arya prepared to give him a powerful kick. Bang! The kick connected, and Achilles crashed out of the door. Several acolytes outside were stunned at Achilles' sudden appearance and began to call for the guards. Achilles laughed and threw something inside the room. Boom! The horrifying explosion created a panic for the guards below. Achilles was with an unknown assassin that managed to appear at a critical time and helped Achilles. But while this was all happening, Dyne dropped Zahir on the location, which Bishop Crone said. Several people were already there. Some were the people that Bishop Crone and several others suggested to fake being kidnapped. Jaden and his group were also there. Husband! A woman suddenly rushed and hugged Zahir. My wife. It's good that you believed Bishop Crone. Master Dyne. The king and those who we are to kill requested to fake their spouses and their children's deaths or being kidnapped. It's all right. I expected this. Do you have any suggestions on how we can get this group out without getting noticed? Crone asked. You leave now. We can use another exit for the king and the Swiftblade. Is there another exit we can use, Jaden? Yes, there is an exit through the mountain slopes. It's a secret passage only known to us, his sons. Jaden answered. All right, lead this group out. Chantel, Amorian, Chad, and Ishrith. Protect these people and lead them out. Chantel, use Bishop Crone's identity once you reach the gate outside. As for how you can escape from here to the gate without getting noticed, leave it to my new friend. Amara's head peeked out of Jito. What is that? Chantel, who was among the group, nearly shouted.
A revenant?
Relax, she's my Einherjar. Dyne laughed as he patted Amara on the head. Amara blushed as Dyne did this. Amara, you may need to cause a commotion so that no one can see them escape. Let's meet at that floor over there when you're done. Dyne pointed to one of the windows in the largest building in the entire mountain castle. As you wish, Valkyrian. Crone and Jade, lead me to the other exit. Time to get that Swiftblade and King Cereal, Dyne ordered and immediately set out to move. Soon, reports of a wild revenant with several wraiths attacked the warriors' field. It managed to kill a few more Arc Knights in training as it did. And with that commotion, Chantel's team was able to escape without getting noticed successfully. Chapter 161. Successful Kidnap. 2. The Kingdom of Martzert is a gigantic castle that built itself on the top of a mountain. This was also the perfect escape path for the kings should terror occur. The mountain was generally difficult to scale on the other sides, and the escape route through the mountain's secret caves led to various exits. But the kingdom itself had 3 more castles built on the tall walls that encircled the entire kingdom itself. The east, west, and south castle was guarded by various nobles and families who had supported Martzert since the beginning. As the commotion in the castle of Martzert continued to plummet into more chaos, the 3 castles were also in upheaval. Reinforcements and informants to update the status of what was going on in the main castle moved back and forth. Yet, among the castles, the most worked up and confused was the one at the east. This was because the castle was the main base of operation that seated the Serpentari. They were situated in a large castle on the far end of the town. Although the castle had looked mediocre compared to the mountain castle of King Cyril, the castle had secrets that would shock Cyril. Secret chambers, underground tunnels, a reservoir underneath, and a warp pad. The warp pad was something that the Serpentari kept in good secret as it was the means to move in and out of the castle of Cyril without getting detected. But due to the number of times the warp pad was used, it actually broke. The death of Nabal and Abrellum caused the messengers to flock back and forth, especially since the items of Nabal and the key objects in Abrellum's room went missing. Inside the Guardian's throne room of the Serpentari castle, a disgruntled and angry tall man kept shouting various orders to investigate. Fix it now. We cannot afford to lose more. How can all of Nabal's items suddenly disappear? The tall man roared. Sir, Zihir and the Cardinal have been reportedly attacked. Zihir appeared to have died. Arc Knights attacked him. What? Why did the Arc Knights attack him? We don't know. Our reports indicate that Ussurfer the Berserker had been involved in the attack against Zihir, but other reports saw him fleeing the location of Gruel's platoon. Also, a powerful ghost that controls wraiths has begun to attack the city itself. The entire castle is fighting. The West and the North Castle are now moving in to send their reinforcements. The messenger gave his reports. It was then that another rushed back in. My lord, urgent news. Everything tonight is urgent news. The Serpentary Lord roared in anger. Sir, we have conflicting reports. Some report Ussurfer to have killed Zihir, but we also have reported that Ussurfer was nearly killed in Gruel's Arc Knight building. That's just the report this man gave. If you don't have anything new, get out. We have close witnesses who have heard what the Revenant spoke the following to Ussurfer. Tell you Serpentary Master, a ferret Mephisto, will win this war, the soldier reported. At that words, the Lord of the Serpentary froze in shock. News is circulating regarding the Serpentary and this Ferret Mephisto. What are your orders? The soldier asked. Another, a ferret. Damn it, the Lord of the Serpentary roared. One by one, more reports of the allies of the kings being attacked were reported. But soon, the deaths of the Serpentary spies also were revealed. Dyne, Jaden, and Bishop Crone first met with Usiles and with Arya. The sight of the now calm and loyal Usiles still surprised Jaden and Crone. They couldn't believe it at first, but after seeing him reporting how they completed their mission. And so, several soldiers saw the appearance of Arya as an assassin. There were more knights injured when Arya escaped, and I gave chase. We managed to hide and lead the knights to the south region. Usiles reported. Good. This gives us a better chance of sneaking in without drawing any more attention. With fewer guards near this area, we can create a loud but fake fight in the throne room. Dyne praised. Arya and Usiles made several public appearances and fought all over the place. Every time they would appear, the two would change their outfit. Usiles even used swords at one point so to hide his real identity. And so, reports of assassins and unknown warriors fighting on several areas of the castle occurred. And as the directions were all headed south, more and more soldiers began to move and scan the area. The guards that were near the throne were distracted by the fight. The strongest Swift Blade and Knight of Martzert ordered the guards to stay away and not enter the throne room. They kept declaring that whoever would disobey would be treated as an assassin. With the sudden attacks and the chaos, the knights guarding the king could not help but sympathize with the very paranoid treatment and agreed. With fewer guards now guarding, the group managed to sneak in. They used a secret tunnel that moved to the throne room. With a pull of a lever, a secret tunnel leading to the throne room opened, and everyone finally appeared before King Cyril. King Cyril was a very tall man with an epic beard. My king, this is Dyne Valiant. Jaden introduced. You are Ussurfer the Berserker. That is my Serpentary name. Dyne has shown me the real culprits of the death of my parents. My real name is Usiles, son of the Odyssey, the painter. Usiles introduced. What? You are that man's son. You've changed. The Swift Blade marveled at the transformation. He had met Usiles before and couldn't recognize Ussurfer from the Great Transformation. He follows a different application of the Spirit Stone that Crone went through. Anyway, Your Highness, we have to move, Dyne explained. Those revenants and the wraiths? The king asked. That was my sister. She had died at the hands of the Arc Knights. They turned her into a revenant. But thankfully, Lord Dyne is a Valkyrian and has controlled her. Usiles explained ahead. You controlled a revenant? The Swift Blade marveled. He could see the revenant fighting below and grew worried. Your Highness, the revenant helped Zihir and his family escape. Crone reported. Let's get down to business. First things first, who is a knight that will follow us? That would be me. I am Swift Blade Ardnula. Nice to meet you. All right, for now we blow up this place with this bomb. You are the knight who will stay here, right? I recommend trying to cover up the disappearance of the king as long as possible. Claim that Ardnula turned traitor and tried to kill the king, but you killed him. That way, you can easily jail his entire family or exile them. Make an epic speech that instead of death, the king has decreed exile. That way, you can send them out of the kingdom without a problem. Since Crone will be coming back and forth to report here, he can take Ardnula's family when it is safe. How long will we disappear? The king asked Dyne. Your Highness, it depends on a number of factors. First, our plan is to kill the Efferet that awakened. As already explained, if we do and you return as a hero, it will draw the sympathy and favor of the people of Martzert. I've long noticed that you, O king, are a righteous and loving king. From your supporters to the plots of the Serpentari, the evidence of it are everywhere. I also know that's why the Serpentari could not afford to take over the throne now despite having the power. They would lose more than half of the kingdom. Plots of the Serpentari? Several people asked. Yes, Arya's family, Asiles, they were tricked by the Serpentari and were used to make it look like King Cyril was behind their tragedy. And for Usurfer, if they have testimony from someone who has such tragedy, it would draw the ire of the people to be horrified of your secret atrocities. Dyne explained, so I plan to kidnap you and make you a hero. But at the same time, it would solidify the king's reputation here. How would it solidify the king's reputation? The knight who would remain asked. Dyne, this is Malibus, the strongest knight of the kingdom. It's like this. Melibius will use his authority and threaten those who approach the king. Because we are going to blow this place up, Melibius shall hold whatever sign of authority that allows him to issue whatever commands that make it as if the king said them. He shall hold my scepter. It contains a powerful magic that glows if wielded by someone I ordained. Dyne was surprised at the tech. Hey, Strafe, that scepter. How does that work, as he said? Is that soul cultivation? No, it's mind cultivation. The magic that is in that scepter could be likened to a tool that is activated if the one wielding it knows the password that the king sets. I see. Dyne realized that the king didn't trust him enough and made that lie to confuse everyone about how the scepter should work. All right, once Melibius holds that scepter, he shall act in tyranny. He shall pretend to be mad and wicked and execute people who question your authority. Both those who are the Serpentari or those who are on our side. You want me to kill my allies? Of course, the truth would be you'd only execute those you can identify as part of the Serpentari. Those on our side would only be hidden somewhere. If you are to execute those on our site, talk to some of them and have them fake their disappearance. And then leak rumors that you have been secretly giving orders to kill those who question the will of the king. Why would I do that? Melibius asked. A sudden change in the ruthlessness and orders of the kingdom will make the people uneasy. The Serpentari will be suspicious and would make claims that Ardnula was the one who tried to have the king and you are the traitor, which is our intention. Once that happens, the Serpentari will try to gather the people and claim that this is not how King Cyril is. They will remind the people of King Cyril's kindness and compassion and put the king on a pedestal. And that's when we return. Jaden realized it, right? We don't know just how many more tragedies they have caused and prepared to attack the honor and reputation of the king. That's why it would be best that they try to fix it for us. That sounds amazing. The Serpentari will assume that I'm dead because of my disappearance. Right? Amazing. Video games. Dyne answered honestly. Let's go. Let's complete this last kidnap and be on our merry way. Dyne laughed. And so, the Night of Terror drew its conclusion as an explosion resounded in the throne room, drawing shock and fear to all men of the kingdom. Chapter 162. The Armies of Tristram. The castle fell into chaos with the consecutive, diverse, and mysterious attacks and assassinations. The chaos peaked when the cardinal fought the Arc-Knights and declared a holy purge as he sensed great darkness in them. Melibius went out in anger and began to take over the command and ordered the execution of several key individuals he was suspicious of. These officials were a mix of those who were secretly supporting the Serpentari and allied with the king. The upheaval in the castle was great, and the entire kingdom of Martzert was all roused to take action. But as that was happening, a group of people had successfully left the town through secret entrances and waited for the arrival of Dyne. Soon, the bushes began to rustle, and everyone waited in expectation. Finally out of that castle, Dyne laughed. Master Dyne. Lord Dyne. The group called out. Crone, Jaden, and Ardnula appeared. Soon the king emerged. I can't believe we pulled this off. An amazed Chad sighed.
Sulright, gang.
I hope our horses are ready, Dyne asked. We managed to secure several caravans. Ever since the rising factions, we have already prepared an escape plan for our group. Ardnula explained. Good. All that's left is to move out. Master Dyne, how will we go back and use the portal to head towards that forest? Are we going to attack them? No. It would be too suspicious if we attacked it. We still have to make it look like the enemy isn't us. If we attack that portal, then the Serpenari might suspect the involvement of those allied to the king. Then how are we going to pass by if we don't attack it? Ardnula frowned. He will attack it. Dyne pointed to the king. What? Everyone was shocked. Relax. Not him personally. His army will. My army.
Con.
You said that all the knights are buried in that cemetery. Correct. The catacombs of heroes. Yes. It's clear that His Majesty Cyril is a very charismatic and powerful king, but His Majesty has not yet attained the full potential of his power. Dyne smiled. Let's go. I'll explain along the way. Dyne was so excited that the group couldn't understand why he was so perky and jumped from one place to the next. Soon, Dyne explained his plan. What we need to do is attack that place with a powerful force full of great darkness that the Serpenari will think another Efferet has plotted to take over the land. Make no mistake, the Serpenari have been trying to minimize the casualties in their plot to overthrow your kingdom. They want the people, the knights, everything because they will soon be fighting another army of Efferets in a distant place. Then you plan to have Amara attack them? Asilis asked. No, it would be dangerous for her to do so. She needs allies, allies of darkness. Dyne smiled. Then, could it be me? Crone asked. He could control the monstrous ape form and could fight. With the two of them, it would have been possible for them to deceive the Serpentari. Against numerous knights? Dyne challenged. I could join, Asilis offered. We could all join, and then we could also have Master Dyne control a group of zombies. I heard from the rest that you could do that, Arya added. When she met up with Crone and saved the king, the long trip leading out of the castle was mainly spent on Dyne explaining more of his abilities, as reported by Jaden. And so, the stories of how Dyne had summoned zombies. That would work and was actually my original plan. But the zombies I make are weak. I can't control them as well as I want them to. Not to mention that base has a lot of mages and powerful warriors. We need more men that are strong enough to fight. Our goal isn't just to sneak in, but we are to subdue the entire portal and make it ours. That way, the Serpentari won't attack it. Then where can we find more monsters and creatures that we can use to aid us in the fight? There is such a place, and if all works well, we can gather an army. Dyne laughed. Raise an undead army? Everyone was shocked. A skeleton army. Dyne corrected and then continued to explain more of the details. Dyne had huge trust towards Basilius Basilion. With such precise arrangements, he naturally assumed those other elements of the games revealed to him would be the same. And so, Dyne assumed one thing. King Cyril is definitely King Leoric of the Diablo series. And in that game, he is a man of great potential and power. King Leoric of Diablo fell into madness when Lazarus kidnapped his son. But even though the Mad King was crazily killing people, he still had many loyal men. And if Dyne were right, a certain knight would be among those that Dyne could call to become one of his Einherjar. Originally, the plan to raid that place was to use Bishop Crone's monkey form aided by some cloaked stranger. But now there is a chance that we can do this, thanks to the dark, powerful artifacts that we got from that Abrellum. He has the powers of summoning and bestowing death upon people. With Jito and my genius, I could use that and apply it to the bodies of these skeletons. Dyne concluded. Me? Summon a skeleton army? Cyril was bewildered. But summoning the dead will bring ghastly powerful creatures, Ishrith argued. Although she believed that if Dyne brought this up, it would definitely be possible, her hesitation was placed on how to ensure the control of these dark creatures. That is right, Master Dyne. Playing with ghosts and ghouls aren't things that we should meddle with, Crone added. It was then that Amara's head peeked out of Jito. She had already returned and found Dyne through her connection. Everyone was silent. The appearance of a revenant made most of their arguments false. I can help Valkyrian in controlling any restless and rebellious spirits, Amara promised. Right? Amara's addition was the last part that convinced me to pursue this route. I was afraid of fighting an army of skeletons. But with someone who could tame any spirits by my side, it'll be easy, Dyne assured. You're certain you can do this? Cyril asked again. I have a few weak souls in Jito. Wait, where are they? Amara, you turned them into your minions. Yes, they are now my whites. Whites? They went down a level? Dyne remembered that whites was the unupgraded form of wraiths in Heroes 3. I dispersed the energy of my wraiths and divided them to all souls. With their power, they can possess a corpse and have it fight too. This is all thanks to the help of senior apprentice Jito. Amara confirmed. Jito was quiet, but the pain of a distinguished Ariseru such as himself to be referred to as senior apprentice by a revenant felt so weak that he wept once more. Dyne wiped the water off the Ariseru, annoyed at Jito's strange hobbies. Well, at least he's smart enough to teach you something. He's supposed to be some master, but I thought him more than he thought me, honestly. Lord Teague, was I evil in my past life? Jito wept at Strafe. Actually, yes. You deserve this. Please kill me and let me be reborn as a Lipian, Jito begged. Ignoring the conversation that only Dyne could hear, Dyne then explained the rest of the plan. Once we manage to ally with them, we will have to make them march at a slow but noticeable rate. Martzert must notice this, but since the castle is in chaos, they won't attack but put up defensive measures. And this will allow our skeletons to ignore them and attack that location where the teleportation pad is. But Master Dyne. Cyril was now uncertain how to call Dyne. If what Dyne claimed was true, he knew well that he shouldn't disrespect Dyne if he could raise an army of undead skeletons. Everything you said was something involving you and these artifacts you said you acquired. But why did you say that it would be through me? Cyril asked. Because we aren't going to follow the same tricks of resurrecting them and making them fall into my control, but yours. King Cyril, I can see just how loyal your knights are. Serpentari's betrayal is not caused by disgruntled countrymen of Martzert, but was seduced by the dark powers of the Epherites threatening this planet. Through my powers, I can summon their resting souls. And once that happens, you convince them to join you. Dyne explained. Summon them? The horrors that have plagued this world are quite powerful. I have a way to show them and convince them of that. And most of all, the atrocities that plague the kingdom is full of betrayal and greed. The loyal knights who have made their vows will be enraged when they learn this. We have here Arya, Asiles, and Amara, who are victims of the plots that yearn to smear the legacy of King Cyril. Those knights will rise and follow you, O king. Cyril was silent. Secretly, he is horrified. My king, the time for kindness is not now. If you truly love your kingdom, you will pick up the sword. Or, in this case, the crown. Other kingdoms that are paradise and sanctuary level are corrupted by Epharites and other beings of horrifying might. Will you be the kind but weak King Cyril of Martzert? Or will you be a king of great power that will vow to protect his kingdom? Will you be the Skeleton King? Leoric of Tristram, Dyne encouraged. Skeleton King, Leoric. The group was amazed at such a domineering name. Meanwhile, Strafe was face-palming himself. What a weeb! Chapter 163, Waking the Departed Heroes. The Catacombs of Heroes were located on another mountain about an hour's march from Martzert. The Catacombs of Heroes was a battleground between Martzert and 3 other mid-level cities that rose in power together. The decisive battle determines who would be the powerhouse within the region. The battle was a trick as the 3 cities worked in unison to deceive and lure one of Martzert's army by surrounding it. A powerful spell that created a wall that surrounded Martzert's army entrapped the army, and the 3 armies attacked through 4 gates and attacked at all sides. But by chance, Argon Martzert, grandfather of Leoric Martzert and who later became the first king, urged Martzert to fight and keep fighting until the other armies arrived. The 3 mid-level cities thought that they could eliminate Martzert before the reinforcements arrived, and because they failed, they ended up being routed as Martzert's reinforcements surrounded them. At the end of the battle, only 8 men from Martzert's original army survived the ambush. To honor the knights that had died that day, a powerful and great magic was used by sacrificing the captured soldiers of the 3 mid-level cities. The walls that were created became the foundation, and the kingdom built a hill on it. This became the burial grounds of the most powerful and brave knights of Martzert. The journey was fast for the group, and they reached it in less than an hour. Dyne was excited to see the grounds. "Lord Dyne, if I may, what if the souls are gone?" Jito asked secretly. This was one thing that he pondered. Why hadn't the souls left? Unlike Leia, where the souls journey to the Genesis tree to reach Nora Valley, this planet has a different process. But this planet feels weird. The souls stay longer than they should. Look at what happened in that cave where the Efferet was being called. They had slain so many, yet the souls still stayed. Dyne explained. "I knew you noticed it."
Strafe side.
"Yeah, something is wrong with this planet. But it makes sense. The enemies and traitors want to increase death energy, so they have to stop the cycle. As Strafe explained earlier, souls journey to the core of a planet to begin the yin and yang cycle. It might be these Efferets doing it or something more malevolent. Technically, it only happens with a region. There's a dark spell that affects the ground, and this entire area has that same spell. But this spell would have sacrificed the life of nearly 5,000 people." Strafe explained. "Regardless, it allows us to have an advantage of raising a loyal skeleton army." Dyne laughed. As they neared the entrance, King Cyril asked how to deal with the people guarding the tomb. "There is a group of soldiers always tasked to guard the entrance to protect it from tomb raiders," Crone explained. "I don't think we need to fight them." Dyne shook his head. "You call it the Catacomb of Heroes since it holds the most powerful and loyal knights of the kingdom. If I'm right, those that remain here are those loyal and powerful. The Serpentari or those demons won't have much use as the souls in this tomb may be like Amara." Dyne explained. Lacadan managed to resist the curse of King Leoric and Diablo himself. If Dyne were to follow the principle, it is possible that the souls here would follow that route. Hearing of their heroic tale, Dyne knew that these knights were loyal to Martzert. "I suggest that the king just present himself there. That will give us a few more soldiers that can act on our behalf if we succeed in resurrecting this skeleton horde." And so, the king presented himself to the few people who were standing guard over the tomb. A small patrol of strong knights guarding it, and when Dyne noticed that everyone's fate seemed positive, Dyne decided to let the king show himself to the men. The group of knights bowed before the king and were shocked at the news of what they had heard. Soon, the group of people ventured into the deep room and found the many tombs of great warriors. In the very center of the hall were 3 giant statues of 3 men. The statue at the center was the most recent statue as it didn't look old. It had a great tall posture, and the statue depicted a tall warrior with thick armor and a very impressive helmet on his head. "Who is the one in the center?" Dyne immediately asked. "That is Lacdaganon, the strongest knight to have ever lived. He died a few months ago and slew a group of powerful beasts that attacked the king during our return from a skirmish against another mid-level city up north. The beasts ambushed us, and our armies were weary from fighting and marching. We didn't expect something so strong to attack us," Ardnula explained. Dyne immediately noted that the name sounded familiar and could be linked to one of the strongest knights of King Leoric in Diablo, who was able to retain his sanity. "Lachdanen," Dyne smiled. He was right. This place has that knight. Lachdanen was a powerful knight who the characters of Diablo soon meet. When King Leoric cursed him, he managed to retain his will and hid. When the characters of Diablo meet him, he asks them to find an elixir that he could take to cure and kill him and free him from his curse. He was a powerful warrior and the rival of Melibius, Ardnula explained. He is also one of those tricked by the Serpentari. Near his death, he claimed he suspected that the king was the cause of killing his child, who had mysteriously died earlier on. So he declared his great hatred to the king but held on to his honor as he fought those monsters. Zihir added, "Oh, there's such a story. This could be the reason why the Serpentari has not acted. The monsters they sent were as strong as Bishop Crone's monkey form." Jaden added, "I was there during Black Dagonon's fall. He took on 7 of those beasts and killed all but at the cost of his life. Amorian continued to explain. I see. So the Serpentari lost a lot. And that knight Melibius is as strong as Lacdagenon. They are evenly matched. But Melibius claims Lacdagenon is stronger. Cyril smiled. As Dyne listened to their tale, Dyne was certain that he wanted such a knight to be his Einherjar. All right, I'll see if what I plan is possible. Dyne finally acted. He took out the various objects he acquired from the Mage Abrellum. It was a small coffin that Dyne was certain had the powers of a devil. He also took out the power responsible for turning the knights into undead. The Heart of Darkness and the artifact that Dyne called the Amulet of the Undertaker because it looked like the artifact in Heroes 3 were revealed. Amara, I want you also to help. Jito, show yourself to be a good senior apprentice. Then, as I chant, call out to the souls in this place and tell them their king is present. Dyne ordered the two. He then turned to Jaden. Jaden, I will use the power that I showed you back then. It will gather the souls. I gained some new powers and will be using them to help me show the memories of what I saw to convince these souls of the truth and try to match it with your story. Please speak to the knights. Me? Jaden was confused. Why not have King Cyril speak? Lacdagenon is here. His soul might have mingled and chatted with other souls. They will not believe the king if Lacdagenon has made known Cyril's treachery. But they might listen to the heir. Tell them your real identity and the plan to turn the kingdom against them. Right now, the king may not command their trust. The dead souls know of Lacdagenon's fate? How? I don't know. They probably can communicate with one another. But I've never been dead. Ask Amara. Dyne shrugged. Amara was already looking at Crone. Mighty Revenant, do dead souls do that? Crone was amazed. We do, Amara confirmed. It isn't like talking. But souls are a manifestation of memories. The emotions we feel are communicated. The whites are souls that haven't gained sentience. And so they follow my commands through my emotions. Sir Lacdagenon's hatred and pain may have followed him here, Amara explained. But while everyone was processing the fact that departed souls gossip, Dyne began to give his last instructions. All right, everyone focus. Jaden. Immediately, Dyne began to start a chant that made everyone fall silent. This is the chant that Lord Dyne used to create undead, Jaden explained to the rest. Move back, Chad also called out. As Dyne was chanting, dark energy began to enshroud the place. Dyne held on to the two artifacts and used them. With his soul control and Jito's presence, he could sense the numerous souls present. The Amulet of the Undertaker's effect caused this, and through it, Dyne could feel he could communicate or arouse the emotions of a sleeping soul. And then the other power worked. The Heart of Darkness was the object that resurrected the vampire Cain in the PS1 game Legacy of Kain. Dyne knew that it had some powers that could resurrect a person to some extent. So, although it would be very weak, the small powers rushed out and slowly made the sleeping souls gain temporary life. Amara suddenly acted as she used her dark powers and triggered the whites to rush around. Who disturbs us from our sleep? A malevolent voice echoed out of the dark tomb. Chapter 164. Convincing the Ghosts. The awakening of the souls was shocking. Most of the beings at Strafe's level would be amazed at how Dyne succeeded. But Strafe himself was unimpressed. Rather, he was already used to this insanity of Dyne breaking the norm. The dark energy that Jito was channeling from the chants gave all the souls a chance at having a temporary physical form thanks to the increase of darkness. But this power could not be used constantly, and Strafe concluded that Dyne couldn't create an undead army. Is he planning to use the king to spur the emotions of these ghosts to take physical form? What exactly is Dyne banking on? Strafe couldn't help but wonder. Slowly, more and more apparitions of ghosts began to appear in the hall. The scene frightened almost everyone, except a few, which included Amara, who only glared back at the ghosts. It was then that several familiar figures that some of the knights noticed appeared. They were knights who served the former king and were old enough to sever King Cyril during his earlier reign. King Cyril? One of the ghosts called out. It is King Cyril. Another ghost identified the king. Suddenly, a mighty wind began to blow, and several figures began to apparate. King Cyril, I have served you and fulfilled my vow while I was alive. Do not blame me for this insubordination now that I am dead." An angry and ruthless warrior carrying a large battle axe appeared. "Demikas!" Ardnula recognized the warrior. The king stood still and didn't retreat from the angry charge of the barbarian Demikas. But then, boom! A powerful heat appeared around Dyne, and an image of a terrifying monster appeared behind him. It was the Ifrit. "Demon!" the barbarian exclaimed. Dyne continued to chant but had glanced at Jaden. Jaden remembered Dyne's orders and stepped forward. "Knights, warriors, and mages of old, this is the monster that is attacking Martzert." Jaden began. "I am Jaden Martzert, son of King Cyril Martzert." The sudden declaration drew curious gazes. Even the barbarian paused and glanced at Jaden, who stood in front of the image. While they hated the king, their honor and vows as defenders of Martzert demanded that they respect any future ruler. The sudden appearance of Martzert and how King Cyril did not deny that he had another heir also caused the group to be curious. "I am not my brother. You know that the real heir to the throne is my father's royal son, born to the departed queen. But I harbored no desire to claim the throne but served before it. I even made the same vow that binds you. I am a knight of Martzert first, and a son of my king, only second," Jaden declared. "But I almost died saving my brother. And if it were just from mere men, it would have been possible." The vision changed, and it showed the many Kong apes and the bodies of dead men. Soon, the dead men rose due to the wicked darkness in the entire cave. The scene amazed the group. The wickedness of this group has created various lies that have plagued many. Even some of you were deceived. They laid up the evidence that showed the wickedness of the king, although there were no such acts. Before you are Arya Blaze and Usilis Homer, son of Odyssey Homer, the renowned painter. See how the powers of the darkness corrupted the man to be a berserker. See also the power that controlled Bishop Crone. Crone nodded and used the power to become a large ape-like monster. "Monster! Those are the monsters that killed him," one of the ghosts exclaimed. "He was one of the knights that fought alongside Lacdaganan and died protecting the king." The monstrous power disappeared, and Crone was once more in his human form. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted. The entire cave trembled, and a tall, strong figure emerged in front of the group. "Lacdaganan!" Ardnula recognized the form. "I knew it," Dyne thought to himself as he continued his chant. The martial cultivation of the man was so strong that it affected everyone in the room. "If I can get him back to his body, I'd have a good ally," Dyne thought to himself. "Those monsters, they are?" The figure ignored all surprised gazes and asked Jaden. "My master Dyne." Jaden called to Dyne as he felt the great pressure of the powerful knight standing before him. The vision changed to their battle against Crone's first transformation. We defeated this monster, and through Master Dyne's power, we managed to revert him. You said that we were fooled and that these people were deceived and used," Lacdaganan asked Jaden. "I was tortured and turned into a revenant," Amara spoke as she moved forward. Many whites appeared out of Jito and encircled Amara. Each of these souls was tortured. "Lord Dyne, please show them the scenes of the Ark Knights," Amara requested, and the scene changed to the inside of Gruel's platoon. Amara and Usilis told their tale, and the horrifying image of the dead in the darkroom appeared. The gore and blood that appeared even made Gregory faint. But of all who grew angry, none was angrier than King Cyril himself. "This is my kingdom? This is the horror that has been happening," he cursed as he watched on and listened to the tale of Amara and Usilis. Arya also stepped forward and introduced herself. Dyne revealed the vision of his fight against Nabal and the Swift-Blade Koros. Then later, the image of Abrelum was also shown, and this revealed the horrifying truth about the Ark Knights. Crone and Gregory had the ugliest expression upon learning of that fact. "Those missing people reports." Gregory was the one who would offer prayers for the people who had been missing for several days. He knew the number of people that went missing. Those attacks outside the town, was it this? Then the destruction of the other towns by the monsters. It was all to feed these vampires. Ardnula grew angry. "You have all been deceived. An evil work is being done in this country. People are dying and being offered to these monsters." Jaden finally added, We come here before you, O knights, warriors, and mages. Because of these threats, we call you to your oath. You promised to serve Martzert when you were alive. But our enemies are of the dead. Will you stay slumbering while the Serpentari and the demon Ifrit devour this place? They might soon come after you. Dyne then showed the vision of the Ifrit once more. But Dyne didn't show how he managed to hack and wound the monster, but revealed the unworldly magic that Archbishop Lazarus used in the cave to call the Ifrit. It was then the vision changed once more. This vision shocked everyone as they were horrified at the scene of zombie hordes rushing out and devouring people. The people in this vision had a strange attire. This is our future, Dyne finally spoke, as he could see that the horror and anger of the souls grew intense. He didn't need to aid it by chanting. This is what will happen soon. The Ifrit will rage and devour and send their zombies not only in the scattered kingdoms but all over this planet. It shall reach the kingdoms beyond this continent, and it will not only end on this planet. The group watched in horror. The buildings in Dyne's vision were so strange and yet so amazing. But even the amazing powers of these kingdoms could not defeat the monsters that attacked. Strafe, however, was watching with his mouth wide open. Jito was confused. Where did this vision come from? You showed them various zombie movies and series? Strafe exclaimed. Dyne had shown them scenes from his favorite movies. Zombie movies where hordes of zombies would rush at people. Scenes of an army of skeletons from various fantasy movies he watched. Horrifying and bloody videos from the many PS4 and PC games that he could only watch online all appeared. Dyne used all of these memories to paint a horrifying vision. Gregory fell to his knees and began to tremble. Stop! Please stop! Gregory was horrified. Strafe then realized what Dyne had been doing. You're leaking the Ifrit's power. Of course, this is the best way to harden the resolve of these slumbering knights. They see a vision and feel the aura and wickedness of this Ifrit. It's the perfect plan. Dyne answered as if it wasn't a big deal. This is the fate of the world. King Cyril, it will start with your kingdom. Dyne suddenly approached Cyril. Who are you?
Iam Valkyrion Dyne Valiant.
Messenger of the gods. I was sent here to stop the growing threat to this planet. Make no mistake, King, there is so much more at stake here. This planet will soon collide with another. Defeating the Serpentari and its hordes is but the start. So I ask you again, will you be this weak king, or will you fight? Your son is now being held inside that cave where Jaden came from. He will be the body that will carry the demon Ifrit, and his soul will forever be lost, burning in the fires of hell. And you couldn't find the strength to save him. Dyne began to challenge. Strafe was confused at Dyne's sudden rebuke. What? Archbishop Lazarus played you like a fool. Your servants stepped on your dignity and mocked your son. They even made him a vessel of a demon. And if I weren't there to save Jaden, he would have died too. You are a useless king. Look around you. The first thing the barbarian ghost did was attack you. That is how much you are worth to them. And frankly, the kingdom is dying because of your weak will. Dyne shouted. Everyone was confused. No one expected Dyne to insult the king suddenly. Jito, is it ready? Dyne asked. Jito took out a very small portion of the Ifrit's soul. But, have a way, descend to darkness, descend to madness, King Cyril. You have that power. Dyne smiled. Jito's figure appeared behind him. Are you brave enough to take it? Dyne then reached out his hand, and the small soul of the Ifrit appeared. The room grew hot as the soul appeared. Everyone took a step back. Emera recognized the power and wondered what Dyne was planning to do. Chapter 165. The Darkening of Cyril. King Cyril looked at the strange wisp of light that Dyne held in his hand. He could feel the madness, the dark desires that emanated from it. He was already angry at the revelations of what the enemy did. Yet he was a king who loved his people, and the Serpentari was doing everything to turn his loyal servants into traitors. Even Lacdaganon was one of the knights that King Cyril loved, and yet here he was cursed in his death. The knight hated his king even without him knowing. And now, who knew just how many more have been wrapped in the great anger and depravity that the Serpentari offered? It was a cruel way of turning the kingdom away. The king had also given great support to the Serpentari since it started. He had given no reason for the Serpentari to hate him, and just because they wanted power, they used despicable means as if he was the person who killed their family. Deep within King Cyril's heart was a passion for love. But beyond that passion was secret selfishness. He wanted and yearned to be that king. His selfish and prideful desire was to be a person loved by his people. And this was the one thing that the Serpentari was trying to uproot. Dyne had learned of this in the conversations he had with the people. The more he met and talked to the king's other servants, the more he confirmed the direction and passion of the king. The eyes of destiny helped Dyne pierce through the mystery of the king's life, allowing Dyne to ensure the way for the king to fall into depravity. The Ifrit was a being of dark fire, and fire was passion. Dark fire was the twisted passion that could turn a man from an average idealistic person to a rebel, a terrorist, or an extremist. What say you, King Cyril? Your kingdom hates you. You only have a pitiful amount of soldiers. The ghosts and souls of the warriors who vowed to protect you and to whom you showered no maltreatment hate you, and even Lacdagenon has cursed his oath to end his servitude towards you. The kingdom is the same. Take this power, and you will have that power to restore order to Martzert. I want that power. King Cyril roared and reached out for the wisp of soul in Dyne's hand. The moment he touched it, a strange power surged into King Cyril's body. King Cyril screamed in great anguish as the fire raged within, and it began to corrupt his mind. Cyril fell to the ground and began to toss and turn around. Dyne witnessed it and smirked. No one interferes. This is the king's tribulation. This is his choice. Dyne shouted, and the men nearby halted. What did you do? Lacdagenon asked Dyne. What did I do? You did this. You all did. You bore ill malice to him instead of doubting the king and trusting him. It is because of weak knights like you that the king has lost his supporters. The few that supported him all had their doubts. They must have been fed lies but chose not to believe them, and now the kingdom will slip away. King Cyril is forced to make this decision because of your unfilial attitude, Dyne shouted. The ghosts around them were silenced at Dyne's rebuttal. The king shouted all the more as he heard Dyne's word. The anger in his heart was made stronger. Dyne was right. Had he not given the kingdom a huge reason to doubt the lies? Were his actions insincere? What's going to happen? Jito couldn't help but ask Dyne. The darkening of King Cyril. The soul of the Ifrit is weak. Even that small soul was purged with brimstone, so its corruption is not strong enough to make this king mad. But it will awaken his true power. True power? Jito and Strafe asked together. I've been working with the mindset that King Cyril will have the same potential as King Leoric in the Diablo game. Through that, I did inductive reasoning. What specific key element will King Cyril have that can help him have the power in the game? The Ifrit could have bestowed or twisted Cyril, Strafe guessed. I thought that too. Except for the plan that the Ifrit followed wasn't that at all. The clues are found in the actions of the enemy. The Ifrit knows something. It had the power to acquire the kingdom by assassinating the king. But it followed a long-term, slow, and excruciatingly painful plan in slowly wilting down the alliance of King Cyril and chose to plant sows of discord to make those loyal turn from the king. But I thought they did that to minimize losses. Partly. The Ifrits that are here are racing against time and resources. They have to hurry. It's easier for the Ifrit to forcibly take over a kingdom, eliminate the rest, invade other towns, and recruit more men in their invasion. But this was not the path it chose. In short, it valued King Cyril. And since Basilius Basilion had shown us that the games I love exist here, King Leoric, who could raise an undead army, would be why the Ifrit valued him. Then King Cyril has a secret bloodline or condition. Strafe realized it. That's right. Of course, I don't know what specific bloodline it will be. A summoner's blood. The king's bloodline is descended from a sprite and human, and Cyril is a particularly talented descendant. A summoner? The best way to explain it is through Final Fantasy IX. Remember Garnet and Eiko's bloodline? Similar to that, King Cyril has a means of communing with the spirits. Through vows and contracts, they invoke the power of various spirits, sprites, and other beings. But how will that help him be a death knight or a necromancer? Summoners who specialize on the dark elements are what necromancers are. Also, King Cyril's case is unique. I think the Efferat realized it. They had already prepared this world and halted the journey of souls to rest. Because of that, King Cyril may become a powerful lieutenant. He has already established a contract and can summon the souls he commands to do his bidding. He has. Jito was stunned. Of course. The knights vow. His knights vowed to serve him and Martsert. They are bound to him. Correct. In the cultivation world, vows such as these echo throughout eternity. The powers that created this will honor vows. And it's that vow that links them. Dyne was excited. I can't believe it. Finally, I get to control an NPC such as Leoric. This should be fun. Dyne laughed and approached King Cyril. Arise, King. Let your rage fuel and call forth these knights. Bind them to the oath they vowed and cause them to serve you. They have turned from you and were deceived. They have failed you. Bind them to their honor to serve you with great servitude. King Cyril suddenly stood up and shouted, I devoted my life to serve Martsert, but you all saw me as a friend, a traitor, and a madman. No more shall I be treated with contempt. With the vows that bind you, I call you once more. Arise, my warriors, arise. King Cyril shouted. The power of the summoner surged. Lights flickered around the tomb, and suddenly, the apparitions of all ghosts were lost. All but Lacdagenon remained. What happened? Crone was confused. What is this dark sensation? Asiles exclaimed. He turned to Amara and noticed that his little sister looked afraid. The Valkyrian. She moved towards Dyne. Relax, Amara. Dyne smiled. Lacdagenon looked in horror at his king. You have forsaken your oath at your death, so you escaped my call. No matter. I have no use for forsakers and traitors like you. Cyril's mad voice echoed in the tomb. Lacdagenon was a soul, but he clenched his fist and gnashed his teeth in great frustration. Dyne and Cyril were right. Cyril looked around and laughed. This power, I have it all along, and I never used it? Pathetic. This strange force. I see. So this was the way you planned to make a summoner. So this was the bloodline I'd gain when I entered Brigandine. Dyne felt the surge of power. As a soul cultivator, he was most sensitive to the power that King Cyril was releasing. King Cyril banished that name. You are no longer that weakling. Name yourself the inverse of your name. Name your kingdom that inverse title as well. Arise, King Leoric of Tristram. Take your throne. I will gladly do so. Rise, rise, King Leoric urged. Suddenly, tremors and quakes could be felt as hands and bodies burst out of the tombs and on the ground. Skeleton warriors rose one by one. Each of these skeletons emitted powerful and thick energy. The concept was similar to the skeleton warriors in Leia. But the skeletons in this kingdom were not normal humans like in Leia. They were powerful cultivators. Aside from their bones that were many times stronger, the soul of these skeletons settled on the bones. They were creatures that moved and existed through a power similar to Legaia's spirit arts. Leoric's figure and presence were more powerful now. Even Ardnula could help but feel a strange power that made him cower before his king. King Leoric, the Efferat lies in the region where your son stays, so let us move towards that region. And who are you to command this king? Leoric laughed. I gave this power, and I can take it away. Dyne didn't back down but stepped closer to Leoric. Leoric looked eye to eye with Dyne and finally laughed. Indeed, you are too powerful for me to challenge. That being on your arm can easily kill me. King Leoric laughed. My king! Jaden stepped forward. Do not be dismayed, Jaden, my son. Leoric laughed. I have changed, but the darkness has not consumed me. You'd have to thank Valkyrian Dyne for that. Come, let us march. The soldiers that live and have betrayed me can be called and brought back to my service. Leoric laughed as he moved out. Chapter 166. The March of the Skeletons. A skeleton horde emerged out of the tomb. The heroes of old, including Demikas, who tried to attack the king, rose as a skeleton. The power of the knights that emerged filled the entire chamber, and it began to tremble. With so many skeletons releasing powerful cultivation strength, the living accompanying Dyne struggled to breathe. The scene was so frightful that many were petrified and couldn't believe what they saw. King Leoric laughed as caused and called out to more graves that didn't rise at his beckon. But now, the dark passion from the soul of the Ifrit fueled his soul. And so, King Leoric managed to activate the powerful soul cultivation talent hidden all these years. Strafe was stunned. He knew Leoric would be a gifted soul cultivator, but his ability to command and urge others of their vows was just amazing. What a man! No wonder the Ifrit wanted to drive Cyril to insanity. It wanted the power of this man. If they could control him, they would not only have an army, but the dead will also become part of an undead army. As expected of Basilius Basilion, Dyne was celebrating. He had made an NPC an official ally. All of you follow King Leoric. Remember the plan. You guys have to show yourself and make known the movement of the undead to Martzert. Or should I say Tristram? Now that we have successfully created a skeleton army, we have to inform Melibius that he has to use this as an excuse to kill and massacre all suspects. The Pope has to follow him at the start. But Melibius has to time a moment and accuse the Archbishop Lazarus of dark magic and go after the other bishops whose spirit stones could control. Dyne gave a set of commands to those present. We have a secret talisman that we can use to communicate a few times. Good. Use it to tell him now. I never brought this up because I haven't met Abrellum and didn't acquire all his nice toys. And we didn't have the time to make plans since I wasn't sure this would work in the first place. But after confirming the king's charisma, we greatly deviated from our plan. This will, of course, all be used to our advantage. Dyne explained to Ardnula and Crone. I see. I will inform them. I have a message talisman to the Pope as well. Crone volunteered. Go on ahead. I still have a business to settle here. Dyne then turned to the only ghost who remained. Lacdagenon watched with a pained expression as the armies moved out. The words of Cyril hurt him. The king was right. Even the descent of the king to this maddened state was his fault. What are your plans, Lacdagenon? Will you stay here and sleep, all alone and dishonored? Dyne laughed. You have turned a good king bad. You have repaid a kind king with disgrace. I've already shown you what the king is up against. Does he have a choice? Don't you know that if it wasn't the king who called all these warriors to life, the Ifrit might have come here and corrupted your soul? Haven't you noticed how it was that some of the older souls were not present? They have already returned and ventured to the afterlife. The Ifrit and the wickedness that challenges this place have tainted the journey of the soul. You will rise sooner or later. Lacdagenon was silent at Dyne's words. Then what can I do? The king did not call me to serve him. In truth, I want to serve him as well. But I have forsaken my vow and have even been cursed. My betrayal to the good king has affected my soul. Lacdagenon sighed. I can feel it. King Leoric's curse is quite vicious. In the king's wrath, he destined you to live as a ghost. You have no body to contain your soul to like those skeletons. You are cursed to live a half-life as a ghost until the martial cultivation in you depletes itself. Dyne laughed. That is my curse? Lacdagenon was surprised. Yes, you can't go back to your ghostly slumber. Can't you? You would need to reform a body. The king cursed you to be a ghost so that you would need to devour the living to survive. You believed the king to be wicked and without honor. So he cursed you to live a life that will have no honor. Then I suppose you have the answer. But of course, your body is only slightly different from Emera. Follow me. I know of a place that can fuel you. You won't have to eat righteous men to survive. Following me will give you plenty of enemies. Also, I sense that there is a way for you to reform your body. Dyne smiled. What? You can devour ghosts. I have been in a castle where ghosts lived. Not only can you feed there, but I think that place can make you stronger and even give you a form. Not only that, but following me can allow you to regain your honor. With my powers as a Valkyrian, I can lead you and help you fulfill the oath you broke. Maybe Leoric will even withdraw the curse he set on you. Lacdagenon finally became hopeful. Then let it be so. To fulfill my broken oath to my king, I will make an oath to you. Good. Then vow to be my Einherjar. Dyne smiled. The march of the undead led by King Leoric continued and was soon spotted by the Empire. The light of day had returned, and just when everyone thought the nightmare of the assassinations the night before would end, an army of undead had suddenly appeared near Martzert. More than 200 skeletons marched and were led by a strange, powerful man that somehow created a dark atmosphere over the kingdom of Martzert. No one could tell where these monsters came from and how they reached the region so fast. The Serpentari panicked and marshaled their forces, which were spread all over the region, and gathered them there. Of course, the rest of the castles and the rest of the nobles also did the same. Within Martzert, the Pope held a secret meeting with Melibius. This was unnoticed as the entire castle was marshalling its forces to defend against the skeleton army that brought fear upon the castle. Those are the corpses of former knights who have awakened to fulfill their oath with the king? Melibius was shocked. Indeed, I couldn't believe Crone's report too. If we don't believe it, it states that this skeleton army will head for the secret passage leading to the region near Trithfort. That army will be used to invade the cave where the Efferet was born. If that's true, then we must also make preparations. Crone has given me some suggestions as plotted by Dyne Valiant. Oh, then this should be impressive. That boy is a genius. The slow march of the skeletons reached near the region of Martzert. The armies of Martzert gathered and began to prepare for the attack. The scouts have reported that the skeleton army has martial cultivation that exceeds a martial formation level 3. The horrifying reports drew everyone to prepare for combat. The Serpentari leader watched in terror. It was then that he finally confirmed the nature of the assassin who had entered. He had sent for men to communicate with Archbishop Lazarus, but while he could ensure that the Archbishop was alive and kept sending signals, the great distance just couldn't allow them to send messages. Those who were sent to travel mysteriously vanished. Even the message talismans were useless. It was then concluded that something had happened to the warp pad, which damaged it. Facing such terrifying threats, the kingdom had begun to unite and act together. Even the Serpentari had no choice but to send his forces to defend themselves from the possible attacks of the skeleton army that marched from afar. Deep inside the Serpentari castle, the tall man who was the leader of the Serpentari had gathered the core group who had been manipulating all of Martzert from the shadows. These top officials had close associations with the Efferet's soul stone. Efferet Mephisto prepared greatly for this ambush. It had known the location of our master for some time. We cannot retreat from this. This Efferet plans to devour us all, a general of the Martzert army declared. We've lost quite a number of men. Cyril also lost great warriors. We have to unite, the general ordered. There were traitors among us, the leader suddenly revealed. You've read the reports. There were people who we thought were under our control who turned out to be double agents. Melibius claims that the king has given him authority since an assassination attempt happened. But our own spies inform us that the king could be missing. And now, a skeleton horde appears. So we have a lot to deal with. The Serpentari leader listed their issues. We have to lay low for now. Melibius and the Pope have gone insane, and our movements are severely limited. Another high-ranking kingdom official explained. Efferet Mephisto must have planned it. That Efferet knew that the Archknights would have such evil secrets, and he used this kingdom to kill them. From now on, we must be very careful in using our abilities. Another powerful cultivator in the kingdom was added. Sir, emergency report. A soldier stepped in. The Serpentari leader frowned. Speak. The skeleton army. It retreated. What? The room echoed in surprise. Chapter 167. The spoils of the trip. The skeleton army marched on, drawing terror to everyone. Those nearby had fled as several skeleton scouts appeared and attacked those without warning. With this threat approaching, many of those who live in the scattered desolate level towns surrounding Martzert all fled in fear of the wrath of the skeleton army. Dyne had handed over the dark artifacts of Abrellum to Leoric. This small coffin ought to help you in your powers of controlling the skeleton army. It seems to make the wearer more sensitive to the dark elements of this world and allows you to feel the energy and negative emotions around you. I don't need it since my little disciple here can harness all the dark energy he needs soon. Dyne pointed at Jito, who was now numb from being referred to as a disciple. The moment Dyne gave the small coffin-like necklace to Leoric could feel a strange sensation as if voices from a great distance were calling to him. I can sense the hatred of many. Many of these voices have made vows to me, but they hate me. Leoric closed his eyes to feel those voices. They are from Martzert, those that vowed to serve Cyril. Pitiable fools. Interesting. By the vows that they have made to me, I should be able to call out to them. Leoric opened his eyes and turned to Dyne. Is there any way to enhance it all the more? It seems if I have more of these, I can command the skeletons from a great distance and even cause those living to honor their vow. Leoric asked. I suggest you study it and improve your ability through it, King Leoric. At the very foundation of what you have is an ability called soul cultivation. Your specific path is linked to a summoner. The knights that have served you, both living and death, are bound to you by some powerful oath. But I don't know why that is so. What is the process of their vows to you? My family comes from a long line of powerful kings. It is said that my kingdom had the power that could challenge paradise. But our lineage had declined when my ancestors faced the wrath of several kingdoms beyond the scattered continent. We have left the core crystal, which became the place our knights and all who serve the kingdom make their vows. Could it be related to that? That's possible. It seems the land of Martzert is full of mysteries. Try to understand your power all the more. If you can command many more knights, those who turn traitor could be pulled back and become important spies who can suddenly help us. Then let it be so. I shall do as you say. What plans do you have now that we have a skeleton army? We roughly have over 100 soldiers, but each should be at the martial formation level. If we attack Martzert, it's even possible to take it. Of course, it will come at great cost, which I wish not to waste. That's why we deal with the Efferat first. With these skeletons, we can attack the cave where Archbishop Lazarus is found. He commands an army of Kong apes. These skeletons should be capable of dealing with them while a smaller team infiltrates and subdue the Efferat. How many Kong apes are there? Ardnula asked. Possibly over 300. Could go as high as 500. The Efferat would definitely recall all the other Kong apes to protect themselves from the threat. 500? That's a good place to train my news powers. The Mad King laughed. I still have a small group of allies there. I wish to meet with them and then we begin the attack. I believe it's important that those weak allies join the battle. Dyne asserted. Weak allies? You still have some allies there? Jaden asked. You have not met them. I was with 3 people before meeting you. They are martial novices and one is martial advent. But she's blessed with incredible talent and might have a powerful bloodline that would shock us all. So I need them present. We will follow your arrangements. The king smiled. Ardnula.
Kon.
To me, we plan our tactics for the battle as early as now. Once we raid the small fortress, I will try to call those traitorous knights in the fort and make them ours once more. Let us make plans for the battle. Master Dyne will oversee the infiltration team kill the Efferat. Our job is to kill those on top. Yes, my king, the 2 answered. Is this arrangement favorable? Yes, Dyne nodded. He looked at his team. He had the 4 characters of Diablo, a knight, an archer, a mage, and a monk. He also had Arya the assassin, Asiles the berserker, Emera the revenant, and the formless ghost of Lacdaganon. Crone and Chantel, the bishop and priest pair, would be with the king's forces. So Dyne began to think about what to outfit his team. He also considered that Rena and her parents would be among her team. Let me go over the stuff and see what I can give you guys. I have quite a haul from my trip. Dyne turned to Jaden. Dyne closed his eyes and brought out the weapons and armors he got from Nabal and the Arknight's confiscated repository, which had several powerful weapons and enchantments. Arya, I wish to have Jaden hold onto your father's sword. Dyne spoke. My father would be pleased to know a righteous man, and the son of a king wields his sword. Arya smiled. Jaden was surprised when Dyne gave him the sword. He could feel the powerful heat bursting out of it. One by one, Dyne gave some of the weapons and items he found, from armor to bows to gauntlets which his team had. The Diablo team had their entire outfit replaced with more superior weapons that he got from Nabal. In addition, Ishrith received some scrolls and a staff that Abrelum had in his room. Asiles already had his powerful gear, so Dyne decided to prioritize the rest. Arya had already received weapon replacements during her night adventures with Dyne. Emera and Lactaganon did not need any physical weapons. After outfitting his team, he gave each instruction to familiarize themselves with certain fighting tactics as he would be busy and might have to leave the group. The burden of command fell onto Jaden, who felt immense pressure. He had seen how Dyne commanded a squad when they faced Crone's monkey form and hoped he could top such tactics. And so, the group began to talk and discuss among themselves. Even Lactaganon's spirit appeared to listen. Dyne, however, closed his eyes and began to go over the more than 100 books he stole. He was going to use his book's devouring ability to go through the memories of those who unconsciously added soul power to the books. Dyne kept switching from one book to the other and would throw a book that didn't have even the slightest of souls. The first book that drew Dyne's memories was a book written by a mage who was considered one of the strongest fire mages in Martzert. His memories gave Dyne a look into the many ways to control fire magic and how to harness it. It was then that Dyne realized how poor the people of Martzert had it. Unlike him, who had an elemental soul seed, these people needed both the spark and the power of the mind to activate the said object to create magic. Although it was not written in the book, Dyne found out the secret behind the mage's powerful spell. He found a strange fiery crystal when exploring the secret warp paths that led to various dangerous places. His memory showed him a dangerous escapade that led him towards a temple guarded by large robotic humanoids. While he had not the strength to move in, he managed to steal a fire crystal that powered the entire temple. Oh, an energy crystal, and that one is a fire type. Strafe identified the object. And those strange robots, they look like the one in your Vanguard Bandit game. Yeah, what are fire crystals? That orb you found is a type of crystal, but an inferior version. The cultivators in the Center of Eternity use a more advanced version than the one you saw. Of course, in this place, a fire crystal is supposedly powerful. This is why that mage could focus on the form of his magic. That's how his fire magic had hardening properties and could even assume life. I got that part. Instead of focusing and concentrating on creating the magic, he had it stored in that fire crystal and would release it. Interesting. With these, we can actually train non-magical folks to cast magic like the materia system in Final Fantasy VII. Dyne grew excited. The map of that place was now embedded in his memory. After the Efferet and protecting Leia, I'll definitely go there, Dyne vowed. Dyne then focused on the other spoils of this memory. The mage had the ability to control fire and move it. Most mages in Martzert can only harness it and shoot the energy. While Dyne could have practiced and learned this, it took time and effort which he didn't have. But now, Dyne raised his hands and did something so inconceivable. Relying on the muscle memory of the mage, he gathered his fire energy, and it immediately took form. While he couldn't do everything that the mage could do through muscle memory, it helped lighten the concentration that Dyne needed. Teske, it's just this. Huh? I really need to put something in my mind palace. Dyne sighed as he held a floating ball of fire in his hands. But while Dyne was pitying himself, those nearby were surprised that Dyne could not only channel the fire in his hands but harness and compress it into something that could be thrown. With his elemental soul seed, Dyne could only harness the energy and concentrate it on his fist or weapons. Couldn't be thrown or shot like before. Oh well, I guess I'll treat this as learning Firebolt from books like in Diablo. Dyne comforted himself. You can already do Firebolt? Strafe cursed. This was the first time Strafe saw a non-mind cultivator who could already cast magic. Chapter 168. The Rewards of the Books. Dyne controlled the fire, which had the form of a ball in his hands. Man, I really need to be mind cultivator so I can cast magic, Dyne complained. Strafe and Jito felt like someone punched them in the stomach. The poison spirit also felt the same pain that gave Strafe another day to live. Those nearby watched in amazement at Dyne. Master Dyne, that was amazing. Despite being so young, you've already reached great lengths as a mind cultivator, Ishrith praised. Oh, this is still soul cultivation. I haven't started mind cultivating yet. Dyne answered frankly as he dispersed the fire element. The concept of dispersing was as hard as casting. Normal mind cultivators in Martzert had an igniting power that created the element magic and used their mana to fuel it. But such magic could only be summoned and used. For fire, it meant that the only way to stop it was to cause it to explode. This was why knights made tactics to force a mage to cast magic and not have a target. But Dyne didn't just disperse the energy. Instead, he drew it back inside of him. The mages Ishrith and Zehir could see the flow of mana and were so stunned that they couldn't move, and it was as if their brain had short-circuited. There was silence at Dyne's answer. Anyway, here's an interesting book that you can study. I learned how to make fireballs using this book finally. Dyne handed over the book to Ishrith. Magi Herrick's work. Ishrith was amazed at the book. This is a very rare book. Go ahead and study it. I still need to go over and study more books. Dyne closed his eyes and began to retrieve and set aside the remaining books. Dyne went over the books slowly. Finally, he decided to leave the books by Char the Evil for last, as he knew that it would give him an incredible surprise. Among the books was another book that startled Dyne. The book was an inconspicuous book among the many things Nabal had. The memories he saw were that of a man that had a similar appearance to Arya Blaze. It was Render Blaze, and the book he had was a book on blacksmithing and metalworking. Unlike the memories of the mage Herrick, Dyne took his time going through the memories of Render Blaze, as this was a field that Dyne had no experience in. Although he had ideas about these two fields from his former life, it wasn't as detailed as Cultivation. Render Blaze was not just an ordinary blacksmith. He was an enhancer, a blacksmith who could add and imbue magic on weapons with jewels, cores, and other power sources. The assimilation of Render's knowledge was a long process as his knowledge was vast. However, the book had such passion and remnant soul that it was at least 5 times greater than the book Herrick used. Soon, Dyne figured out why. The memories turned into a series of weapons and items that amazed Dyne. Arya had always wanted to be an assassin class, and his father was very supportive. He wanted her daughter to have the best and even devised an ingenious armor to help her daughter achieve that. The memory from that book had swords, daggers, throwing knives, bows, and a ninja garb that, unlike anything the likes of Martzert had never seen. The book itself didn't have this information. Render wrote the book and only revealed a small portion of his true creations, which would be Arya's legacy. But with Dyne's power, this all allowed him to see it. Arya? Dyne suddenly called out. Lord Dyne. Dyne then revealed the book. Your father really loved you. Through this book, I managed to meet with him. Although I can't bring his soul back, I can create the legacy equipment your father made. What? Arya trembled. I thought you simply took the assassin class to get revenge. Was this a dream of yours? From Render's heart, I could see that he worried about you. He knew that with the knight's powers, durability, and strength, the assassin class had been steadily declining in Martzert to the point that no one wanted that job. Render was trying to break that by crafting tools that will help you, and he succeeded. I can add on to his dreams. Dyne spoke, and then he closed his eyes again and continued to meditate. Arya couldn't help but tear up. Render, I will never forget this knowledge. With this and the knowledge that Calamitous Slime had regarding alchemy, I can create guns or bombs that work. Dyne smiled. It took a full hour for Dyne to complete his meditation. He then finally opened his eyes and handed the book over to Arya and silently brought up more books and began to switch from one book to the other. He found a very shocking book among the many books he picked up loitering in random areas. What the fragment? Dyne cursed out loudly and surprised everyone. Is everything all right? No, nothing. Dyne shook his head, immediately concentrating on the book, and read the title. Monster Lores and Legends by Sammy Oak. Dyne read the cover. The reason why he was so stunned was that the book had a very familiar intro. Dyne dove back in to meditate. Hello there. Welcome to the world of monsters and legends. My name is Sammy Oak. People call me the Monster Professor. The image of Sammy Oak talking to the mirror to prepare for his speech was shown. He had to do this talk repeatedly that he wrote in his book and would use this standard opening when teaching his knowledge in classes or seminars. This world is inhabited by creatures and monsters. For some people, these monsters are captured and made pets. Others use them for fights. Myself, I study monsters as a profession. Now tell me, are you a boy or a girl? Sammy would ask as he glanced at the mirror. Strafe, watching this memory unfold, had his mouth wide open. Are you freaking kidding me? Hey, I've seen this before. Jito recalled one of the strange memories that Dyne had shown him in that dream. During Dyne's many missions, he stumbled upon an interesting device scattered around the room of one high-ranking official in one extremely corrupt country. As the man was rather corrupt, Dyne had no qualms about stealing this device. On that device was a small cartridge, and that cartridge was Pokemon Leafy Green. Depending on your gender, your affinity, ability, and the possibility of taming certain monsters will change. Sammy Oak continued. What is your name? Mention student's name and continue with grand promise. Sammy read through his notes. Your very own monster legend is about to unfold. A world of dreams and adventures with your monster awaits. Let's go. Sammy smiled. Dyne began to look at the many memories of Sammy Oak. One particular memory revealed Sammy's acquisition of a strange monster hive. It was found by a trader who sold it to him, who thought of them as small rocks or fossils. But, of course, in the scattered kingdoms, beast taming was not as advanced, Monster Hive was practically unrecognizable, and only an expert who had been around animals discovered their uses. Moreover, unlike Dyne's Monster Hive, the small round balls only gave a small room where a single monster could live. Sammy Oak's memories dove into how he was secretly a hero who stopped the destruction of his town through the power of his monsters which he kept in these Monster Hive. He called the Monster Hive pocket balls, as they were small round balls that could fit inside his pockets. As for his 6 rosters of monsters, he called them pocket monsters. Why didn't I think of that? I practically have a pokeball right here. I should start catching monsters, but I need to be a rune master to tame them. After throwing a pokeball at them, I will assail them with elemental attacks. They will struggle and try to break out of the Monster Hive. Dyne plotted as he saw the memories. He dug deeper and Sammy Oak discovered something. Monsters can also cultivate, just as how humans can rise the ranks of martial cultivation. Monsters undergo bloodline evolution or mutation to become stronger. Sammy concluded. It's there. They can evolve. I can do it. Dyne jumped. Those nearby were giving Dyne a strange glance. That's it. The end goal of cultivation and mastering mind and soul is to be a Pokemon champion. Dyne concluded as he stood up and shouted. Suddenly, he sat down and began to whisper strange things as he immersed himself in the book. Legendary monsters. Definitely. Leoric gave him a weird look. I ignore Master Dyne. He is like that. I guess all experts are very eccentric. Jaden laughed. As Dyne was reminiscing his memories, King Leoric had finally completed their plans and had already been discussing with his son about Dyne. As Jaden and his team had spent the longest time with Dyne, he was curious about his powers. He can control the undead? Is that how he called Lacdaganon and Amara to his service? Leoric went back to the topic. We don't know, but one thing we do know, Master Dyne is not from here. He could be in a place far, far away and was simply thrown here by accident. His cultivation is weak, but his capabilities are frightening. Jaden told his father. Indeed, if he could awaken my inner powers, I don't want to fight him. But this darkening and the madness that is trying to take over my mind is quite strong. I would have given in but fear that enigma, Dyne Valiant. Leoric made a strange laugh. Those nearby gave uncomfortable looks at each other. I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. Dyne sang from the explosion of emotions he felt. He could finally play that game. His Pokemon glory days were short-lived, after all. While Dyne displayed godly restraint in keeping it from his officials, he got attacked and shot in the chest on one mission. Although his Kevlar protected him, the cartridge that was hidden in one of the slots where he kept his knife got hit, and it got destroyed. Depression followed, and Dyne only found comfort in the animated series, which he only started a bit late in his life. But now it was possible. Dyne continued to sing his heart out as tears dripped in his eyes. Amara appeared on the side. We are approaching the mines. Amara reported but found a crazed Dyne singing. Let young Master Dyne soak in his eccentricity. I'll handle the attack. Crone, Ossiles, and Amara, follow my lead. Leoric stood up and ordered the caravan to stop. He emerged from the caravan and could see the forces gathering. Let's make sure that no skeleton falls in this battle. Leoric held a large sword and rode his personal steed, which Crone managed to take away as they fled Martzert. The skeletons bowed at the sight of King Leoric. Many of you are traitors. Leoric laughed. The skeletons trembled at his words. But you will serve me, whether in death or life. This is your punishment for thinking poorly of your king. I was a kind king to all of you, and you destroyed that trust. So now, I shall be a madman. On that mine are more soldiers, traitors, and rebellious knights who have vowed to serve me. Bring them back. They will all serve me, dead or alive. Leoric laughed as he raised his swords. The skeleton army began its charge. Chapter 169. Attacking the mines. The armies of the dead had shown their power. The archers had a harder time shooting these skeleton warriors. Each skeleton was a genius martial cultivator when they were alive and had the means to avoid the arrows or block them through their power easily. The stronger ones could even use the shockwave of their slashes to disrupt the flight of the arrows. Their march was slow and steady. It was as if the undead mocked the useless defenses of these humans. King Leoric marched at the forefront of the battle. He wore a strange black helm to hide his face and marched at the very center. Two of the finest shield-bearers of the kingdom stood by him but never found the need to block. Mages, inflict terror on them, Leoric ordered. The powerful mages stood forward. In their past life, they were powerful martial formation mages. In this life, they were mighty soul cultivators and went by a new title, liches. The dark magic of their souls was drawn out. The madness of Leoric had affected them, and most of them found a reverse passion for their desires. Those loyal and passionate about their kingdom awakened a wave of mad anger that wanted to purge the enemies who wanted to harm the king or the kingdom. So their passion was corrupted and turned into an obsession. Those who loved their kingdom with their heart and joyfully defended it became obsessed with keeping it safe. This joy and love became corrupted, and the warriors gave into a fanatical desire to improve the kingdom. That was the only thing that mattered, and they would be willing to sacrifice everything just to please their king and make the kingdom prosper. Those who were proud of their kingdom had fallen into a deep-seated arrogance that drove them to anger when the kingdom and their king were being mocked or their dignity trampled upon. They gave in to this pride that made them want to punish their enemies. But in all of this, the mystery of the cultivators of Martsert had awakened. The souls they had weren't that of humans. So Dyne had trusted the preparations of Basilius Basilion and initiated the step of making their skeletons. The souls of these sprite hybrids made them easily harness the soul by abandoning the flesh and just keeping the mind and their spirit. It awakened the elemental properties of their alignment. The darkening of their emotions gave birth and twisted the powers of the mage. They became mages that relied on their soul as mana. Dark fire, dark lightning, water, metal. The common elemental alignment appeared and gave power to many mages. The skeleton warriors applied the same principle with their souls as a power source to fuel the powerful release of energy, similar to the spirit arts of Leia. And they all released the magic towards the defenses of the mine. Boom, boom, boom. The magic attacked a shield erected by the mages of the fort. But unlike the living cultivators, these liches had twice and even 3 times the mana. Boom, boom, boom. The unyielding attacks continued with great immensity until finally, crack, crack, boom. The magic shield collapsed and was easily destroyed. The mages began to suffer the backlash. Impossible! How can they have so much mana? One of the enemy mages cursed as he stumbled on the ground and coughed up blood. The number of enemy mages could not justify the disgusting amount of attacks they made. The soldiers in the mines had a formation that would help them create a shield. But even with such equipment, they still lost. The attacks raged and destroyed the tall stone walls of the entrance. Amara acted as she flew and used the distraction to release her wights. With the warriors defending and retreating, the skeleton knights charged forward and used their power to scale the walls and attack them. Achilles and Crone, go! Leoric ordered, and the pair moved out. But as they were attacking, Dyne had awoken from his trance. Ugh, there are still so many books to read. I'll browse them next time. Dyne observed the battles outside. What an army! Hey Leoric, I do have a question. They are soul and mind creatures. How do they recover the soul and mental energy they expend in fighting? Dyne asked. What else? Devouring the living. So I need to consider upkeep like in that text-based browser game, Archmage, the reincarnation, huh? I need to feed my skeletons based on a certain population. Maybe there's a way for me to find a place where we could offer people to be eaten by these skeletons. Dyne considered. Master Dyne, those are people's lives we are talking about. Crone spoke. Don't worry. I'll be keeping these skeletons full with the blood of our enemies at most. Ethical dilemma solved. You really are insane. Jito was just shocked. You were planning the same thing to resurrect Yami, remember? You were using the conflict in Vos Forest to make them fight. Jito was silent and couldn't argue with Dyne's rebuttal. As long as it's a game, he will play it. That's Dyne's insanity. But Jito, Dyne's path is right. This is eternity, the cultivation world. Many righteous cultivators who are strong champions of the light focused on more devious and dark paths. You can't become gods in this world without sacrifice. Strafe explained. Jito remained silent at Strafe's explanation. He had seen the horrors and cruelty of this world that surpassed the world of Leia. And even then, Dyne and Strafe were generally unfazed by all the wickedness they saw. Achilles and Crone also had joined the battle. But amazingly, the two who the Serpenari had granted special powers had the might that was only slightly better than the more powerful skeletons. Dyne observed the battle and was amazed. What amazing power! I thought these skeletons would be weaker. They are not normal skeletons. These are beings that are naturally soul-sensitive. Basilius Basilion really set this Leoric for you that he willed to have these humans be half-sprites. Strafe explained. I guessed that part. But Strafe, you never told me of this path. By abandoning the flesh, they grew stronger. This is a divergent path. For one, they only could do it because they are half-sprites. Being born of flesh and now transformed into beings that focus on their soul gives them great cultivation strength that surpasses their peer. The effects become stronger when saints or gods do it. By abandoning one part of their trichotomy, they grow stronger. These undead people became bound by their oath and are transformed into beings without flesh. So their mind and soul are greatly enhanced, making them soul cultivators. No wonder. These skeletons have the strength that matches Achilles and Crone. I can't wait to bring them Leia. Oh, the walls have fallen. It's faster than I thought it would be. With the wall breached, the skeletons poured in and began to overpower the people. The mages of the fort couldn't do anything. The shields they tried to erect were decimated, and they all had to use their magic potions to restore the mana. But by then, the creatures had already entered and attacked. Dyne and his team also took action. They moved around secretly in the mines and made sure that the enemy would only report the presence of the undead. As the attack grew more intense, most of the defenses mine were breached. Since most of the fort had been taken, the soldiers retreated to the inside of the mines and began to fortify themselves behind the winding entrance of the cave. Various large doors made of thick and hard stones were used as doors and were one of the final defenses that the soldiers would use to prevent entry. The doors were always prepared to ensure no monster could enter from the teleportation pad. But now, they were using it to keep them safe while the mages tried to decipher what was wrong with the teleportation pad and used it to escape. Dyne cursed. This was something he hadn't considered. Relax. They won't be able to decipher the dark energy you placed, which barred the path. They won't be going anywhere soon. Yes, but this eats up time. Dyne could only sigh. The walls were thick and strong. Even when the skeleton mages had devoured the soldiers they captured, it still wasn't enough for them to destroy these thick slabs of stones. Soon, all parts of the mine, except the fortified area leading to the teleportation pad, had been conquered. Dyne and the group were outside of the stone wall. How are your skeletons? Have they recovered? Dyne asked Leoric. It seems each skeleton mage needs to consume at least 5 soldiers to make up for the attacks they made. The warriors only need 1 or 2. But all in all, I need about 200 or 300 more men to make them recover their might. I fear that the battle against the Kong apes will be against our favor. Dyne frowned. If we could open this path, I could explore the other areas where the teleportation pad takes us. I just need to find a place with more life to use as a sacrifice for the skeletons. But it seems these skeletons can only accompany us for a time. Their souls are constantly wasting away, Leoric observed. Not unless we cultivate an area which can give them more darkness. Dyne recalled the environment in Vos Forest that Jito created. I can't do that, Master Dyne. If I were to attempt that again, I would need a Genesis tree. Jito immediately explained. I know. Dyne then turned to Leoric. Can you make them go on a deep sleep? It's possible that we create an environment that can nourish them. You mean, there are ways to give them food to eat? I think that's what the Arknights were doing. They were constantly creating a strange area that breeds dark energy. I could do that with a certain chant to bring out the darkness. But I need an area with a lot of deaths, and it's only a temporary solution. It can't handle the number of powerful cultivators you summoned. In any case, if we can just destroy this rock and get access to the warp pad, it would give me ways to solve our problem. But how? These stones are thick and strong. Only those above martial formation can break this easily. What if Amara moves in? Asiles suggested. No, it's too dangerous to send Amara. I've seen the number of mages inside. They could hurt Amara. I am willing to die for this. No way I'm letting my cute little Einherjar die for something as meaningless as that. I don't want you to die for me, but to live for me. Dyne shook his head. Despite being a ghost, Amara blushed. If only there were a way to get someone from the inside to open. Could we try to persuade them to surrender? We offer promises and a hope of being alive, and they might open this door within a few days. If it's just that, leave it to me. Leoric smiled. Chapter 170. Leoric's Call. Leoric's bold claim came as a surprise to everyone. But before even Dyne could react, the Mad King stepped forward and held on to the rock. Knights, warriors, and mages, I am King Cyril, the Mad King shouted. The shout was heard all over the mine. The survivors who were sealed all heard the call of Leoric. The power was not an ordinary application of his voice being sent through his martial cultivation. It was a call of the soul. King Cyril? The knights were amazed at what they heard. Those who were mercenaries or who were soldiers that did not take an oath did not hear the demented call. I command the massive undead army that attacked you. This is my judgment. Many of you have abandoned your oath and followed the will of the Serpentari. Maybe there are those among you who even obeyed their secret orders and followed the lust of your desires. You even made the people turn their hearts from me. I know the secret plots of the Serpentari now, and you even kept from me the truth. You dared raise your hand and allowed the serpent to coil around my child. The knights all over the mine could feel the dark call dragging them into madness. They felt the rage, the vengeance, the insanity of the king. Crone and the rest even felt it. Dyne frowned and called out to Jito to harness the power. He created two energies, darkness that continued to absorb and a powerful brimstone energy that repelled the madness this darkness brought. The two energies appeared on each hand of Dyne. Dyne waved the brimstone, which fell onto the nearby soldiers. The energy passed by Leoric, and it caused Leoric to frown as if an extremely uncomfortable sensation overtook him. The thank you, Ardnula spoke as the energy passed by him. Crone also had thankful eyes. Asiles were not among the warriors who made vows to King Leoric. But even then, the shivering horrors of the Mad King could be felt. What's going on? Asiles asked his sister. Such mad power. He is using the darkness of this mine to spread out his power. This Mad King is strong and dangerous. His lust for power is too great. He might even rebel against Lord Dyne. Amara was amazed. I like him. Dyne gave a hearty laugh that was as insane as that of King Leoric. He summoned the two magic to purify the maddening call to the knights nearby. Even they were drawn in by the call. Jaden stood at the side. He had not made the oath of a knight since he was the son of the king. But Chad and the rest were greatly shaken by his call. Strafe was also amazed at the display of power Leoric had. He's a genius, a summoner genius, a 1 in a billion summoner genius. This is amazing. To command all these souls who had taken a weak vow. His soul is different. There is something definitely suspicious about this place and the arrangements of Basilius Basilion. Dyne, from now on you have to chase the games you played. In these games are the allies and powerful people that will aid you in the coming wars. You think I didn't know that? This was my plan all along. I will play all of them. Dyne laughed. Leoric was holding on to the artifacts that Dyne gave him and continued to harness the power. I see. All of you, Leoric smiled. I call you to your oaths. You either confess your crimes and serve me or die and serve me. Leoric laughed. The skeletons around them began to shout and howl. The entire mine trembled from the roar of all the cultivators. He's binding them. Amazing power. I have to study this. Dyne was excited. For the first time, he witnessed a genius that surpassed him in capability. Leoric was calling and binding all these souls. In Dyne's eye of destiny, he could see the changing in the air. What power is this? His altering the fate of men. The vow and oaths that these men made are being questioned. They didn't know that this artifact that they vowed on to had such power. Strafe explained. What exactly is this pillar then? How does it make monsters follow and obey the rules? It's definitely an artifact that surpasses the meteors that landed here. If anything, that could be a legacy of a god. And considering it allows powerful summoners like Leoric to call and wield the wills of these half-sprite men. And that's all so that you can play. Then the Lord loves me, Dyne concluded. As the dark call began to happen, the men inside the rooms began to scream and shout as if they were talking to someone else. The madness continued to affect them, and their nearby allies began to shout and restrain them. But there were too many of them. The number of people falling into the madness of Leoric was more than those who had not made any vow. Come to me, all you traitors. Come to me, all you who have reviled the kingdom. Come to me, and I will give you a chance to fulfill your vows. Serve the kingdom and me. I will make everything anew. No longer will then the dignity of martyrdom be dragged in the dust. No longer will the name of the king be treated as mud. Martyrdom will be reborn as Tristram, the kingdom that will challenge the devils who are trying to take hold of this world. If you fear the demons, then see what their power is compared to the power I command. I am no longer Cyril. I am King Leoric. Become my knights. The power of darkness invaded all corners of the mine. Dyne saw the exact areas where the darkness was and concluded that the Serpentari had been doing more experiments here. Ironic, they used it to experiment on how to harness these powers. But a single genius can eat it up. But Jito, let's not let him take all the spoils, shall we? Let's make the Mad King never forget who holds the scepter around here. Dyne smiled and raised his arm high, and darkness that devoured began to appear. The potent energy of the madness that Leoric awakened in the dark corners of the area also awakened the lingering souls of those who were slain or killed. Even within the prison chambers were people loyal to Cyril. They had seen the evil of the Serpentari and knew they were deceived. Some died with great regrets for not honoring the king they thought was corrupt. The darkness, the death, and everything else gave birth to that power. The mist of Leia appeared once more. Jito, devour all. You should be able to do it, right? Yami could. She was the only Ariseru who could wield the evil madness of the mist. Other Ariserus would be weakened by it, but I am only half of the darkness. I still have yet to master the dark element, Jito exclaimed. Then let's learn together. Leoric is also learning how to control his power. You should also take this opportunity to take in this mist. It's a weaker version of the one at Leia, but this can help you in training. I can help you keep your mind sane and protect you with brimstone. Then I trust you, Master Dyne, Jito answered and unleashed it. Dyne turned to the rest. You better get out of here. From here on out, only Leoric, me, and American stay. The rest will be driven mad. Dyne smiled. The group began to move. Jaden was about to leave when Dyne suddenly called out to him. Jaden, wait, I just remembered that you need to stay here. You are your father's son. You have his potential. And because of that, there is a chance for you to control the Efferet that haunts this place. What are you saying, Lord Dyne? Crone argued. The Efferet's soul is sealed within an object called the Soul Stone, but only part of it. The other half is sealed here. You have a choice. You can either allow this stone to be destroyed, or you can take it and use it to strengthen yourself in a way similar to Crone's Spirit Stone. But the catch is, you will keep the soul of the demon in you. If it were anyone else, I would have rejected it. But you, who is your father's blood, should have the bloodline and the potential to contain it. Dyne explained. Why not my father? Jaden asked. Because Master Dyne is afraid it would consume me. The darkness in me is already too much. I've lived a life of pain and betrayal. The rage and vengeance that I long and desire are so great. I was not made mad, Jaden. I allowed this madness to control me. But you don't have that madness. And it is perfect for containing a demon, Leoric explained. Well, yeah sure, let's put it that way. Dyne chuckled. The power of the Efferet is strong. It would have easily conquered you. But with half a soul left, and with you having experience in taming it, it might just be possible. Dyne smiled. Jaden turned to Crone. You better go. I'll do as Lord Dyne says. Jaden decided. Ha ha ha, that's my son. Leoric laughed. Jaden, this ability to resist this approaching evil is also soul cultivation. Right now, your soul will be attacked. You have to find a way not only to resist this but also to fight back. Resist the madness and keep your mind clear at all times. Right now, the despair of 1,000 men ought to fall on you. But don't think that this is an impossible task. I know someone, a boy, just older than me by a year, who has walked on the mist that you will experience for 2 weeks and survived. Dyne spoke as he recalled Vaughn's young feature who braved the mist when his mother died. Jaden nodded and closed his eyes as he took several deep breaths. The rest had already left. Amara, try to look for strong souls to make them your whites. I know, Master Dyne. I'll also protect Jaden from the more dangerous souls. Amara smiled. Strafe observed everything and frowned. He knew that beyond all the advantages, the real reason why Dyne wanted Jaden to contain the Efferet was to stick with the story of Diablo. Aiden, the knight, defeats Diablo and saves Leoric's son, but then he plunges the soul stone into his head, thinking he could contain the darkness. Let's hope your insanity pays off, Dyne.
Strafe sighed.
The mist continued to approach. As this was happening, the people beyond the closed doors and sealed behind the strong stone walls began to attack each other. Open the gates, one of the soldiers demanded as he ran towards the lever to open the stone wall. Chapter 171, Elemental Temperaments. As Leoric continued his call and more souls began to arise. The sudden rush of soldiers who wanted to open the stone gates that protected them from total annihilation created massive panic. Soldiers began to kill each other, and the potent mist that caused fear and horror covered the entire mine. Even those secret members of the Serpentari began to kill and attack each other in confusion. The swords and screams could be heard from the outside of the gate. Leoric continued to speak and call out to his knights. Some were beginning to turn into madness and would shout to give glory to Leoric. Dyne was busy balancing the power of darkness that was rushing inside and was purging it with brimstone. The entire chamber of Jito was now filled with malevolent energy. The other souls that Jito had already captured began to attack and devour the helpless souls inside. The Efferet was also growing stronger. But, surprisingly, Dyne allowed a small part of the mist to seep in and recover its power. Jito himself was allowing the mist to enter his soul. But then, the slain's fear, sadness, and terror began. He saw the tortured souls of the process of merging with Yami was incomplete. And now, this darkness and vileness were being used to prepare for his turning. It is said that you in the game became the first Simari Seru. But it corrupted you. Can you do this? I don't know. The mist is too weak here. I thought that the presence of actual souls would help, but they are too few. You can sense them, right, Master Dyne? The other souls that have been tortured. They have not moved out. Yes, we have to go there, and I might have to do the chant to awaken it. The Serpentari has been busy. How many souls have they tortured and killed here? And it's not just humans, but animals and strange creatures. It seems that they have been attacking and bringing in more people not just from Martzert or the small desolate towns nearby, but also found some people on the other side, near Merkley. Dyne concluded as he sensed the souls that were rising from the mist. Through his eye of destiny, he could see the strange fates of some that didn't fit the context and environment in Merkley. This mist contains only a small portion of its true terrors. If those other souls rise, it will make it as formidable as the mist in Legaia. Strafe added. Soon, ghosts and wisps of souls began to wander about in the mist as the darkness now covering the area awakened them. Some drew closer because of Jito. Leoric was calling others. Emera was in charge of fending off the wild ghost that was approaching. However, she and her whites continued to devour the spirits. Dyne observed, I wonder, Leoric is a skilled summoner that managed to command all these people by an oath. But what about the other dead? Could they be called? Dyne pondered. The artifact in his hand increases his ability to communicate with the dead, and the Heart of Darkness allows Leoric to harness dark element. If he uses the two, it should be possible. Remember how the dark element can be used in Leia. Strafe reminded. Sound. Of course. Dyne remembered how the Nido could confuse an enemy and even kill it with its hell music. Dyne turned to observe Jaden. Jaden sat down and battled with the souls and even the madness created from the mist. His expressions kept changing. As the mist was gathering near Dyne, he could feel a concentrated form of it. Jaden himself was not escaping the mist but bathing in it. I want to see if Leoric can call the rest of the souls, but Jaden may not handle it. Dyne began to consider as he looked carefully at Jaden. I guess I should help. Dyne then used the Imaginarium Bond. He used the mist to see the pain of the people who died and reflect on it. Jaden was already in pain. He could not understand what he was feeling, but it was making him sad, exhausted, angry, and scared. Open your eyes, Jaden, Dyne ordered. When Jaden did, he saw strange scenes. He could see how the soldiers who were here soon discovered the trap. But they were captured and brought into the torture chamber as they were perfect to become the evil, angry spirits that fueled the wicked and dark magic that the Serpenari kept doing. All of a sudden, the pain was now clear. The emotions now made sense. With a glimpse of the visual, it was as if all the pain and terror were given a picture. Jaden now saw the pain that the soldiers had experienced. Bear the pain, the sadness, and suffering. If you fall now, no one will lift the souls of these people up. As long as that affair lives, more will suffer. Your own half-brother will experience something much worse as his body will be used to contain the affair's soul. Dyne added. Jaden began to tremble and clutch his heart. His expressions kept changing and changing. Jaden, show some more resolve. I have a way of increasing the terror. You would see more painful things and could have grown stronger, but you are too weak, so I won't do it. Is this the extent of your powers? Dyne prodded. Jaden was awakened from all that. I have to resist it. These horrors should not affect me, Jaden declared. Dyne watched intently, and he could sense something happening in Jaden's soul. There were so many things that made Jaden a rather peculiar person. He was a bastard and illegitimate child who was largely ignored by the rest. While he was the older son, he was still not the one to which the kingdom would be given. He endured countless sufferings and was treated with unfair and even evil injustice by the people under Cyril. But despite all this, Jaden became a loyal servant. It was as if all those things did not instill in him the desire to do harm, but he continued to follow the laws. He was the firstborn, but not with the queen, and he followed the rules of the kingdom. He was very by the book, and if it wasn't for the super peculiar events that led to his near demise and how he was saved, there were many things about Dyne that Jaden would have despised. And now, with the horrors appearing before him, his elemental temperament was starting to appear. Element of metal. Dyne sensed it, hard and firm and as cold as ice. You got it. Those of the steel or metal attribute are generally seen to be the best law enforcing people, for they are very apathetic to the emotional pleas of people. He is starting to develop it, Strafe added. Jaden kept his eyes open and watched the horrors, and it created the desire in him. He saw it and interpreted it and came to his own conclusion. I will get strong to ensure that the laws are abided by. No evil men will stand against my blade. So Jaden decided in his heart. He is unmoved. Amazing. Dyne smiled. Even he could not resist the madness of the mist. And now Jaden was unmoved by it. Then we can go with the other plans. Dyne smiled. Leoric, extend your call not just to all your knights. Call all the dead here, Dyne expressed. Leoric was concentrating but was jolted awake from Dyne's call. You have that power thanks to the 2 items I gave you. If no oath binds you to the rest of the dead, then be the king to call them into a kingdom where there is justice, peace, and joy. An evil smile appeared on Leoric. So Tristram will be a kingdom of the living and the dead. Interesting. But I think the dead are more loyal. Leoric laughed. I call out to the void. I call out the dead. I call out to you who have suffered and were slaughtered by these wicked men. You have died too early and have not tasted the joys of life. Come to my kingdom. Come and rise to serve. Let us relish in the blood of those who did you harm. Let us build a kingdom for my own. Let your dry bones take strength. Arise, arise, arise. Leoric's mad call resounded all over the mine. A chilling sensation blew, and the ghosts and spirits began to come out of the cave. Their emotions of great sadness that sought joy appeared. Their emotions of great pain and longed for relief emerged. Their emotions of great vengeance that raged to be paid erupted. And all of it was moving towards Leoric. I guess this is how the mist is commanded to move in Leia, Dyne observed. More howls and screeches were heard. Lord Dyne, it seems there are wraiths here, Amara reported. Devour them. They have suffered too much that their souls only know anger and wrath. We don't need them. Make your whites stronger. My pleasure. Amara licked her lips in great desire. The souls that were being made here were very tasty. The mist was arriving. Jito, don't fall into the madness of Yami, Dyne warned. She died, but before that, she has been following Rogue, who rebelled against Teague. Rogue's mist ought to be quite strong, and she must have absorbed a lot. I know, Master Dyne. I saw her fight with Horn and knew she was turning evil. Oh, evil? The Ariseru juggernaut. Dyne smiled. Yes, well, what are you thinking? Strafe asked. So this is evil? To think darkness was not yet evil. Well, it makes sense. If there is dark fire, which is the evil side of fire, and that sadistic calamitous slime was dark but had a very righteous side, then there is a true darkness. No, don't do that. Don't underestimate evil. Juggernaut can be acquired in Leia as a late game and even endgame item. So it's not something you should try now, Strafe shouted. Oh, Strafe. You were still holding out on me. Don't worry. Fire is passion, lightning is wrath, and metal is apathy. I have long known what brimstone was. Do you think evil will get me? Come on. I can manage that. My elemental temperament is the direct opposite of darkness, which is cruelty, or evil, which is its true form. Dyne laughed. Jito, change of plans. Try to share the madness of Yami with me. It's been a while since I cultivated my soul. Dyne laughed. Chapter 172. Dyne's real temperament. The undead armies of Leoric waited for the gates to open. The cries and shouts and explosions could be heard on the other side. Eventually, the door opened, and the skeletons rushed inside. Due to the prevailing madness of Leoric already knew which one of the soldiers had already become his. The skeletons knew who to attack and kill, and soon the entire fortress was conquered. The way to the warp pad was finally opened. But even then, the entire team stayed outside the mine as the howls and cries from the inside could be heard. King Leoric's stature had grown immensely. The previous clothes he wore no longer fit him. His skin had turned white, and a deathly aura was leaking out. Ha ha ha, so this is soul cultivation, he called out in his madness. As the souls gathered, even Amara couldn't believe what she saw. Leoric began to devour souls, and what was strange was that he could do so without falling into the dark madness of bearing the sufferings, depression, and all the negative emotions the souls he ate had. Why is King Leoric's soul like that? Amara pondered. She had eaten her fill of souls and had even captured a few more. And even then, she had to move closer to Dyne to allow the brimstone energy to purge her of all strange thoughts. Yet Leoric did not need this. The souls that Dyne had used to summon zombies and dance the thriller had also grown stronger. They had become wraiths and had a more visible form. The darkness they had was thicker now. You are almost close to awakening your consciousness. Amara looked at one wraith who was giving Amara rebellious gazes from time to time. She sighed and shook her head. Time to cleanse you all. Amara ordered the wraiths to approach her and stay within the sight of Dyne, releasing his brimstone energy. The wraiths were groaning in pain, but Amara's control was stronger. Bear it. It will make you stronger. Amara chastised. She then observed Leoric all the more. She was secretly planning to launch an attack at him if he showed any madness or wanted to kill Dyne. But the longer it took, the more certain Amara was that Leoric was sane. She then turned to the other side to witness another mystery. Jaden sat down and no longer had the pained or sad look. Instead, he was opening his eyes and gazing into the mist and looking at the eyes of the ghosts he could see. At first, he saw nothing, but soon Amara confirmed that Jaden had reached a certain stage where the invisible ghosts were now visible. Is this what Master Dyne taught me about soul-sensitive during those times we escaped? Amara recalled some advice that Dyne told her as they moved through the tunnels. Since Amara had decided to control the wraiths of Dyne, she had to be taught certain things. Jito also took the time to teach her even more of what he had learned from Dyne. Soul-sensitive. Master Dyne called it having a third eye, so now he can see the souls of these creatures. So that's why Master Dyne stopped reflecting the scenes with his mysterious power. Dyne had stopped using the Imaginarium Bond a few minutes in and concentrated on his meditation. Jaden kept looking at the ghosts and remained unmoved from their growls and groans. What's strange is that his eyes and expression became more and more evident as he watched the ghost. There was also a strange glint in his eyes that Amara believed to be rage. Yet his expression remained as calm as ever. He's as cold as ice. Amara was amazed at how unaffected Jaden was. Amara had to undergo great torture and pain to reach where she was. But this was Jaden's first time experiencing it, and he could already resist it. Even Amara could not do this now. She used her power to remain unaffected and needed Dyne's purging to keep her sane. One devours the darkness and controls it. The other is too strong to get affected. What a horrifying bloodline. Amara watched the father and son pair. Then, finally, Amara gazed at Dyne. Dyne was closing his eyes and had been careful in maintaining the brimstone energy that kept converting the darkness. He then would use that energy to further fuel his brimstone. But only Dyne's hand could be seen now. A strange, malevolent darkness had covered every bit of Dyne except this hand. Master Dyne, I hope you know what you are doing. You are doing something far more powerful than the others are doing. Amara could not help but worry. Deep inside the soul space of Jito, the darkness was reforming him and strengthening him, and he was using it to reconstruct the damaged body of Yami. I see. You hid his physical body within you and denounced most of your form, and merged with Yami. You became the darkness Ariseru, but as an incomplete Ariseru. Dyne observed Jito and Yami's forms, much like Meta's original form before it attached itself to Vaughn. A black jeweled Ariseru could be seen floating, but unlike Meta, this one had many parts missing. The main issue was balancing the two. I could not fully merge with Yami because I could not master the darkness. Not to mention, Dyne glanced at Yami. I can sense it. What strange darkness she has. It's quite wicked. Did Rogue do something to her? Yes. How did you know? The question I had before was how a Ariseru of darkness could be of light. Strafe was rather vague in his response. I'm guessing he didn't think I need such information. What information? With the appearance of dark fire, I realized that every element had an inverse power. But the question was with light and with darkness. Are they the opposite of each other? Or do they have another inverse form? And Jito, you and Yami stood at the good versions of darkness. Well, you are a time/space Ariseru, and Yami is the real Ariseru of darkness. But that Yami isn't the normal darkness. She is the evil form. Perhaps Strafe planned to reveal this through Juggernaut. Correct. That is the real wickedness. I'm guessing that you already understand the emotional temperament of darkness. Of course, if light is love, darkness is cruelty. It's not even ice which should be the element of hate, or water which is sadness. Darkness wants to do harm to others, and it's perfect. In love there is hate, and in hate there is love. One cannot love if he does not know how to do evil, just as I did when those stupid politicians killed my dad. The cruelty in me dictated my wrath, my passion, and they hate to do all that I did to those gangsters and cops. In the opposite way, I cannot want to do cruel things to others without having anything I love. I mean, that's what evil people do, right? They love themselves too much that they do not care about what harm they do to others to satisfy themselves. Dyne explained. That is true. Yami was the strongest Ariseru among us because she was in charge of killing a Ariseru that would rebel, which was why she was the primary target of Rogue. Jito confirmed. Well, it's a good thing that I am brimstone. I'll use this darkness to help me break through. It will bring out all the death energy in my body that has hidden deep within my soul. And then, I shall purge it. Dyne smiled. That's crazy, Strafe interrupted. Why? Dyne frowned. You don't know what you are doing. If you do that, the darkness will corrupt you. It will turn your brimstone into the opposite. Do not underestimate Yami. I followed the game and made Juggernaut the secret quest for a reason. In fact, you'd have to acquire it if you wish to fight Bullnoil in Brigandine. Oh, but Strafe, that's my secret. I'm already corrupted. You didn't know? Dyne was amused. What do you mean you're already corrupted? You really didn't notice? Brimstone is the element that turns darkness aligned to light, correct? It is the opposite of Jito's time and space. I already know that Jito's elemental temperament is that of greed. Jito was greedy that he wanted Yami and did the crazy stuff, even abandoning his position as a Ariseru without you, or should I say Teague's approval. He is also the element that turns light into darkness. Greed is the stepping stone to performing cruelty and evil. Am I right? Yes, and you are the opposite. You are joy, the emotion that births love. No, I'm not. If I were joy, why did I do everything I did? Dyne laughed. It was then that Strafe felt that lightning bolt struck him. He realized it. The emotion awakened him into soul cultivation. That night when Dyne meditated before the Genesis tree wasn't pure joy. You are corrupted. I can't believe it. Right? I am the dark side of the coin, the reverse of joy. What is the reason why I am even helping you? The bottom line? Games. You walk the path of hedonism. Strafe was horrified. You seriously didn't notice? Dyne laughed. The moment Dyne revealed it, many of Dyne's eccentric actions were revealed. All that Dyne wanted was to game, and everything and anything that helped him achieve that was pursued. Thank Basilius Basilion for giving you games. Strafe almost cursed. So don't worry, I will keep myself sane in this process. I still have lots of games to play. You said it yourself. I am the nostalgic gamer in this cultivation world. Dyne laughed and turned to Jito. Let's begin. Jito's soul form nodded. Since I can't stop you, then I'll guide you. The darkness and your purity should allow us to do this. I'll impart the way for you. And feel free to change it as you fit. It's a bit early, but I guess it's time to start body cultivation. Strafe decided. Chapter 173. The Balance of the Dyne's Emotions. The shocking revelation regarding Dyne's true elemental temperament was still weighing on Strafe's heart. But he had no choice. The Basilius Basilion must have known and chosen Dyne to carry this burden. Because Dyne's definition of hedonism was wrapped. He never allowed himself to give in to evil powers. Those born of the dark fire were so obsessed with their desire to be rulers and the strongest that their entire culture circulated on strength. Hence, the Afarit was cruel even to their children. In some cases, the older Afarits allowed their sons and daughters to devour them if they were worthy or had a shot to be the strongest. The other dark races were wrapped in their twisted desires. And those of the dark brimstone were always beings of legendary, horrifying, and terrible reputation. Those who cultivated sainthood would even cause planets to collapse. In most cases, the Alliance of the Light would go out and hunt these beings. And here was Dyne, a cultivator of dark brimstone temperament. The more darkness gathered around Dyne, the more he should have turned into a maddened state. But Dyne kept his eyes wide open the entire time, and the brimstone's power that limited the corruption did not drop. The Afarit was allowed to absorb a huge chunk of this energy, and it reached a point that it could even clearly see what was happening around him. He saw and shivered at the two creatures that were there. The large Grim was slowly changing its very body. The darkness that held the entire room began to change. Howls of strange power began to echo out. The vast amount of mist triggered the power that was sealed in Yami. Suddenly, a bright brimstone shone out and drove the darkness away. Jito, focus. Don't give in to the mist. I want a Ariseru, not a Sim-Ariseru hybrid. Dyne chastised. He looked angry at Jito's failure. Yes? Jito apologized in embarrassment and continued to bear the pain as he slowly focused on rebuilding the body. The terrifying darkness was calling him to engulf the entire space and give in. The hatred toward Strafe was building as the rebellious nature of Rogue was trying to take hold of Jito's consciousness. "This is the darkness that consumed you?" Jito wept. He could feel the powers that had plagued and wrapped Yami into becoming the homicidal Ariseru that wreaked havoc all over Leia. "Wow, she's quite strong. I guess in this world, your level 10 form of reviving all Genesis trees isn't the limit, is it? I guess you could eventually become a being that can move and act independently and have the strength close to God's." Dyne smiled. "Jito, are you even trying? I guess it's rough being a Ariseru. You aren't used to new emotions, are you? I understand now how Ariserus are limited to one element. You don't have the emotional temperament since your levels of emotion differ from humans. But I guess it's more of a lifestyle issue. You guys don't mingle and talk to each other. You don't get bored. You only have this dominant emotion that drives you and causes you to be who you are. I bet meeting humans must be quite a change." Meta saw the life in Rim Elm and must have developed emotions that made her more human in how she treated Vaughn. Terra's free-spirited attitude must have changed because she became a parent. And Ozma already had Meta and Terra to show him the ropes. Dyne deduced. "But you only saw cruelty and greed in that forest. I bet meeting me and spending time with me is awakening you to new emotions. After all, you were used to living a lifestyle that no human could comprehend when you were in Nora Valley. So you guys don't really go through the emotions that humans experience. And that locks you up to one emotion. So how did it feel that someone so greedy and selfish like you would fall in love?" Dyne chuckled. Jito tried to resist the darkness when it suddenly brought him back to clarity. "Did she beat you? As the Ariseru of darkness, she was still that of the light. She was the one that would punish and chase after the Ariseru, right? Did she beat you up?" Jito was beginning to recall it, and Dyne took advantage of it. By recalling it, Dyne pulled it out of him as they were both immersed in darkness. Then, Dyne used this darkness to sift the memories. And then, he displayed it using the Imaginarium Bond. The battle took place in the far regions in the world of Nora Valley. It was a place full of strange monsters. Jito's features did not have dark wings and a grim-like form. There were no skeletons in his chest. Instead, his figure had a human-like torso with no legs. He had a large blue lizard-like head with a long neck and 2 large arms with 3 large fingers each. He was lying down on the ground and had many cracks all over his body. Above him was a 4-winged creature with a torso and head that looked like a woman. Her legs were like an alligator's tail, and she held a large scythe. "That was fun. Let's do this again, shall we? I decreed the punishment of 50 fights. So you better train up, Jito. We'll meet again in 1 year." The winged creature laughed. 50 times they fought, and it wasn't only until the 9th time did Yami had trouble fighting Jito. "You're quite strong. That Ozma didn't stand a chance when we fought, and Horn's just too strange. But with you, I actually have fun. I really look forward to our next battle." Yami laughed. At the 16th battle, Jito finally won. Yami was lying on the ground, and Jito was hovering over with his scythe in hand. "You! How could you have the power of darkness?" Yami cursed. "My powers and yours are quite similar on many fronts. So it's my win, Yami. Am I the strongest among Ariserus now?" Jito laughed. "I'll get you next time." The next battle was Jito's loss, and so was the one after. But Yami lost 5 consecutive times after that. The two became friends and met, even though there was no reason. It was there that Jito fell in love. What a touching story. But now, despite her sadistic and cruel means, this woman you loved is an empty shell, driven by mad desires to kill. She forgot your love. Dyne laughed. Jito's emotions are ragged. His greed surfaced. "That's right. Don't let go of your greed. Remember Yami when you fight the darkness. Remember that she is being tortured. Don't you feel sad? You've been living all these years in painful darkness. But Yami has been living all the more. You never felt the mist because you hid inside a Genesis tree. But Yami is made of this pain, this sorrow. Use that sadness. Don't reject it. You have always been pushed into that emotion of depression, and you have kept crying for your weakness since you met me. It may be a different emotion for a being like you, but don't toss it aside. Use the sadness. Solidify your water element. You managed to develop darkness because you learned what cruelty is. Use the mist and resist it by understanding sadness. So he understands. Strafe realized it. As expected, he knows. What a genius. Strafe shook his head. It took a long time for cultivators to master and understand the laws of cultivation, and it took a long time to see the link between emotions and elements. But not only did Dyne know of it, he knew how to use it. Out of your greed, allow joy to guide it. The greedy nature you have must be guided by the desire to have joy and gladness once she returns. So out of your sadness, let the joy of being reunited be the beacon of hope, and let's throw in a bit of love to perfect it. Dyne smiled. The power of the Imaginarium Bond surged. It brought out the emotion of light. Love appeared. Love for the world that was created in the Imaginarium Bond. Love for the cultivation world is full of games. The hedonist was indeed guided by his desire to pursue his happiness. Still, he could no longer live a hedonistic lifestyle without loving those in the Imaginarium Bond and those characters who came alive from the games he played. The eruption of emotion affected Jito. The ferret was amazed. The entire space around them was changing. There was something happening to the maddened darkness. Strafe noticed it as well. They can produce it. The pure evil of Calamitous guided by love. Strafe watched. Only Calamitous, the slime god, acquired this power. And that was because their master showed him great love. The cruelty and evil of his heart were redirected. They no longer wanted to hurt randomly but were extremely cruel to their enemies. That was because Calamitous learned to love. Strafe watched and could not help but feel strange. Cultivators challenge the heavens and learn the power of emotions and feelings. But that is oftentimes the last leg to reaching true power. Cultivators strengthen their bodies, mind, and soul. But when you become a saint, your powers will slowly be more and more dependent on your emotions, and it becomes the last hurdle to become a true god. Yet, the strange and relative realizations that are formed through enlightenment are what cultivators need to find true power. Yet he has it now. He has balanced his hedonism and love. What a genius! Strafe praised. With the strong surging power that brought love, Jito began to take in the darkness. Slowly, the power was gathering around Jito, and the broken shell of the Areseru Yami also flew toward Jito. A cocoon of pitch-black color covered Jito. Dyne smiled, and his smile was a look of excitement. Strafe, I love you, man, Dyne shouted. Strafe was caught off guard. That skull in Jito's chest, it's Skullgreeman, right? Dyne shouted with passion. Chapter 174. The monster from that game. The first thing that Dyne noticed when he saw Jito's form was that his original form didn't have the skull on his chest. His serpentine form didn't have any traces of pure dark energy either. Dyne had always assumed that Jito's real form was Jito and Yami's body combined, but when he saw the memories of Jito, he concluded that this wasn't the case. Dyne realized that the form Jito had was something he created to fit with the power of darkness. Time and space were used to merge his original form with another. The skull on Jito's chest looked like that of a monster. It had some face. It didn't make sense to have a skull as a body with a strange face. The skull of Jito looked vaguely familiar, and Dyne realized that it must have been another game. Jito must have searched for a monster that was full of dark energy, and because of that, there could only be that game. Digimon. Dyne was excited, and this excitement brought in his hedonistic desire. But what guided it was that Jito could have been Dyne's own Digimon. Jito could be reformed into that form. The hedonistic, selfish, and very self-centered desire Dyne to play the game allowed him to resist evil. After all, if he gave in to the darkness and became a being of pure evil that wants to do cruel actions and destroy the world, how would he play his many games? Dyne also took a portion of the madness from Jito. In fact, Dyne took the larger majority. In truth, Jito would have still fallen into the darkness if he had done it alone. But because he was bonded with Dyne, his emotions were affected. After being reminded by Dyne, he also managed to remain focused and finally succeeded. Jito became the first dual-element Areseru. His original elemental spirit seed was that of time and space, but now, another small elemental spirit seed was growing alongside his. The merging process was completed, and Jito couldn't believe it. He was taking a risk by trying this process and was using the mist and the Genesis tree to create the balance. There was a high chance that the Genesis tree would die in his attempt. But now, without the tree that purified it, he managed to create a small elemental spirit seed that would grow. If this seed grows, I can give it to Yami, and I would be a step closer to reviving her, Jito declared. The merging of two elements required not just a connection to Jito's Areseru body, but he needed a host to carry the darkness in his grim form. And so, the body of the fallen monster was used. The requirement was very high as the monster needed to have powers that could carry darkness. Luckily, one of the strongest monsters of the evil god's armies was killed. Jito took the body and merged with it as the monster could enter pocket dimensions on its own. So this is a Digimon. Dyne ignored Jito and Strafe and went to touch the skull. I see, a soul monster. That's how it can exist here. I get it, since Digimon needs to have that ability to be digitalized. Only those monsters that can move into space were made. So that means beings of darkness since they are close to time. Amazing. Skullgreeman. So cool. Dyne admired. Lord Dyne, I just want to thank you for helping me. I realized that it was foolish for me to try my original plan in Leia. If I did, it would have killed the Genesis tree. My selfishness made me lose sight of my true purpose. Jito bowed. Yeah, whatever. You must find a way to cultivate and assume a form that can live independently by detaching yourself from this thing. It's necessary and part of training. That's right. You need to move away from this and harness the power of darkness on your own. Your little ritual thing where you had to reform your Areseru body needs to shift into creating something made of a pure Areseru. And we can get that if we kill Rogue and his ilk. Besides, in the game, Carabin and Berserker were found in Rogue's tower. So I'm guessing those two should be related to the Areserus who betrayed Teague. Maybe we can use those instead. Of course. Jito realized it now. He had only seen the mist, but based on the memories of Dyne's game, Court and his men had control over Carabin. Yes, Lord Strafe made them be the true forms of some lesser-ranked Areserus. I can use their body, Jito exclaimed excitedly. Good. We can use those to help build your body, and I can take this skull for my own. This skull Greyman is the perfect carrier of darkness since I could not carry the dark element of Yami. But now that I can craft a body that doesn't need to be dark beings like this. Jito confirmed the possibility of Dyne's plan. And you are right also, so we call this creature Skull Greyman as well. I guess the cat's out of the bag.
Strafe sighed.
So it is a Skull Greyman. Dyne cheered excitedly. We haven't had time to look back on some of the games in my memories, so we never really got to talk about Digimon. Dyne chuckled. In any case, I have to find a way of bringing up an Agumen out of this. But how? Dyne began to plot. Relax. Sheesh. It's in Leia. What? It's in Leia. It was supposed to be one of the side quests you will face. Let me ask you this. Where is heaven? And where is hell in Leia? Dyne thought for a moment. Considering that there is a Areseru of darkness and a Areseru of light, both places should be in Nora Valley. Correct. The mist not only creates changes in the human world, but you've seen how the mist can change the very souls of men. In Nora Valley, those monsters were supposed to be there. Imagine the world where all the souls gather. The wicked and the righteous would have their place. Now think. You already learned the truth of the dark aligned souls. How do they cultivate? The path of devouring. I see. In a place where all the wicked souls gather, it would cause some powerful souls to start eating and becoming stronger. Yami was charged to stop that. Correct. It was Yami's job to stop such abominations from appearing. But since she disappeared, the wicked souls might have caused some corrupt beings to emerge. One of which is the Skullgreeman creature I destined. Right now, there are only a few lesser Areserus guarding that place. That world will soon become a war zone unless you help them. The more Genesis trees you awaken, the stronger these Areserus become. Since you've set your path in a path that plans to save and preserve all Genesis trees, then you can greatly help them. And I suggest you do. A time trial is happening. Calamitous sent something to Leia. It's creating a more terrifying and evil form of fate. And the challenges you will face in Leia will only grow stronger unless you stop its growth. In short, if you don't hurry, the remnant forces in Nora Valley will be in even more danger now. Even if Songi doesn't attack that place, the Mother Genesis tree could die. All right, the gains I had here are already outstanding. I got more books to read. I guess I have to find a way back to Leia. I don't want any of Leoric's skeletons to die. I want a perfect game. Dyne smiled. Back outside, the mist had all been absorbed by Dyne. Amara, Leoric, and Jaden looked at Dyne curiously. Suddenly, a strange power erupted in the right hand of Dyne. Darkness was appearing. On the left hand, a strange force also appeared. The group could feel a strange change in the area around them. It was as if things got heavier. I see. So this is your time magic. Impressive. Although I can only do a few magic like a low-level time mage, still this is something. Jito wept, but Dyne took advantage of it, and droplets of water began to float around him. You still need work. We need to find a way to create another elemental spirit seed for water so that it can grow. Dyne sighed and opened his eyes. Master Dyne, you seem to have gained scarier powers than me. Leoric laughed. The path is open. The portal awaits. I've already sent orders to bring everyone back here. Looks like you guys got stronger. Dyne chuckled as he glanced around. Everyone in this mine that remains alive or undead is mine. I believe I can be like those dark magicians of legend who can call to the dead. I am a necromancer now. Leoric smiled. Look too long in the abyss and it looks back. But how amazing was it that you prevailed? Dyne praised Leoric. Of everyone here, he was the most impressive. I need to increase my cultivation. As king, I was not only trained in martial cultivation, but the best mages have trained me to have an advanced understanding of mind cultivation. Right now, I can feel that I am nearing my limit. The vows that those knights made are easy, but for me to forcibly command a soul is quite taxing. That can be arranged. Dyne smiled. Let's head back first. Jaden, are you all right? Dyne turned towards Jaden, who had a very passive emotion. Yes, Master Dyne. I am just tired, I guess. Jaden gave an ordinary reply. You are a metal cultivator. You should be the perfect candidate to pilot Wanzers or whatever large robots we find hidden in this world. Dyne laughed. A metal cultivator? You must have felt it. The life force in your body that helps your bodily cultivation is not just an ordinary power. Both your body and soul were like an impenetrable fortress that looked down on the mist. I suggest asking the mages more about metal elements and how to stimulate them. The experience you just had ought to have spurred your connection with your soul. I can do mind magic without other elemental sources. Unlike your mages, I use the energy of my soul. You can do that too. Dyne explained. I will keep to heart your statements, Master Dyne. Jaden nodded. All right, guys, let's get back in and prepare to teleport to that region. We've got a lot of errands to do. Our power boosts here to give us the luxury of wasting more time. Dyne smiled. Waste time. I was in a hurry because of several reasons. The first was the Serpentari's attempts to recover the soul of the Efferet. We cannot defend this teleportation pad forever. This will undoubtedly be the place the Efferet and the Serpentari would try to regain. And so, we were racing to defeat them before either the Serpentari or Lazarus and his group gained access to this place. But now, we don't need to. I can block the teleportation pad so they can't breach it. Dyne smiled. With Jito now a time Areseru and a darkness Areseru, he was confident he could place powerful seals that would distort the teleportation pad. So we abandon this place? Yes, we have to prepare for a way back to my world. There are a lot of things that can help us grow strong in Leia. Dyne smiled. Chapter 175. How can I play? As the mines had fallen into destruction, Dyne and his team had found all the foul rooms where dark and cruel experiments were done. Everyone who looked at the scene was horrified. Some of the weaker-willed soldiers that joined and were among the living could not help but vomit. King Leoric had an angry look. These are my subjects. Such ruthless offerings should not exist in any kingdom. They that live and those that are dead must have a purpose beyond being used as some experiments. Those Serpentari will pay. Leoric raged as he saw the inner makings that created the mist. The maddening of the mine had caused many, who served the Serpentari, to be driven mad by the mist that was created. It was through the mist and Leoric's call that these secret chambers were opened. I see that this is the place which they used to create vampires. Dyne noticed. In any case, there is nothing left for us to gain here. All that is left is a stench of darkness. for even the souls of the torment have either been set free or called into the mist. I took quite a lot of souls here. Their deaths will be used to enact our revenge. Dyne declared. We have the Count, King Leoric. A skeleton approached and reported to King Leoric. The number of men that joined our armies is 64, 14 of which are now undead. This seems to be the limit of my power? No, a king should not need to have such burdens when calling people to service. I am still too weak. Leoric frowned. Dyne was shaking his head to the side. Leoric had gathered an army of powerful cultivators, but he was still unsatisfied. Boy, are these entropy types so idealistic? I guess that's their temperament. Well, anyway, it is beneficial for us, so I guess complaining is useless. Dyne sighed. How are the state of mind of these soldiers? Dyne asked as Crone arrived. I checked and healed those who are wounded, but unfortunately they are very troubled. I honestly think that many of them had already fallen insane. It's as if they have another personality. Leoric's demand for service corrupts their thinking. It also seems that aside from that, King Leoric has a way of actually degrading the mind of weak-willed men. This must be because of entropy. Dyne observed. The soldiers that were alive stood, but many of them had a dazed expression. Others looked confused and afraid, but a few others had an annoying grin on their face. We can try to purge a bit of the darkness later with my brimstone. Of course, it will hurt, but hopefully, part of their sanity is restored. Dyne nodded. Hopefully, Crone asked again. Bishop Crone, these people are traitors in the first place. Having them fight in this state is actually better. Dyne shrugged. The Serpentari will pay for the madness and atrocities they have caused. In time, dear king, but for now, organize your team to be teleported to the other side. Hopefully, Landon and that priest I asked to return are still alive and have not been attacked by Lazarus. Send me first, Leoric ordered. As you will, my king. Dyne chuckled. Dyne stood in the teleportation chamber and closed his eyes. As he did, he witnessed the numerous teleportation pads and destinations. Originally, Dyne could only sense a few of them, but now he could sense over 10 destinations. I see. Thankfully, my orb is now full of mana from all those souls. I guess it should be enough to send the army there. Dyne took a look at Jito. With 2 elemental spirit seeds, Jito has already gotten such a powerful boost. The truth that Jito could even sustain his current powers spoke of his talent in cultivation. Even Strafe was impressed at how this resurrected scoundrel manages to cultivate his current point as a Areseru. Jito channeled the dark and the time/space magic. He was no longer something that could only bring out a small portion of both, but he was a master of time/space and had a great affinity for darkness. The teleportation pad lit up. Leoric, Crone, Jaden, and their respective group moved inside, and a group of 20 men was immediately teleported. Nice, now we're talking. You finally got better in your control over time. Wow, I have 2 Areserus for the price of 1. This feels like a cheat. Dyne laughed. Jito was stunned at the set of praises from Dyne. He didn't know how to respond. I feel like a real character in Leia now, except with some sick GameShark codes. I have cheats that are for fun but don't really make the game very easy and boring. Rather, it makes the game even more exciting, Dyne added. Jito was silent, but there was a surge of strange joy in his heart from Dyne's words. On the second batch, Dyne allowed himself to be teleported as well. When they emerged, they saw the group waiting, and Landon was also present along with the 4 priests that followed. London. Good to see you alive. Lazarus did not send his men here, Master Dyne. Landon immediately reported. Good. I bet he's confused now. All the reports from the Serpentari must lead him to think that another Efferet is here. With the chaos and collapse of all the dark circles, they must be busy recreating it to heal the Efferet. I wonder if many of those dark practitioners were eaten. Our most optimistic hope is that they sacrificed Kong apes to heal their master. It is my first time here, but I can sense that there is darkness far out in the distance. So you said we would be taking our time and not saving my son? May I know the reason? They are desperate now. If we attack now in this moment of nervousness, the Efferet may perform dark arts that will make us lose our son forever. However, with a little time, the Ifrit can build up a little of his strength so that he won't be so desperate when we attack. The mission will be an assassination mission. Many will stay outside and fight while a few will sneak inside. I see. You seem to have already made plans. Who shall be the ones to move inside? Me, Jaden, Amorian, Chad, and Ishmareth. Only the 4 of us. What? The group exclaimed. Such a team contains so few of them. It has to be them. If the Ifrit sees an undead army, he will think it's another Ifrit controlling them and will become extremely cautious. He would be even warier if any powerful warrior began to appear inside his lair. But if it's 4 warriors that originally attacked this place and somehow survived, he will treat them with little worry. And that's how the 5 of us attack them. Dyne explained. I see. So you want us to perform a siege? Yes. That way we would minimize our losses. We don't know what other battles will happen. While we did lie about another Ifrit, the truth is that more of them exist now. The town of Merkley is facing a similar situation. True. We need to ensure minimal losses. Leoric nodded. I'll go back and begin sending the remaining army. Make preparations to leave some of the men we gained from the mine attack to guard this place alongside Landon. We make it look like you attacked this place, and the survivors fled here. But the wizard Yutters did something to break the teleportation to stop the undead army from coming here. Of course, the real truth is that I'll add some spells to distort the time. This must be done in haste. So when we teleport your men, get them out of there immediately. We don't know when Lazarus's scouts reached this place. Understood. We shall seek a hiding place. Leoric nodded. Dyne teleported back to the other end and swiftly sent the skeleton and undead army to the other side. The skeletons already had their orders and formed ranks. Some began to talk to each other and praised the king, while others began to discuss the amazing power of the king. It looks like their maddened state has lessened. Amazing, to think that after being exposed to such darkness, the king's resolve and control became more powerful. Now, this undead regained their consciousness and still feel the resolve of the king. Dyne praised. What are you up to? Everything you said to the Leoric was a lie. It was forced. You know very well that the Ifrit has already gained control over the son of Leoric, and he cannot do anything to kill the young prince, as he would die just as it was in Diablo. And why just Jaden and the others? You could have sent more men. Ardnula and the group could also join, Strafe asked. And even if you make a frontal assault, you can create Molotov cocktails, herbs, poisons that can knock everyone out in an instant. Oh, Strafe. And here I thought you knew me. Of course, I lied. If we attacked and massacred our way in like that, how can I play Diablo? Well, what? You've seen my true nature. I am a hedonist. Now I can finally get everything that I ever wanted. The knight, the archer, the mage, and the monk. I'll treat it as if I'm playing Diablo Hellfire. I'm sure Basilion would have changed the terrain to become like that. Lazarus will be forced to stay with the Ifrit and make more defenses by closing off the teleportation chamber here. Soon, I believe the cave we went to will have similar stages in the actual game. You're crazy. No, I'm just a nostalgic gamer. Dyne laughed. Chapter 176. Trouble at Merkley. With the last of the skeletons sent, Dyne began to focus on his powers with Jito. Jito, create that barrier thing on our way to the other side. It's simple, but the hard defense of your force field should have increased by now. Using it should also be cheaper. It has. With the amount of mist I gathered, I can create more spells. If there are any more spells that you can remember from your games, then let's test it out. We can try haste and slow. It wasn't in Legend of Legaia, as you didn't seem to have the time power. But those buffs are rather useful in real life. The problem with haste is that it will strain a person's physical body. So I think if we try to cast it on a person, it will put a physical and mental strain on that person, especially if this person will constantly go over the physical and mental limits. So in worst-case scenarios, it could kill the person. True. But if we cast it on someone with a stronger physique, it would be helpful. Slow but powerful people like Gala would have the chance to move faster. His high vitality should be able to resist the strains of the fast speed for a longer time. This fast turnout could be to his advantage. Anyway, let's go. Dyne and Jito channeled great powerful magic and warped towards the other side. The various side quests that Dyne and his team had in Martzert had finally ended. Dyne walked out of the hall and found the ranks of undead nearby. Landed was shivering in fear. The sight of the many powerful skeletons made his fear grow more and more.
Relax, London.
They are on our side. Dyne laughed as he moved out of the teleportation pad and went to the open air. Dyne suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Too little death. Give me a moment. Dyne suddenly sat down in a cross-legged position and began to harness Jito's power. Dyne expanded his senses and confirmed that there had been too few deaths since he left. No deaths. Lazarus and the Efferet didn't sacrifice their Kong apes. But why? Dyne began to thin. Master Dyne, I sense a presence deep inside the location of the cave. It wasn't clear before since I was weak, and the death circles masked it. But I sense a strange dark creature inside that cave. It's similar to the Skullgreman that I took possession of. Dyne then stood up. I was careless. Of course, the Efferet must have chosen that location because there was a suitable food source for it. So it must have used that to recover a small portion of strength. What happened? Leoric asked. Something's come up. The Kong apes were not sacrificed. It seems that the Efferet already had something prepared to make it regain its powers. The Efferet is economical now. But why? What's the best course of action left? Dyne began to think. Yesterday, I scouted the nearby locations when Lazarus had not sent for any messengers. I planned to use the excuse of giving reports if I got caught. Anyway, I confirmed that the Kong apes have been moving towards Merkley. Landon reported. Dyne realized the plan. Amara, how is Lacdaganon's progress? Dyne had noticed that Lacdaganon had been rather silent. When the darkness of the mist came and engulfed the Jito, Lacdaganon had moved out and began to devour more souls. Unlike the other skeletons, Lacdaganon was not driven mad and did not consume the flesh of men on their attacks. But with Amara's help, he was able to devour the souls of the men who were wicked and lived foul lives. After which, Lacdaganon's soul was enveloped in some ectoplasmic cocoon. He has consumed quite a bit of the ghost but has fallen into meditation. He will slowly become a revenant like me. Amara reported. Do you still need to watch over him? At this point, it all depends on his will, Lord Dyne. His will ought to be strong enough. Good. Go on a scouting mission for me. I think I know what's happening. We have to change our plans yet again. Dyne frowned. What is our new task? Leoric asked. My tasks remain. It still is the most important thing to consider. I have to meet with my friends, Rena, and the group. I need her powers for the next stage of my journey. They created a small base near the edge of this forest. But now, since we have Leoric, I think we must focus on another mission. Originally, I thought the Efferet would ignore Merkley in its panic to restore its strength after I halved it. But it seemed to have another energy source that I didn't anticipate. So since he could afford it, the Efferet plans to attack Merkley and devour everyone. We are going to save that town? Leoric frowned. Yes, Dyne confirmed. Master Dyne, a mission to save that village will cost me more than I can bargain for. Leoric frowned. My skeletons must feed on the living. But they are in a constant state of entropy. Their souls will be consumed soon. If I want to win Tristram, I need them recharged. I cannot afford some minor skirmishes. If an army of Kong apes is headed to Merkley, we can attack the Efferet now. There is a reason why we can afford to do that. The people of Merkley may die now, and Lazarus will take their souls through whatever magic to offer to the Efferet. You plan to recruit them? Yes, dead or alive. But this won't be possible if Lazarus gets there first. I have read that Merkley is a desolate level town. A skirmish like this with that reward is not enough to make up for my losses. King Leoric, there is a place that we can soon go where that mist that you experienced is being created in vast amounts. There is a castle full of skeletons and undead that have come alive because of that mist. So I need you guys to buy me time while I prepare a transfer array to that place. And that's why we need to stop the Efferet from getting stronger. Unlimited amount of mist? And you say there is a castle full of undead? Leoric was amazed. Yes, We can recharge our forces and even control some minor skeletons. This team you command now will be your elite. There are more places in the place I am teleporting to that will have even stronger skeleton warriors. Dyne smiled. He knew that Drake Castle would have an army of skeletons that would soon be wasted. When the Genesis tree is awakened, all these skeletons and undead will all die. There would be more monsters and skeletons of great power in the future locations of Leia. And with Leoric, it would be his. I see. So a momentary sacrifice for future gain. How certain are you that we can acquire them? With my awakened Ariseru, I should be capable of creating a means to go to that place. As for controlling them, it really depends on your power, Leoric. HMP, the undead will beckon to my call. Leoric replied with a smug expression. Good. Then are we agreed? We have to save the village. Yes, Leoric nodded. Dyne then turned to the rest. We don't know if the Efferet will also move and search the mountain. So I recommend that a strike team will deal with the Kong ape scouting around the mountain. If we manage to clear the scouts and kill the flow of communication or whatever possible logistics these Kong apes need, it will make their march slow. Remember, these Kong apes have human intelligence. Before, they kept harassing Merkley. But now, I expect siege weapons to be used on that small town. I've only been gone a few nights, but since the Efferet is desperate, it would have commanded an immediate skirmish to get more and more humans as sacrifices. And that desolate level town would be a perfect target. Then we need to warn Merkley. Ardnula thought, what are the forces of Merkley? Merkley has around 3,000 people with cultivators that should be up to the level 6 martial novice stage. But most of their mature cultivators should be around level 2 or 3. They are armed and might have been prepared for the attack. So even if the battle began, it would probably last a few days. Hopefully, they did not rush and attack Merkley. No, I doubt they will. With the threat of another Efferet, they will make great preparations for this attack. They have more wars to fight and will do everything in an economical manner. Ardnula confirmed. Let's hope that's true. Gather everyone. We have to make plans. Dyne ordered. Meanwhile, Lazarus was deep in a strange room full of strange seals. Before him, a large ancient black dragon was dead with a huge hole in its heart. The young man emerged out of the dragon and turned to Lazarus. Lord Diablo, our forces should reach Merkley tonight. Hurry, we can't afford any more delays. The teleportation pad has fallen. Our enemies are near. The young man answered as he gazed in the direction where Dyne was. It seems I will have to ask for an alliance. The man called Diablo thought. Prepare a communication array. I will be contacting my brother, Mephisto. Chapter 177, Three Brothers. The wizards made preparations and positioned themselves on various points of a magic circle with a pillar with a crystal orb at the center. Various stones emitting dark energy were placed in a certain arrangement, and the crystal orb began to glow brightly. The young man was still covered in dragon blood and stood right in front of the orb. He gave a strange chant, and the energy around him grew denser as the orb suddenly flashed a bright light and projected an image over it. The young man waited and finally could see another light being projected back. A tall man was shown. He had a long white beard and a dark coat, and he held a large staff nearby. I see that you selected a powerful mage as a host. You agreed to make him the strongest mage but took his mind and body in exchange for this. Quite cunning. Diablo, what business do you have? Is it you that's attacking me? I doubt it. You must have recently possessed that body going by the signs of life in him. Attacking you? Is it an Efferet? I can tell you, none among the dark jinns have risen to power. I am the first, although quite a few will probably rise soon. Then I have a wager for you, Mephistopheles. In fact, we can call on our other brother, Beelzebub, for this. I have found a power host with tremendous abilities. Their lineage belongs to the summoners of old. Summoners? Yes, this body belongs to such a lineage. Even now, his soul hides in the deep parts of this body as it refuses to give in. I fear that the Efferet that is bearing its fangs at me seek to take control of this lineage and has sent his forces to attack me. Skeleton knights have risen and have been spotted along with wraiths in my kingdom. I fear that this ferret has achieved so much more in such little time. Wraiths and skeleton knights, that's quite a predicament. So you want us, 3 brothers, to temporarily team up to defeat this ferret? Why should I do this? He can fight you and lose his forces. By the time his forces even gets remotely close to my location, he will already be hard-pressed. After all, to defeat you, they would need an army of their own. Mephistopheles laughed. If you don't ally with me now, your death is assured. This ferret will definitely be the king of this planet because he found a powerful host. He ambushed me. He hasn't even completed merging with the body and only revealed a very, very small portion of his soul that he seemed human. But this ferret took half of my soul. Mephistopheles was stunned. Half of your soul? Wait, that poor state you are in is not a lie. Diablo then took out a meaty piece taken from the dragon. Fire Wyrm. I only regained this much after eating a slumbering fire Wyrm, which is the secret king of this forest. HMP. It seems the heavens are against your ascension, Diablo. To think that such a tremendous advantage would be wasted. But how did the assassin have your soul? You said it yourself. He was too weak. I was distracted. But as to how he halved my soul, it is through dark brimstone. Mephistopheles' expression changed into horror. Dark brimstone? Yes, not only that, but this ferret has powerful soul weapons. After weakening me, he launched various attacks that used his evil minions to reveal the vampires and rituals. I thought my minions created chaos in the kingdom. This ferret must have come to this planet earlier. During my summoning, he sabotaged my soul transfer. The spatial storms I faced during the transfer invoked my rage toward my minions, and I didn't sense his approach. And at that moment, the assassin attacked and halved my soul and even sealed it. I cannot even sense where my other soul is, Diablo explained. Dark brimstone, Mephisto cursed again. He still was stunned at the appearance of such an element. Dark fire, a ferret in a brimstone cultivator. And he managed to deal with such an attack already. So this means he has taken over a genius cultivator. Genius and loaded. He escaped by using the distorted space of my arrival and a strange artifact that I couldn't understand. It's possible that it was a soul weapon with the ability to control time/space element. He got away. I didn't even saw his face. It all happened so fast. This means that he has half of my soul, and if we don't act now, he may grow strong enough to devour it. Mephistopheles continued to frown. You must have some spies over our region. I have received strange reports of a skeleton army marching. How they suddenly appeared, I do not know. But as you can see, I am about to lose my foothold in my kingdom. This ferret can win without even losing a tenth of whatever army he has. Mephistopheles nodded. I have heard of the reports from my many spies in Martzert. They witnessed the skeleton army and reported to me the cultivation levels than those skeletons have. I thought that they were yours and would attack the kingdom, but instead, they attacked the mine under your control. They attacked the mine? Diablo was stunned. You didn't know? My men have made no report. There were several powerful mages stationed in that mine. But now I understand. Those mages should have long been here. It seems the ferret is prepared. My only advantage now is that he didn't sense the fire Wyrm in this cave. Mephistopheles, if I fall, this ferret will be too strong for you. We have to make an alliance now and crush his men. I will concentrate on devouring this fire Wyrm and reforge a stronger body. I have sent some of my team to attack the town of Merkley. But if they attack the mine, then that skeleton army could be here and will hinder my plans. I will contact Beelzebub. He can send some of his men, and I will send some of my elites as well. Concentrate on defending your space. I need to move to Merkley. If I can't have those souls, I have to hinder that ferret from taking control of it. I shall see what I can do. I can entice the nearby kingdoms. Perhaps some of them have found a secret warp pad there and can send more forces to wage war against those skeletons. A skeleton army will mean that a necromancer of great power is here. It will definitely make the nations wary. Then I will have to thank you, brother. Focus on getting stronger. I am helping you out. for you are the strongest demon among us in terms of strength. We shall deal with this brimstone demon and go back to killing each other." "With pleasure," Diablo laughed as he walked away, and the vision ended. Out in the woods, Dyne's team has settled on their plans. 3 teams would move out. Dyne acquired a special compass that points to another assigned or marked compass. These were objects that many mercenaries and knights of positions carry so that their location could be tracked. Dyne had his compass marked to 3 other compasses, which the leader of each team carried. The main army consisting of Leoric, Ardnula, and the many knights who have fallen under the spell of Leoric would chase after and ambush the Kong apes from the back. The scouting party who later act as the team to assassinate, sabotage, and perform subterfuge missions behind enemy lines consisted of Jaden, Amorian, Zihir, Chad, Usleys, and Amera. The team that would rush towards Merkley consisted of Ishrith, Zihir, Crone, and all the priests who followed him. There were other kites recruited in the Catacombs of Heroes and some other knights that Dyne let out when they escaped Martzert. These people would escort the non-cultivating women and children they brought out so that the Serpentari could not target them. You will follow Amorian towards the path headed to Merkley, and once you get close you will all split up. I will have to leave you guys now, scale the mountains, and use a shorter path to meet up with Rena. Truthfully, you all could benefit from my trip to my world. But your responsibilities on this side of the world are more important. I don't know how many days I might be gone, but I should be able to bring back more allies when I return here. So I suggest thinking of a long and drawn-out battle. There is a possibility that more of the Eferet's allies will appear here. So always consider the worst-case scenario. Dyne instructed, "Don't worry about the skeletons. I will study more and more about the dark arts. These books you gave me are quite interesting." Leoric smiled. "Jaden, do whatever you think is necessary. Your priority is, of course, the protection of the town of Merkley. So if ever you and your team find the need to move elsewhere, do so. I have studied the strategies you have shown and taught us. With Amera now controlling all the whites, our assassinations and attacks will be easier. Rest assured we can create chaos and delay this war, and long to test this new flame blade." Jaden's expression was rather stoic, but Dyne knew he was excited to fight. "Keep cultivating. You've found something about your true power, Jaden. Keep at it. Crone, Ishrith, and Zihir, I trust you to defend Merkley. They are rather low in their cultivation, so educate them. Build up that city so that it can be stronger, and beware of the mid-level town of Trithfort. They should have a being similar to the Eferet. And while the Eferet in the forest is stronger since he has more resources acquired from the Serpentari and enjoyed the privilege of being in a town like Martzert, these beings have powers that break common sense. Be wary. Keep in mind the fake identities I told you. We will be sure to act beyond your expectations, Lord Dyne." Ishrith bowed. "Arya may go with me on my trip or stay on the location where I left Rena, depending on the status of Rena's group. Save the message talismans for emergencies, and be careful." Dyne gave his last instructions. "Lord Dyne, we are adults. We should be saying that to you." Amorian laughed. "See you guys. Arya, let's move." Dyne rushed onwards with Arya and began to use his grappling hook to scale the nearby mountains and ran towards the cliff. Chapter 178. Dyne's Love Life. Dyne and Arya began their swift run across the entire area. Through Jito, he managed to create a strange ability naturally created by one Leia accessory. What a cheat!
Strafe sight.
The item normally wouldn't be a cheat item, but because of the other abilities of the accessories that Dyne had, this item became a cheat. Jito was creating dark energy that caused nearby monsters to sense death, and some of the creatures would seek out this death energy believing that a nearby creature was close to dying. This premonition drew out many of the hiding creatures and made them search or head towards Dyne's location. In Legend of Leia, this accessory was perhaps one of the most unused and ignored. Unless a player was grinding or was trying to capture a certain Seru, this accessory wouldn't be worn. And bad luck, Bell. This thing is normally useless, but you're using it to fast travel. Strafe cursed as he saw Dyne use this ability in partnership with the Chicken King. Dyne and Arya moved with incredible speed. The usage of Dyne also improved as Dyne was able to use more time/space magic, which was one of the many things that the Chicken King had. Their movements were twice as fast, and it was as if the obstacles before them would move. Dyne had a massive increase in his stats since Jito finally awoke a Ariseru and officially had a dual element, allowing him to give more and more of the soul force to Dyne. As Dyne moved, he couldn't help but ask Jito to bring up his stats. Dyne took a quick look at his stats to bask in its glory. Level 9. HP, 57, 117 to 122, / 125. Vitality, 61, 121 to 126, / 115. Magic capacity, 18, 26 to 28, / 33. Strength, 56, 116 to 121, / 95. Dexterity, 40, 55 to 57, / 45. Force, 25, 45 to 47, / 40. Mind force, 12, 20 to 21, / 30. Soul force, 53, plus 7 to 12, / 20. Dyne watched and delighted in his new stats. He had increased 2 levels when he gathered the dark energy and aided Jito in harnessing the darkness and time/space elements. As a result, Jito's added soul force also increased as well. I should have the powers to match a level 1 martial formation cultivator now, and Jito should be above average among Ariserus. This is great. Once I get to Leia, I'll start hoarding all those Serus. Vera, Jamard, Theater, Naito, Gizem, Zenier, who knows? I might even go for that young Koru in the forest. And there's that holy Zenier. I can't wait. I can't wait. Dyne laughed as they ran. But you already have a Jamard. What about 2 Jamards? Besides, if I can catch some of those Serus and bring them here, it will strengthen my current team. With Jito's power, I can store these Serus and bring them here. Since there's no mist here, my team can assimilate with those Serus and fight. Dyne kept monologuing about his plans. This was the reason why he had to rush into Leia. Dyne couldn't explain what specific benefits he could give. But if Dyne succeeds in moving inside Leia and can come out with a few Serus, it could greatly change the tide of the battle. The priest that followed Crone would improve with Varys. Ishrith and Zahir could do well with Serus that could inflict area damage like the Gizems, Theaters, or Zenwars. The rest among Leoric's men and soldiers could do well with any Serus. And Dyne predicted that a Leoric with Naito's would do strangely well. His enchanting power to draw soul by adding Hell's music would be great. And then there were his allies. Lacdaganon and Amara were already spirits. Who knows what they could do if they see these Serus? What if they devoured Serus? Oculus and Arya would also improve even with Vera. Too bad there are only 10 Ariserus in Leia. Since Vaughn, Gala, and Noah will get their original Ariserus and I have Jito, there are only a few Ariserus left. Byron should go to Tetsu, and Rena should probably have Horn. You're thinking way ahead. Calm down, nerd. Strafe frowned. But even with Strafe's insults, the maddened and daydreaming gamer continued to think of the possibilities. Arya watched at the side and only smiled at the maddened laugh of her master. She had already seen his madness and grew to like it. Arya's watching, Strafe reminded. Dyne couldn't help but turn to Arya in embarrassment and notice her cute smile. Sorry about that. Anyway, another monster is near. I'll hit it, and let's run again. Dyne smiled. Do not be embarrassed, Lord Dyne. Powerful people like you have the right to be rather eccentric. Even those ladies, Amorian and Ishrith, seem to find your eccentric acts quite cute. Arya giggled. They said that? Dyne asked as he blushed. Yes, they've been arguing about who will marry you, too. I'm quite jealous, to be honest. Amara would tease them, saying he already made a vow to be with you forever, which is practically like marriage. Arya chuckled. Dyne couldn't help but blush, and his ears turned red. What about you? Dyne dared to ask. He could feel his heart beating, but with such daring words from those women, Dyne was worried that he would lose his chance with Arya, who looked so much like his crush. Me, Lord Dyne, I already am your shadow and vowed to live for you, so I think I'm ahead of Amara by a bit. She chuckled. Dyne was doing his best to maintain the effects of the Chicken King. Strafe and Jito were rolling their eyes. A cultivation genius like this? And he really has a weak spot for girls. Strafe cursed. But then, he realized it. His head froze, and he dared not utter it. But Dyne actually sent his consciousness inside Jito's soul space to scream. Crap, Rena, I forgot. Dyne cursed inside and went back to his body as he continued to run as if nothing had happened. Jito was startled at their sudden cry of Dyne. Ma Master Dyne? What happened? The game. I have 3 girls who like me now. That will make it harder to make Rena fall for me. Wow. From a guy who can't get one girl, it's really quite bold of you to assume that they like you. Don't mess this up, kid. In your current scenario, it's possible that you'd end up losing all of them since the rivalry is intense. Besides, you are still 10 years old. Would these girls settle with someone so young? You are also gathering more powerful cultivators together. What if these cultivators had their eye on your girls? Your girls could still end up with these other characters. Ardnula and Usilis could make a move. Dyne's expression turned to horror. You really think that's possible? You have a history of having bad luck with women. I won't be surprised that Basilius Basilion destined you with this. However, there is a price to becoming a madly obsessed gamer like yourself. And that is virginity. At least this genius is rather insecure about his love life. Strafe secretly sent a message to Jito. Indeed, Lord Teague, we can use this as a means to get back at him. He already has quite an envious start at 10 years old. He has 4 girls. A part of me cannot accept if he continues in this. We have to manipulate him into being more scared and paranoid. Right? He already is such a genius. He cannot succeed in his love life. It seems we have an accord, Jito. Let's do our best to make this kid have an unlucky love life, Strafe vowed. Somewhere in Strafe's soul, the poison spirit was agreeing to the plot being made. Dyne kept thinking of a reason to explain to Rena how he had a beautiful ninja serving him. And he also didn't want to make it look like he wasn't happy or proud of Arya if he talked to Rena. Damn it, no matter what, I would receive negative feedback from the other. Dyne sent his consciousness in again to curse. Normally, cultivators look for women one at a time. Normally that's the cliché in most harem novels. So it's your fault you found all 5 at once. Strafe laughed. Dyne kept grumbling. And even Arya noticed the change of emotions and expressions on Dyne's face. Somewhere in the forest. Dad, now! Rena shouted as she kept shooting magic missiles. Lucas ran from the back and jumped at Kong Ape from behind. He slashed the large sword down and wounded the neck of the Kong Ape. After the ambush, the Kong Ape fell to the ground bleeding, and Trina rushed in and stabbed a long spear at the Kong Ape's head. The Kong Ape finally fell. Good. We killed 3. Rena cheered. The father smiled. This was quite an improvement. I've improved so much that I think I can already fight a Kong Ape one-on-one. I think so too, Dad. Your skills and attacks have improved so much. Not many in the village can match you now. And it's all thanks to Joro and Urin. Behind them were the dead bodies of several Kong apes. Joro and Urin had grown longer and were nearly 1 meter long. The two stood over the dead Kong apes. Between their munches and bites, the heads turned to Lucas and gave a cheerful cry. Suddenly, the heads turned in another direction. Both heads looked with a confused expression at first, and then they cheered and raced forward. Joro, Urin, Trina cried. It's little brother Dyne. He's back. Rena cheered. Chapter 179, Reunion with Rena. Rena noticed how Joro and Urin's expressions drastically changed as they made a quick rush in a certain direction. Rena knew that the only person that could trigger such a response from Jiroro and Urin would be his master. Sure enough, Dyne appeared from the top of the trees. Big sis, Dyne called out as he then took an amazing leap from the trees above. Rena rushed and gave Dyne a tight hug. Arya observed the reaction and finally jumped down and landed next to Dyne. So this is my greatest rival. Master Dyne has not shown any proactive interest in other girls apart from me. But it seems his ties with this Rena are strong. Arya secretly observed Rena. Little brother. Thank goodness you are safe. Uncle Lucas, Aunt Trina, and of course, Joro and Urin rushed towards Dyne, and their two heads coiled around like a snake. You guys have grown bigger, Dyne laughed. Master Dyne. Little brother, you've grown stronger. I sense a powerful dark element from you. Yeah, a lot has happened. We have a lot to catch up on. But there is also a lot that I must do. So let's go back to the hideout. Dyne then urged everyone to move back to the hideout. You guys dared to hunt them, Dyne praised. We couldn't sit around and do nothing. The more we kill, the fewer deaths there are on Merkley. Lucas explained. All right, let me tell you guys what happened when I left. Dyne began his tale as they continued to trek back to the hideout. He told of the numerous Kong apes he saw, the Dark Fortress, and how these Kong apes were a plot from a former sanctuary kingdom. And then Dyne began to share things that made Rena and her family grimace in shock. Dyne began to recount how he met Jaden and saved them. He detailed the horrifying truth that the Kong apes are 10 times more than the village estimated their numbers. Dyne recounted how Martzert sent their forces and how they were all killed, all to summon a demon, the Ifrit. The group finally reached the hideout. The place was now carefully hidden, and the path had more of the strange herbs used to distort the scent of the Kong apes. The path towards the secret base had more secrets now as the group managed to change the terrain to hide it. Dyne was impressed, and the group finally reached the inside of the cave. It had some crafted furniture that the group made. Dyne brought out more furniture that he had acquired, and the group settled. Their Dyne continued to tell the story of how their team fought another person that might have a similar situation to the fiancé of Rena. Crone, the bishop, who turned into a huge ogre that could surpass an average level 4 martial formation expert, became their challenge. Dyne quickly summarized the battle and told of their plot to rescue the king of Martzert. Soon, Dyne introduced Arya and even allowed her to recount what she went through. Arya gave her a first-hand account of what had happened and brought Trina and Rena to tears as they heard of her suffering. I would have died if not for Master Dyne. The swordsman that my enemy hired could have killed me. But not only has he given me vengeance, but he has also given me purpose and a new life. I am Master Dyne's shadow, and he is my light. I will live for him. To Rena, Trina, and Lucas, a martial cultivator of Arya's level, was an impossible dream. She was a peak martial novice cultivator, and she has already completed a job change. She was technically a martial formation expert, and this formidable cultivator followed Dyne. Amazing. You found an amazing friend, Lucas marveled. Not to mention those other experts, those at the second martial formation stage, Trina added. Beyond Arya were 4 more cultivators with powerful strength. And to think Master Dyne's tactics managed to defeat a level 4 martial formation expert. And this expert was now their ally. Actually, those allies do not even constitute 1% of Lord Dyne's current power. Arya gave an estimate. Master Dyne has more? Rena asked. Let me continue. Dyne smiled. Dyne continued his tale and talked about the horrifying discoveries they made. He talked about the sad life of Usilis and how they used that to recruit the Revenant Amara, who was his lost sister. A ghost! Lucas was amazed.
Un revenant.
It's a much more powerful form of Wraith and has her own consciousness. She's quite strong too. Dyne laughed. The group wondered. Dyne had just said that he managed to defeat a level 4 martial cultivator. What exactly did Dyne mean when he called this Revenant strong? So you can command numerous wights and wraiths because you are a Valkyrian? You are even more amazing than I imagined. Little brother, Rena was amazed. Yeah, Amara trained quite a few. She gave me a bit since she got worried about me. I have around 3 here. Jito, can you bring them out? A purple light flashed, and 3 ghostly apparitions appeared. The ghosts suddenly flew. Jito, are they escaping? Dyne panicked. No, they are just restless. I can still control them. Their natural instinct is to move around a bit. They also smelled the dead Kong apes and may be thinking of eating them. Jito spoke. Trina and Lucas trembled as they heard the sound of Jito. Hey, you can talk now. The physical body of the Skullgrayman allowed me to craft a way for me to talk physically. That way, you won't look crazy when talking to me. What an amazing soul weapon. It's sentient. It can talk. Trina was amazed. Oh, I get it. You did this so people would notice you. So needy. Dyne shook his head. Jito couldn't help but curse. As Jito explained, The three ghosts went out and began to search for food. Jito had to release dark energy to make the ghosts avoid Rina and her family. Finally, Dyne brought out some of the Kong ape corpses. The ghosts began to rush at them and released strange absorbing magic that began to drain the life and death energy of the corpses. They were hungry? You should have told me. They are ghosts. They are just following their instincts. They will always seek life and death. If we feed them more wild beasts, they will turn wild from the wild souls they eat, and even I can't control them. Jito argued. You can't control them? What a big shot Araseru you are. Look at me. I can talk, but I can't control some dead ghosts and have to rely on a cute girl to keep them in line. Are you saying Emera is better than you in that regard? You can't even control some ghosts. Mother fragment. Jito finally erupted and cursed the vulgar words he kept hearing Strafe says. They are technically my employees, so I need to do the whole HR thing and ensure they are happy. Happy? Yes, happy. Happy employees are the fundamental elements to any successful organization. Lord Teague, what is he talking about? Jito secretly sent a message. Yeah, it's something that his world practices. Just roll with it. Do they need anything else? Are they bored? You need to create some cubicle for each of them where they can rest and enjoy private moments. Dyne continued to question. They are undead. They don't get tired, and they don't need privacy. Jito argued. They don't think they need privacy because the system told them to. It doesn't give us the right to overwork them. Try to make your soul space more habitable too. Habitable? For undead souls. We don't want them to get bored, you know? So make some obstacle courses or something. Even Trina and Lucas were so confused at the discussion. Arya was chuckling at the side, and Rina noticed it. That woman, she's not just little brother's servant, is she? Rina pondered as she watched the happy expression of Arya. When Dyne left, her parents had been urging her to not just look at Dyne as a little brother but try to get Dyne to be her husband. But now, she had already found that Dyne had another woman by his side who liked him. Oh right, I don't think I have properly introduced Jito here to everyone. He already met you guys. Emera told me about him, so you're the senior apprentice of Lord Dyne, correct? Arya asked. Jito felt another painful attack on his ego. I've seen Master Dyne use you a lot. Thank you for helping me too. Arya bowed. Dyne then glanced at the corpses of Kong apes he brought out. How many of these Kong apes have attacked you? Looking at how you killed them, it seems you have been fighting them almost daily. There have been several squads that have been passing through this region. We always attacked them and tried to make ambushes away from this hideout. But these past days, we had to be careful as the number of Kong apes increased. Lucas explained. These squads aren't the usual group. It looks like the Kong apes are more organized than we thought. This confirms my suspicion. The Ifrit seems to be on the move and plans to send his Kong ape forces to attack and kill everyone on Merkley. We must warn them. Relax. Remember the king of Martzert? He now declared to be the king of a new kingdom, Tristram. And from his name, Cyril, he is now called King Leoric the Skeleton King. Why would he call himself the Skeleton King? That will make his subjects have a bad impression of him. Well, bad, yes, but they will fear him. He calls himself the Skeleton King because he commands a skeleton army. And these skeletons are not some lowly weak summons. They average to about level 1 to 2 martial formation experts. They are the ones I assigned to stop the Kong ape army. Level 2 martial formation experts. And you have an army of them? The three shouted again. With such an army, what is there to fear? Again, it's technically King Leoric's army. And besides, they can't really move a lot since it consumes their lifespan. I need to figure out how to feed them more food to prolong their lifespan. And even though they can defeat the Kong ape army, the Ifrit would most likely seek aid if he can. Worst case scenario, another army may pop up, far stronger than the Kong ape. Dyne guessed. Then we have to save Merkley, Lucas exclaimed. Yes, I plan to take control of Merkley. We must defeat Trithfert, the Serpentari controlling Martzert, and the possible reinforcement army that might aid the Ifrit. As such, our little outpost will be a line of logistical support. This is why I came back to you guys. I need to be near the battle but simultaneously out of sight. I will create a portal to my homeworld. Arya and Rena will go with me. Uncle, Auntie, you two stay here and hold on to this device. Dyne handed the group the compass. That will be a beacon my allies will use to find you. Auntie, Uncle, I want you guys to guard this area and welcome my allies when they arrive. I will be crafting a portal to go to Leia. Dyne brought out several large rocks. With these wizard ores and Jito's newfound strength, I should be able to go back to Leia. Dyne smiled. Chapter 180. Leia again. Little brother, what is this? Rena asked. A stone that will help Jito cast a spell. Think about it this way. Are there spells you can't cast because the mana you need to cast is so high? Yes. Jito is a dark and a time and space soul weapon. But right now, the power I need to send me to my world is greater than what he can produce. So this stuff will help me. The wizard ore was the miraculous material that accompanied the Efferet's soul when it was traveling great distances in the form of a meteor. Dyne theorized that these rocks also created an environment for the Kong apes to acquire magic through these rocks. With the wizard ores being covered in fire, ice, earth, and other elements to make the journey possible, the resonating power may have caused the Kong apes to develop the power easier. Wish I had them. I bet they'd be great magic materia, or maybe use GF ability to convert these wizard stones into an Aga spell. Dyne sighed. It's either Final Fantasy 7 or 8. Make up your mind. Why not both? Dyne laughed. Materia for my main team, and the minions can stockpile these draw spells for use. You're making that expression again in front of Rena, Jito warned secretly. Oh right, thanks. Now that I think about it, Jito, you're my wingman. What the fragment? Jito cursed. He was a Ariseru, not something that helps him pick up girls. Dyne turned his attention to the wizard ore. The particular set of wizard ore that Dyne took had time/space magic in it, as it was exposed to very high-tier magic that bent the space from a far, far planet. But Dyne held on to it. He then started to harness the energy. Strafe. I can feel that these stones can actually amplify the power of magic. This should allow me to go to Leia without needing to use your powers, right? I can guess the energy needed based on the time you took me out of Leia. You can guess. Strafe was amazed. Dyne could gauge the amount of energy needed based on experiencing it once. Am I right? I feel these stones should be enough to make 2 portals. You are. We have enough stones to create an ore formation here and another one in Leia. This way, people can move in and out as long as the formation is there. But right now, with Jito's current powers, we have to affix the locality of where they teleport out. Meaning, you want to make a permanent location for the teleportation to work, right? I sort of thought of that already. Jito will be using his powers, and I want to make it easy for him that he won't expend a great amount of mana in each transfer. So the best way is to chart a path. Am I right? Correct again. You seem to have grasped the powers of time/space well. You'd have to thank Calamitous for that. I took inspiration from his place when he charted a path and created beacons through his other incarnation. It seems that if a beacon is made, it makes teleporting easier. In this case, since there is no interference, by creating a road, traveling back and forth, Leia would require only half as much as the first time. It's actually more than that. You only need to spend 1/4 of whatever amount you need to cast. If Jito awakens more Genesis trees, he can keep the portal active for longer so that more can move in and out of Leia. Like an army of undead. Right? Attacking the mist generator should be difficult as I would need to cross through many monsters. And I'm sure that whatever Calamitous did will make the attack far harder. So I'm thinking ahead. That's why I decided this secret hideout will be where the armies can move in and out by creating a fixed location to teleport. Dyne began to tinker with the stones. Strafe was curious to see if Dyne could get it. This feels wrong. I need the energy to go in a circle manner if I want to create a portal to the Imaginarium Bond. Dyne continued to arrange the stones and suddenly took out some tools and began to make marks and engravings on them. Huh? How did you know? Strafe was shocked. It was all over the palace of that calamitous god. I could see the energy being compressed in that palace because of these words. Are these some sort of powerful runic words similar to the lore in Brigandine? Well, yes. Brigandine's application to create power is one of the more powerful forms. But it's actually using words that shaped this universe. So it's very rare that you can draw it properly. You are even harnessing the right way of imbuing time and space magic in it. So you have some memory there. Dyne completed the markings, and the energy the stone released was stronger. Wow, these words are powerful. If the Efferet had it, he wouldn't have any problems even if I disrupted his teleportation. Dyne laughed. The rune words are powerful things, so I decided Brigandine to be the world where you learn it. But as usual, you got things in advance. Strafe laughed. Dyne finally completed the markings. Rena, Arya, get ready. We will be going in a bit. Dyne smiled. Joro and Urin bolted and wrapped its body around Dyne. Jito, can you send us in? I can, but I can only teleport us to a high sky. The mist interferes with my power now. Jito frowned. The mist? Strafe? What happened? Dyne frowned.
Strafe sighed.
It's calamitous. The little gift he sent in the Imaginarium Bond alters Leia and all other worlds. The mist in Leia is now more powerful than Court, and his team managed to improve it. And his using the mist to move back and forth and across all the other birthing worlds of Breath of Fire and Brigandine. Jito can't send you in because the mist has time and space attributes, making it difficult to create a portal on. I see. Considering I still have grappling hook tools, I will survive the fall. Alright, Jito, send me to Noah. Dyne smiled. Noah? Jito asked again. Yes. In Leia, Noah is in a large underground cave hidden inside a large mountain with a large hole on top of the mountain, which was just high enough that the mist can't move inside. Drop me there. Right in that hole and towards Noah. So in the hole of Snowdrift Volcano. Oh, is it a dormant volcano? Well, that makes sense. Dyne realized. It's possible. I'll be dropping you off from the lowest point. Dyne then stood up and turned to the two. Arya and Rena had been listening to Dyne talk and could only hear Jito and Dyne, but they knew that there was another mysterious entity that Dyne was talking to. As you heard, Jito can only drop me off the sky, so we will be falling down, and we need to use our grappling hooks to survive the fall. Arya, can you manage that? Dyne asked. Yes, I can also carry Rena so you wouldn't have to worry. Arya smiled. A strange glint in her eyes appeared. Oh, and no need to do that. Rena can stay with me. You might not have mastered how to use that while carrying another person. I can carry Rena. I insist, Master Dyne. It's not worth it if you begin to carry heavy objects as you fall. I am a martial formation expert, and I can carry her without any problems. Rena's eyebrows were raised at the heavy object comment of Arya. Well, I have Grim, and so it's relatively easier for me. Yes, besides, I don't feel safe around the arms of an assassin. Seeing as you're taller than me, you are surely heavier than me, and that might cause your unskilled arms to miss. So I think it's better if I stick with little brother Dyne. Rena approached Dyne and gave him a hug. Arya's expression changed as she saw this. Oh boy, Dyne could not help but start to sweat. He knew that if he didn't answer correctly, his romance points with either Arya or Rena could drop. How about I hold on to both of you? As they say, a cord of 3 strings, right? Dyne suggested. Idiot. Strafe shook his head. How greedy. Jito also shook his head and gave his assessment. Little brother, that's... I agree. Arya smiled. You agree. Rena was stunned. She agrees. Jito and Strafe was stunned. Arya suddenly moved closer and stood right in front of Dyne. She was taller and 2 years older than Rena, and she had a bigger advantage. With the two hugging Dyne, Arya knew this was the time that Dyne could compare. Well, what are you waiting for? With a flick of her hand, the chain whip wrapped around Rena and pulled her closer. They were both hugging Dyne, and Dyne's head was right at that crucial spot. Era, Dyne muttered unintentionally as he felt them. But unlike those who would say these words using the usual cute and playful tone, Dyne spoke it in a very embarrassed voice. Jito and Strafe were amazed at how Arya reacted. Is this his cursed luck? Was all his lack of luck on Earth meant for him to enjoy heaven in this? Strafe mumbled. Rena realized the trap. She could immediately discern what Arya was trying to do, but Rena's expression was that of bewilderment. Little brother is just a kid. Why is she acting like this? Could it be that there are many mysteries behind little brother? Rena began to ponder. Master, we can start any time, but since we will be falling from great heights, hug on tight and be more comfortable. Arya smiled. I I don't think I can do the grappling with these, with you two in the way. I can't see. We can adjust our position so that you can see, Master Dyne. Arya began to move around, shifting her chest to hold Dyne to get a better view while maintaining the tight hug. Rena was shocked at this. Let's just go. Dyne immediately raised his hands and pushed Arya back. Goodbye, Uncle, Auntie. Rena still had a confused expression but turned to her foster father and mother. See you soon, Mom. Dad. I don't know when we can get back, but we'll be back as soon as I can establish a portal. Dyne explained. All right. Lucas had an odd stare as Arya kept looking for the right position. Ahem, Trina coughed. Go goodbye, Master Dyne, Lucas hurriedly added. Dyne channeled the power of Jito without saying anything else. It was as if they were being sucked into a strange vacuum. Then their vision went dark and they saw the stars. And finally, they found themselves in the sky falling down. Dyne held on tight to the two girls, who also held tightly to Dyne. The sensation and the sudden appearance of the sky so high shocked them, and even they forgot what they were doing to Dyne. Dyne maintained his focus and could see the large hole of Snowdrift Volcano. Snowdrift Cave. Time to get my last Areseru hero, and a pet wolf if I'm lucky. Dyne smiled. He was finally back in Leia. Here is what Snowdrift Cave looks like in-game. Back to Leia. We finally crossed the 300 chapters in Patreon with Volume 3, Battles in Leia, coming to its close. Do check it out and read through all the battles in Leia. Volume 3 will also introduce another blue-haired protagonist/main character from another beloved franchise.